Chapter Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. Yi Yuan's origin divinity was of one body and two faces to begin with. One was the dragon's soul, the other was the divine soul. Having obtained divine emergence, Yi Yuan's both divinities cultivated it at the same time. The two origin divinities became strong on their own. Now, each one did not lose to same rank powerhouses. When the two combined into one, the power was even greater. Yi Yuan condensed a long bow with soul force, bending the bow and notching an arrow. Yan Jade-Tru's expression changed drastically. He was too familiar with this move. Arrow of God Extermination. It was just that when Yi Yuan unleashed it now, the power could no longer be mentioned in the same breath. It's still this move. This situation really deepens the impression of the past. Yi Yuan smiled, and the arrow of God Extermination tore across the air. Yan Jade-Tru felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly releasing several streams of soul force, surrounding himself tightly. This move was also an Emperor Realm inheritance. It was called Nether Shield, its defensive strength extremely strong. The Nether Shield instantly shattered. Yan Jade-Tru only felt his head spin, his soul body already suffering heavy injuries. Circumstances changed with the passing of time. Feeling the power of this arrow of God Extermination again, Yan Jade-Tru was struck dumb with amazement. His nether shield was akin to an ant in front of the arrow of God Extermination. I only unleashed 30% of my power, and you already collapsed? This time, try 40%. Yan Jade-Tru wanted to cry. Just 30% power, and he already could not withstand it, let alone talk about 40% power. Yan Jade-Tru gritted his teeth hard and said with an angry roar, Yi Yuan, you force me. Destruction Heavenly Blade. On his hand, a ring suddenly lit up. Yan Jade-Tru's soul force suddenly skyrocketed dozens of times. And at this time, his soul force also turned ethereal, transforming into a blood-red colored long blade. An Emperor Vast Heaven's inheritance was naturally extraordinary. Please keep reading on MYB0X and 0VL, D0T, C0M. This ring was Yan Jade-Tru's trump card. This ring was called Soul Recall Ring, a grade 3 Grand treasure. Once it was activated, it could cause soul force to skyrocket. And this Destruction Heavenly Blade was that Emperor Vast Heaven's ultimate move. The moment this blade emerged, everyone's faces changed drastically. Wang Jun felt this terrifying soul force undulation. This blade, even with an Emperor Realm's origin divinity, it probably could not resist it too. Ancestor Yi, be careful. Wang Jun roared loudly. While talking, Wang Jun was struck flying by Zhang Zuishan with a palm. The latter laughed and said, unable to even fend for yourself, you still have the leisure to care about others. Do you think that Lord Soul Envoy can really be defeated by some Tom, Dick, or Harry? That kid is dead for sure. A trace of surprise was revealed on Yi Yuan's face too. But very soon, he recovered back to normal and said with a faint smile, a little interesting. In the next instant, his soul force similarly soared. In an instant, Yi Yuan's soul force directly started to immolate. The soul bow and soul arrow in Yi Yuan's hands all caught on fire. Divine emergence mystic art, rising from the ashes. The Destruction Heavenly Blade and arrow of God Extermination instantly exploded in the void. Yan Jade-Tru was akin to being struck by lightning, drifting out like a piece of paper. His entire person instantly became much dimmer. Clearly, his soul body had already sustained serious injuries. Zhang Zuishan had a dumbfounded expression on his face, as if he had seen a ghost. He had seen before with his own eyes. Lord Soul Envoy used the Destruction Heavenly Blade to slash a half-step Emperor Realm until he disintegrated. Apparently, he was actually defeated by this little fellow from the human race. This was also too fake, right? Wang Jun had a dumbfounded look too, immediately becoming wildly ecstatic. Ancestor Yi was indeed impressive. Haha, Zhang Zuishan, just now who did you say was dead for sure? Wang Jun said with a loud laugh. Zhang Zuoshan's face turned back. This face-slapping was also too fast, right? At this time, Yi Yuan already arrived at Yin Jie-Tru's side, pulled the ring off Yin Jie-Tru's body, and started examining it carefully. This is a soul artifact. Indeed, a little interesting. Yin Jie-Tru, give me this thing, all right? Yi Yuan looked at Yin Jie-Tru and said. Yin Jie-Tru gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, Dream on. I'm a soul envoy now. If you dare touch a hair on me, the soul race won't let you off. Also, this sublime pill sect, you wouldn't want to watch them die, right? He was confident that he understood Yi Yuan very well and knew that Yi Yuan would not leave the sublime pill sect alone. Who knew that Yi Yuan grinned, and then a streak of gloomy light was fired into Yin Jie-Tru's soul body. Yin Jie-Tru cried out miserably, rolling around on the ground in pain. He just felt as if hundreds of millions of ants were gnawing on his soul body. That sort of anguish made him virtually want to end it all. Hearing Yin Jie-Tru's miserable scream, the group of Emperor Realms could not help shuddering with fear too. I'll give, okay? Yin Jie-Tru gave in. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you did so earlier, wouldn't you have suffered less physical hardship? While talking, his fingertips beckoned, retracting that streak of gloomy light. Yin Jie-Tru looked at Yi Yuan, filled with fear. He originally thought that having obtained an Emperor of Vast Heaven's inheritance and sweeping across the Nirvana Soul Hall, he would definitely be able to avenge the enmity when he encountered Yi Yuan again. Who knew that in the end, he actually still suffered a crushing defeat. Not only was he defeated, this grade 3 Grandmas treasure actually even had to be snatched away by Yi Yuan. Helpless, Yin Jie-Tru could only retract the Soul Recall Ring's imprint. Very soon, Yi Yuan became the Soul Recall Ring's new owner. After feeling it, with this Soul Recall Ring, if Yi Yuan's soul force skyrocketed, he would virtually be able to rival grand completion, true sovereign heavens. Coupled with the powerful mystic arts and deity realm, Yi Yuan could exterminate half-step Emperor Realm Soul denizens akin to retrieving an item from his own bag. After Yi Yuan's twin Chaos Origin divinities all reached grand completion, true sovereign heaven, even if he encountered Emperor Realm powerhouses, he might not be without the strength to have a fight. Seeing Yi Yuan's gleeful look, Yin Jie-Tru felt as awful as one could be. Yi Yuan looked toward Yin Jie-Tru and said with a smile, Lord Soul Envoy, regarding this matter of recruitment, do you know what you should do? Yin Jie-Tru seemed like he had eaten a fly, but he still nodded and said, Gee, got it. He struggled to his feet, gaze looking at Zhang Zuoshan intent as he said, Zhang Zuoshan, the soaring cloud sect from top to bottom, those above Saint Sovereign Heaven will all enter the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Zhang Zuoshan's expression changed wildly. What is going on here? Weren't we here to get the Sublime Pill sect? How did it become drafting the Soaring Cloud sect in a blink of an eye? Furthermore, Yin Jie-Tru's words were to round up the Soaring Cloud sect's sovereign realm and above in one fell swoop. Yin Jie-Tru's gaze turned cold, and he said in a deep voice, What? This envoy's words aren't useful anymore? Do you need this envoy to send a message to my master and invite his elderly self to come over and speed things up in person? Hearing this, Zhang Zuoshan's expression changed drastically. Yin Jie-Tru already acknowledged an Emperor of Vast Heaven as master when he arrived at the Nirvana Soul Hall. His master was the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder. Not only was his strength preeminent, but his authority was also immense too. If he were to take action, the Soaring Cloud sect could forget about leaving behind a trace of bloodline in the end. It's useful. Zhang Zuoshan obeys. Zhang Zuoshan even had the heart to die. Hearing that the Soul Envoy was going to conscript the Sublime Pill sect again, Zhang Zuoshan immediately came forward on his own accord, wanting to tag along. Trampling on the former high sect was a very satisfying thing. But who knew that it actually entrapped the Soaring Cloud sect? The current Zhang Zuoshan, his intestines already turned green with regret. Report to the Scarlet Drill battlefield within 10 days. Otherwise, bear the consequences yourself. Yin Jie-Tru looked at Zhang Zuoshan and said coldly, If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter: Ancestor, you was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Ancestor, you was indeed sent by Patriarch to save us. Too satisfying. The Soaring Cloud sect has this day, too. Ancestor Yi is really impressive. Alchemy Dao, Martial Dao, Soul Dao, all of them are astonishing. No wonder he could be taken in as a disciple by Patriarch. The Sublime Pill sect's disciples were agitated until they were almost crying. Originally, they thought that the sect was going to decline henceforth. But who knew that Ancestor Yi overcame the raging tides, saving the sect, and even conveniently trampled the Soaring Cloud sect into the mud while he was at it. Zhang Zuishan left in disgrace. When he left, he was wailing bitterly. Soaring Cloud sect's decline was virtually a certainty. But Wang Jun and the rest of the Emperor Realm powerhouses were not so optimistic. Yi Yuan had offended the Soul Envoy to the core. The Soul Envoy represented the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yi Yuan beat Yin Jade True to this extent and even snatched his lucky chance. This was equivalent to slapping the Nirvana Soul Hall's face. Could this Nirvana Soul Hall be willing to drop the matter? Nirvana Soul Hall was the organization used by the Soul Race to rule Day Cloud Continent. The powerhouses were plentiful as the clouds. The place where the Sublime Pill sect was located was Ninglan territory. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was Ninglan territory's supreme governing body. All who offended the Nirvana Soul Hall did not have a good end. Ancestor Yi, hurry up and leave the Sublime Pill sect. The Soul Envoy's master, Emperor Seven Feather, is the Nirvana Soul Hall's elder, and Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Soul Emperor. He values his disciple a lot. If he finds out, he'll definitely come and kill you. Wang Jun clearly knew quite a bit of inside information and immediately urged Yi Yuan to leave. Yin Jade True was pleased with himself in his heart, but he did not dare to reveal it. He knew about Yi Yuan's means and could only secretly take delight in it. So what if you, Yi Yuan, are formidable? I'm the Soul Race's envoy now. Just you wait for death. Are you thinking about, after your master comes, then kills me, and he'll bring you away? Suddenly, Yi Yuan's voice sounded out, interrupting Yin Jade True's beautiful dream. Please keep reading on MYB0XN0VL D0T C0M. Yin Jade True's expression changed, and he said with an awkward smile, how can that be? Yi Yuan smiled and said, actually, these few years, I've always been waiting for the Nirvana Soul Hall's people to come. Except, I didn't expect that the one who came would actually be you. Yin Jade True's expression changed again. He was an extremely clever person. The moment Yi Yuan opened his mouth, he immediately connected it to many things. No wonder he suddenly appeared in nihility, exceeding balance heaven. It turned out that his goal was actually the Soul Race. Suddenly, he thought of something and cried out in surprise. You want to borrow the power of the Soul Race to revive your beloved? Yi Yuan smiled and said, talking with smart people saves effort. Therefore, you should know what I'm planning, right? Yin Jade True said, this is impossible. You're a human. How can you possibly enter the Soul Race? Yi Yuan smiled slightly. Suddenly, his origin divinity split into two, one becoming a dragon soul, the other turning into the chaos origin divinity. Following that, Yi Yuan gave a muffled groan, a trace of blood seeping out of his mouth. The dragon's soul tunneled into Yi Yuan's body with a whoosh. Now, it became two Yi Yuans. One was a chaos origin divinity, and the other was Yi Yuan's main body. Yin Jade True's pupils constricted, crying out in surprise once again as he said, you are a madman to actually sever your twin origin divinities. But it's useless. Concerning the Soul Race and the origin divinity, there is a fundamental difference. Even if you cut off your origin divinity, you can't become a soul denizen too. I spent 150 years before completely transforming into the Soul Race. Do you feel that Master will wait 150 years for you? When he said this, Yin Jie True was full of mockery. Origin divinity transforming into a soul denizen was a process. This process was the process of completely cutting off the origin divinity from the physical body and purifying oneself. Even if Yi Yuan forced him to teach him this purification technique, Soul Emperor Seven Feather would not give him this time either. Yi Yuan smiled and said, 150 years? That's too long. Yin Jie True, in my impression of you, you're a genius. You actually used 150 years before transforming into a soul denizen? Yin Jie True smiled coldly and said, which origin divinity doesn't have too many fetters while they were alive? Wanted to cut off the past and turning into the soul race. How can it be so easy? A period of 150 years is sufficient to rank into the top 3 in the Nirvana Soul Hall too. Yi Yuan, stop pretending in front of this seat. This seat will impart you the purification technique. I want to see how long you take. Yi Yuan said coolly, no need. I have a purification technique myself. While talking, Yi Yuan's body emitted motes of light, as if purifying himself. Yin Jie True stared at Yi Yuan, his eyes going wide. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 100 breaths. The aura on Yi Yuan's body already became exactly like him. Yi Yuan, already transformed into a soul denizen. How is this possible? Yin Jie True muttered. Yin Jie True had never heard of this kind of transformation speed before. Of course, with his level, he had no way of understanding what kind of existence divine emergence was at all. One of the soul race's 3 great sacred canons was not joking around. It was not just Yin Jie True. Wang Jun and the rest were stunned too. How could nihility exceeding balance, heavens, humans, not know the difficulty of transforming? In reality, nihility exceeding balance, heavens, origin divinities were beyond count. But those that were truly able to become a soul denizen were just in the minority after all. But he had never heard before that someone could actually transform completely into the soul race in 100 breaths. Furthermore, when Yi Yuan cut off his fetters with his original body, he was clearly still heavily injured. But in a blink, he became completely fine. Everything before their eyes already subverted their understanding. Therefore, can we set off now? Senior Apprentice Brother Yin. Yi Yuan fired out a spell. Yin Jie True felt as if something had entered his soul body, and his expression could not help changing. His meaning was very clear. He wanted to have Yin Jie True bring him into the Nirvana Soul Hall. From now on, they might become apprentice brothers. TSK. Truly, fate makes a mockery of men. Yin Jie True's eyes shrunk slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, I can bring you over, but you have to swear a deadly oath to release me after the matter is done. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, no problem. I have a feeling that you're my lucky star. With you around, my luck seems to be good every time. So, there's no need to kill you. Yin Jie True nearly spurted out a mouthful of old blood. Of course, he was a soul body and did not have blood. In reality, if not for Yin Jie True, there really would not be today's Yi Yuan. Afterward, if not for Yin Jie True's guide, it would have been impossible for Yi Yuan to find the Labyrinth Divine Palace too. The Labyrinth Divine Palace's treasures established a solid foundation for Yi Yuan's rise later on. This time, he delivered the Soul Recall Ring. TSK, such a nice guy. About to part, there was thick concern all over the faces of Wang Jun and the others. Severing fetters, infiltrating the soul race. This sort of thing was too crazy. The soul race has powerhouses plentiful as clouds. It was hard to predict the fortunes of this departure. Wang Jun could not help but worry. All right, stop looking like your parents died. From now on, with Senior Apprentice Brother Yin and me in the Nirvana Soul Hall, you all can cultivate with peace of mind. Isn't that so, Senior Apprentice Brother Yin? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Humph. Yin Jie True snorted coldly. Wang Jun, my main body will be staying in the Sublime Pill sect. Help me look after it, Yi Yuan said. Ancestor, rest assured. Even if Wang Jun dies, I'll also ensure your safety. Wang Jun patted his chest and said, If you find any errors, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 29, 18 Scarlet Drill, 3 Suns. Chapter 29, 18 Scarlet Drill, 3 Suns. This place is the Lucid Forest. It's the place where the Nirvana Soul Hall's disciples cultivate, and also one of the 3 stages of the entrance assessment. I've already helped you to make arrangements for the rest. As long as you clear the Lucid Forest, Soul Controlling Avenue, and Soul Refining Furnace, 3 stages, you'll be able to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. Yin J. True pointed at a forest ahead as he explained. Nirvana Soul Hall was the inevitable path that led to the Soul Race. However, not all Soul denizens had the qualifications to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. This Nirvana Soul Hall was akin to a great sect. Wanting to enter it, one must pass a stringent test. This test was no joke. A moment of carelessness and one would die inside. Of course, the benefits of entering the Nirvana Soul Hall were immense too. The Soul Race's control over resources was extremely strict. Entering the Nirvana Soul Hall, one would have the possibility of advancing to a higher level. Wanting to enter the core of the Soul Race, there was only through the Nirvana Soul Hall. Therefore, Soul Race powerhouses flocked to the Nirvana Soul Hall like ducks. Countless Soul Daos were set up in the Lucid Forest. Soul Dao was the lifetime comprehension of a Soul denizen. Corroborating one's own Dao with tens of thousands of Soul Dao, comprehending a great Dao that belonged to yourself, that was the function of the Lucid Forest. However, being situated amidst tens of thousands of Soul Daos, it was also extremely easy to lose yourself. To the vast majority of the Soul denizens, entering the Lucid Forest would often lead them astray, turning into one of the myriad Soul Daos inside. Of course, with danger, there were lucky chances too. Some people comprehended their own great Tao in the Lucid Forest, their strength advancing by leaps and bounds. Hence, many Nirvana Soul Hall disciples similarly comprehended Tao inside. The time limit to pass the stage is 3 days. As long as you walk out of the Lucid Forest within 3 days, it's considered clearing it, Yin J. True said. The rest, he did not say much either. He knew Yuan too well and knew that this Lucid Forest could not stump him. It was just that. He was somewhat curious just what level Yi Yuan could achieve. Actually, Yin J. True originally wanted to show off his results. But, thinking about it, better forget it in case he got slapped by Yi Yuan. Back then, when he entered the Lucid Forest, he only used 20 hours and walked out. This result was sufficient to rank in the top 10 when looking at the entire Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. It was really very impressive. Therefore, he was taken in as a disciple by Soul Emperor 7 Feather 2. What this stage tested was not talent, but Tao heart. Only with a strong Tao heart could one remain lucid. But Yin J. True knew that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was frighteningly powerful. At this time, there were already many people who took the stage, waiting to enter the Lucid Forest. Yi Yuan also entered the crowd along with the flow. Get lost! Suddenly, there was a commotion in the crowd, and a path automatically opened up. A young man stepped forward with his hands behind his back, looking like he considered everything and everyone beneath his notice. The others seemed to be very fearful of him. Yi Yuan heard people starting to discuss beside him. Who are these 3 people? Why are they so arrogant? You never heard of the Crimson Drill, 3 Suns? I didn't expect that they would also come to take part in the test with us this time. Chin S, H, I, plus Tian, Zhou Yu, He Chun, these 3 all returned from the Scarlet Drill battlefield. I heard that the 3 of them rendered ill. U.S. Trius achievements in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and were taken in as honorary disciples by the 3 Hall Masters. It's just waiting for after the A.S. assessment this time before they are accepted under their tutelage. The 3 of them have corrupt energy that billows to the sky. I don't even dare get close. Too strong. The top 3 this time will definitely be the 3 of them. No wonder they are so haughty. They really have the capital to be arrogant. Everyone sent the 3 people off with their eyes, walking through the crowd. Places that they pass, said by, all gave a wide berth. It was not that they wanted to retreat, but that they had no choice but to retreat. Compared to the others, these three people were simply head and shoulders above them. These three genuinely killed their way out from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The corrupt energy on their bodies billowed to the sky, their soul bodies incomparably solid. Those who were slightly weaker, just this corrupt energy could turn them to ashes. Soul race powerhouses were not as weak as the human race's origin divinity, especially those like Chin S. H. I. plus Tion 3 people. Their soul bodies were already condensed to the extreme. Wanting to kill them was even harder than the blood race. The three people took big steps, as if they were in, body around. Humph. A bunch of trash also wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, truly ignorant. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion looked at everyone who retreated, a look of displeasure on his face. Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Dreams are a must. However, taking the assessment in the same batch as us, they will doubt life, right?" He Chin's mouth curled, and he said disdainfully, sweeping a glance, "There's no one who can fight. These trash actually came to take part in the test too." Zhou Yu said, "Hoo-hoo, our goal isn't just to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. We're not from the same world as them to begin with." Chin S. H. I. plus Tion snorted coldly and said, "Taking the test together with these trash really spoils my appetite. Want to eat." The three people did not have the intention of covering it up at all. Everyone could hear the words that were said. When everyone heard, their faces turned completely red. Those who dared to come and challenge the Nirvana Soul Hall's test were not rookies. At least, they had some confidence in themselves. But, just as Zhou Yu said, they were somewhat doubting life. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons were too strong. As the three people walked, they arrived at Yi Yuan there very soon. The others backed away one after another. A middle true sovereign heaven next to Yi Yuan tugged at him and whispered, still not backing away, "You're courting death." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "This lucid forest tests the Tao heart. If you retreat, is there still a need to enter the lucid forest?" That person was taken aback. Thinking about it, that was true. But right at this time, a surging corrupt energy hit him head-on. His expression changed wildly, only feeling like his soul body was almost collapsing. He hurriedly retreated more than 10 steps before stabilizing his figure. This way, Yi Yuan appeared especially conspicuous. The others immediately started discussing in whispers, keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament. Retreat, and you won't be able to clear the lucid forest? What a joke. How is this keeping up appearances to cover up his predicament? This is throwing away his life. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons together can directly make his soul body collapse. There are really those who aren't afraid of death these days. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion 3 people naturally saw Yi Yuan too. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion's brows furrowed slightly, very displeased in his heart. A place that they were passing through, there was actually someone who dared to not give way. Furthermore, what Yi Yuan said earlier was not deliberately hidden. Everyone heard it, including the three of them. Humph! Ignorant thing. Without strength, and you still dare to utter wild ravings, really courting death. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion gave a cold snort, the corrupt energy on his body suddenly skyrocketing several-fold. Zhou Yu also laughed lightly. Following that, his corrupt energy also skyrocketed. He Chun sneered coldly, similarly skyrocketing. The three people's corrupt energy billowed straight to the clouds, enveloping everyone inside all at once. They did not deliberately target the others, but the expressions of the rest changed wildly, retreating again one after another. An extremely large empty lot formed around the trio. Apart from the three of them, there was only Yi Yuan left in that empty lot. Yi Yuan was in the center of the three people's corrupt energy. Previously, they did not intentionally release corrupt energy. But now, they had the intention of taking Yi Yuan down a notch, forcing Yi Yuan to fall back. Retreat. When Qin S. H. I. plus Tian walked by Yi Yuan, he bellowed. However, what Yi Yuan returned to him was just a slight smile. Unmoving as a pine tree. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest. Chapter 29:19. Entering the forest. Awkward. Huge awkwardness. How resounding was that one word, retreat. However, Yi Yuan did not even take half a step. Apart from awkwardness at the entrance of the lucid forest, it was still awkwardness. Originally, they thought that Yi Yuan, who was too weak to stand up to a gust of wind, would have to suffer serious injuries under this corrupt energy, even if his soul did not dissipate. Who knew that he did not feel anything out of sorts at all? No way, right? That kid is clearly just middle true sovereign heaven, and he can actually resist Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's corrupt energy? I heard that Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's corrupt energy can even suppress the blood race's blood energy. It actually can't suppress that kid. It's really Embark. Sing now. You look at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's face. It turned green. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's awe-inspiring reputation was ill. U.S. tries in the entire Scarlet Drill battlefield and even Ninglan territory. But who could have thought that he actually suffered a loss in front of an unknown punk? Zhou Yu was clearly a little more shrewd than the other two. He looked at Yi Yuan and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that in the temple entrance assessment this time, I'd actually be, MP into an interesting little fellow. What's your name?" Yi Yuan shook his head slightly with a faint smile, but turned around and left. The trio who remained had dumbfounded faces. This guy actually ignored them. There was actually someone who dared to ignore the Scarlet Drill 3 sons here. This time, even Zhou Yu lost composure. "Punk, I'm talking to you. Are you deaf?" Zhou Yu said in a cold voice. "Want a posture? Do it after Pius. Sing the test. You haven't even entered the lucid forest, and you're flaunting your prowess here, making a spectacle of yourselves," Yi Yuan said coolly without even turning his head back. Hiss. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Domineering enough. Far away, when Yin Jie-Tru saw this scene, he could not help smiling broadly. Sure enough, it was very Yi Yuan-like. Although these 3 people were very strong, compared to Yi Yuan, they were still far off. The corrupt energy on the Scarlet Drill 3 sons' bodies was extremely heavy. Their soul body was extremely solid. They were indeed not easy to deal with. But the path that Yi Yuan took was drastically different from theirs. The Scarlet Drill 3 sons experienced the battlefield for a long time, tempering their soul bodies like how humans train their physical bodies. But the path that Yi Yuan took was a great Tao that led to heaven. Fighting with Yi Yuan, he felt that Yi Yuan's origin divinity was akin to a vast expanse of fog, seemingly unreachable. Although the corrupt energy was heavy, it was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan. Unless this corrupt energy reached the Emperor realm, it had no way of affecting Yi Yuan at all. Hoo-hoo, looks like someone is going to challenge us this time. Interesting. Very interesting. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian laughed coldly without ceasing, but his eyes were already somber to the extreme. These 3 people were all ruthless and cruel, having killed countless people. The humans and bloodkins that died in their hands were beyond count. Originally, they thought that this time, it would be a compet. One tie between the 3 of them, who knew that there was actually someone who dared to provoke them. But Zhou Yu smiled and said, "Isn't that great? Originally, I thought that it would be boring this time. Wrecking a brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth while we're at it is pretty good too. It's just I don't know whether or not he can get out of the lucid forest." People familiar with him all knew that Zhou Yu already had killing intent aroused. Right at this time, a figure appeared in the sky above the lucid forest. Emperor Realm Powerhouse. All right, everyone is already here. Entered the lucid forest. With 3 days as the time limit. After 3 days, Those who can't come out will naturally be transported out. However, if you can't even last 3 days, then you can't blame anyone. Now, you all can still choose to withdraw, the Emperor Realm Powerhouse said loudly. And oh, body moved. Those who came here naturally already knew the danger of the Lucid Forest. The Emperor Realm Powerhouse smiled slightly and said, since body backed out, enter the forest. Under his word of command, thousands of soul race geniuses entered the Lucid Forest in succession. There was a light screen before the forest. The light dots on the light screen represented everyone's positions. Whoever's light that disappeared, it represented that their will had already been wiped away, turning into a part of the Lucid Forest. Each time they entered the forest, there would be hundreds of people who fell in the end. Not long after everyone entered the Lucid Forest, several figures landed. That Emperor Realm Powerhouse's pupils constricted slightly, and he hurriedly bowed and said, paying respects to 3 Hall Masters, paying respects to elders. Amen, you carry on hosting the Lucid Forest, don't need to care about us. Yes, it turned out that it was actually the Hall Master and 2 Vice Hall Masters arriving in person. A slight chill ran down the backs of the Forest Guardian. Looks like the 3 Hall Masters value these 3 honorary disciples very highly. Hall Master Great Emperor East Sun, Vice Hall Master Great Emperor West Dawn, Great Emperor Wood Release. These 3 people were all Emperor Sakura Heaven Realm Mighty experts. To be able to receive attention from the 3 of them, the weight of the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns could be seen. Apart from them, Yin J-True's Master, Soul Emperor 7 Feather, also arrived. Master, Yin J-True said with a bow. When 7 Feather saw Yin J-True, he was also slightly surprised and said, you're here too? Yin J-True said, yes, this disciple made a good friend when I went out this time. He wants to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall too. So I arranged for him to join the temple in trance assessment. 7 Feather nodded slightly. This kind of thing was very common and not a big deal. But Yin J-True was incredibly disappointed in his heart. He placed hopes on that his master could see through what was wrong in his soul body. But sadly, nope. It seemed like Yi Yuan's method was extremely brilliant. Even an Emperor Vast Heaven Realm Mighty expert was completely clueless. Who's your good friend? 7 Feather asked. That last one is called Yi Yuan. There was everyone's name on the light screen. 7 Feather could not help laughing as he said, the periphery's baneful souls are the fewest. He's still wandering around the perimeter until now. Most likely, it will be very hard to survive 3 days, right? Yin J-True could not help smiling bitterly. He was perplexed too. With Yi Yuan's Dao heart, he should advance very quickly. But he actually stopped right at the beginning. This showed that he was already beguiled. Concerning the Lucid Forest, the deeper in, the more wandering souls and the stronger they were. The beguiling power also grew stronger. Oh, Martial Uncle 7 Feather, this kid was still picking a fight with the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns earlier. I was wondering how strong he was. Who knew that this kid can't even break through the outer perimeter? What a piece of dross. Plus, Junior Apprentice Brother J-True's strength is decent, but his eyesight in making friends is too lousy. That Scarlet Drill 3 Suns are indeed well-deserving of being the 3 Hall Masters' honorary disciples. At this rate of advancement, most likely they will be breaking the record. The one speaking was called Jiang Hao. He was also an elder's disciple. His strength was almost on par with Yin J-True. Between the two, they contended with each other overtly and covertly as well. That scene earlier, he was present too and naturally took it into his sights. Originally, he thought that Yi Yuan had some abilities to be able to block the Scarlet Drill 3 Suns' corrupt energy. Who knew that he was so useless? Seeing Yin J-True get deflated at this time, he naturally could not resist coming out to deal 2 kicks in. When he said this, 7 Feather's face was also rather awkward. His expression turned dark, looking at Yin J-True with a dark expression. What kind of rubbish friend did you make? Putting aside that his strength was weak, he even offended the Hall Master's honorary disciple. Wasn't this secretly reporting himself? He, An exalted emperor of vast heaven could not afford to lose this face. Looking at the scarlet drill three suns again, they were virtually advancing at an equal pace and already rushed 3 miles into the forest. The lucid forest was not big. It was only 10 square miles. But the deeper in, the slower one would get. Chapter 29:20. You cheated. Chapter 29:20. You cheated. Upon entering the lucid forest, countless aura of Daos. T.M. head on. Yi Yuan swept a glance over, having some enlightenment. Hence, he started to study it carefully. What he cultivated was the soul race's sacred canon. His comprehension of the Tao of soul was extremely deep. Regarding these so-called Daos, Yi Yuan understood them with one glance. After studying for a while, Yi Yuan discovered that it was dull. These Daos were all too superficial. It did not give him much inspiration. Of course, he understood that this was due to divine emergence being too profound. The more he cultivated, the more Yi Yuan discovered the extensiveness and profoundness of divine emergence, pointing straight at the origin of Soul Tao. Only at this time did he remember that he seemed to be taking part in an ACE assessment. There was no one around him a long time ago. Hence, he took large strides forward. The surrounding Daos got more and more and also increasingly profound, as if it could let people reach out and grasp the Tao. The lucid forest was to let people hold fast to their Tao hearts. The more Daos you saw, you would waver in your own Tao heart. In this lucid forest, you could not avoid these so-called Daos at all. It did not need to be looked at using the naked eye at all, but directly came into contact with the soul body. But to Yi Yuan, these could not affect him in the slightest at all. Putting aside how powerful divine emergence was, one could only say that Yi Yuan's Tao heart was not an ordinary kind of strong. He was a man who dared to point at heaven with his sword. Hence, his speed of advancement was incomparably fast. 10 miles was merely a twinkle to a true sovereign heaven. Hence, Yi Yuan came out after several breaths. Outside of the lucid forest, Great Emperor Yi's son, 3 people were currently discussing their honorary disciples. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian indeed doesn't fall short of this old man's expectations. Among the 3 people, his skill is a level higher in the end. Great Emperor Yi's son stroked his beard and said with a smile. Great Emperor West Dawn was indifferent as he said, "It seems to be too early for Brother Yi's son to draw a conclusion now, right? There are huge variables in the lucid forest. Moreover, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian isn't in the lead by much. Zhou Yu has always been reserved. He definitely won't lose in this lucid forest stage." Great Emperor Yi's son said coolly, "Then, just wait and see." Suddenly, Great Emperor Yi's son's eyes became wide saucers. Even his words became stutters. It was because a light Serpa S. said Qin S. H. I. plus Tian 3 people like lightning and reached the end point in a few breaths of time. Great Emperor West Dawn smiled and said, "Brother Yi's son, it's merely a compet. 1. Tying among juniors. Why do you have to be so agitated?" Agitated my asterisk SS. Are you freaking blind? It seems like this guy did not see the light screen. Drawing a deep breath, Great Emperor Yi's son said, "Somebody came out." As someone came out, Great Emperor West Dawn wondered whether this guy was joking or not. But right then, there was suddenly a commotion from the crowd. This is also too fast, right? Just now, my attention was fully on Qin S. H. I. plus Tian 3 people. I didn't even see clearly who that was. Me too. This wouldn't be some problem with the light screen, right? Something is definitely wrong with the light screen. This lucid forest record is 6 hours and 15 minutes. Even if someone broke the record, it's also impossible to be so fast, right? They only saw a light flash past, then it disappeared. As for who it was, everyone really did not see clearly, because everyone's attention was all placed on the scarlet drill 3 suns. This was also the biggest highlight of the AS assessment this time. But very soon, a figure appeared before everyone's eyes. Shockingly, it was Yi Yuan. The forest guardian was also somewhat absent-minded. His focus just now was also on Chin S. H. I. plus T on 3 people. By the time he became aware of it, someone had already come out. Yi Yuan looked at the forest guardian and asked, "Senior, am I considered to have Pa as said?" The forest guardian had a blank expression, nodding his head, then shaking his head again. He questioned, "H, how can you be so fast?" Yi Yuan countered with a question. "It's merely 10 miles. Isn't it a snap of a finger to us?" The forest guardian was taken aback and immediately said angrily, "Hang on. You were clearly stuck in the beginning just now. How did you clear it so quickly? You cheated." Everyone's hearts eased up. It turned out that he was cheating. Sure enough, only cheating could be so fast. No, the forest guardian had already been at this lucid forest for many years. The geniuses that he had seen before were beyond countable. But no matter how outstandingly talented, it was also impossible to clear the lucid forest so quickly. Therefore, it could only be cheating. If you cheated, forget it. The main characters this time were the Scarlet Drill 3 sons. You stole their limelight. Wasn't this slapping the faces of the 3 great hall masters? The moment Yi Yuan heard, he was amused. Since Senior said that I cheated, then this Junior will go again. Senior can enter the forest to inspect. If there's any problem, Senior can strike me dead on the spot. How about that? The forest guardian's old face turned red. Yi Yuan's speed was too fast. He could not keep up. Although he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse, he also could not be unmoving as a pine tree in this lucid forest. "I'll go." At this time, Great Emperor Yi's son spoke up. He also did not believe that Yi Yuan could pass through the lucid forest in such a short time. This sort of thing had never happened before. It was too bizarre. Yi Yuan clasped his hands at Great Emperor Yi's son and entered the forest again. Great Emperor Yi's son's figure moved and entered the lucid forest too. Upon entering the forest, Great Emperor Yi's son's pupils constricted. Yi Yuan's figure sped towards the distances like lightning. The countless soul Daos around him could not affect Yi Yuan in the slightest. Great Emperor Yi's son also stepped forward, incredibly shocked in his heart. These low-level soul Daos were naturally unable to affect him too much. But there was ultimately some influence. He unleashed all of his ability and could only eat dust behind Yi Yuan in the end. In merely several breaths of time from start to finish, the 2 people came out of the lucid forest very quickly. Everyone held their breaths, waiting for Great Emperor Yi's son's ruling. Great Emperor Yi's son's heart was in shock currently. What a powerful Tao heart. He shook his head slightly at Weston 2 people and said, "This boy didn't cheat." "Who's H?" Plus outside the lucid forest, it completely burst into an uproar. How is this possible? It's merely 5 breaths of time from start to end. How does this result expect people to live? No wonder he turned his nose up at the Scarlet Drill 3 sons. This is simply a one-sided beating. This result was too explosive. Explosive until everyone did not dare believe it. Jiang Hao's expression was like he had eaten a fly. Sure enough, Yin Jade-tru's mocking voice entered his ears very quickly. "Oh, what Brother Jiang Hao said is right. My eyesight is indeed extremely poor, but I failed to discern that Brother Yi was actually so impressive. However, Brother Jiang Hao's eyesight seems to be worse than mine. Yi Yuan's result can brutalize the Scarlet Drill 3 sons already, right? More than brutalize, it was simply a catastrophic mangling. Entering the lucid forest, the shorter the time, the more difficult it was. After so many years, everyone kept refres. I plussing the record continuously. It was incredibly difficult to improve it again by a few breaths. But now, the record was no longer important. It was because it was impossible for anyone to be able to beat Yi Yuan's record. Chapter 29-21. You've already worked very hard. Chapter 29-21. You've already worked very hard. The assessment was still ongoing. Chin S, H, I, plus Tion 3 people were still advancing at high speed. Of course, this high speed was in the past. Everyone looked at the moving light dots on the light screen as if seeing their hard work in the lucid forest. Looking at Yi Yuan again, their hard work seemed so laughable. Everyone was imagining Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, three people's expressions after coming out. Finally, 6 hours' time was up. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's light dot vanished. Ha ha! 6 hours. I broke the lucid forest's record. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. Am Ning La Nirvana Soul, Halls number 1. The moment his figure appeared, he let out a burst of loud laughter. He felt invigorated to the extreme in his heart, overpowering Zhou Yu and He Chun. He even broke the lucid forest's strongest record. He was already fantasizing how his master would praise him. Strongest in history. How glorious was this? Before this, the lucid forest's strongest record was 6 hours and 15 minutes. He, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, forcibly moved this record up by 15 minutes. This was already a huge improvement. This achievement was absolutely enough to ignite the entire Nirvana Soul Hall if there wasn't Yi Yuan's existence. Very soon, Zhou Yu and He Chun came out of the forest successively, the expressions on their faces rather complicated. The two of them similarly broke the record. It was just that they lost to Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian laughed loudly and said, "The two of you, don't make this kind of expression. Losing to me isn't some disgraceful thing. After all, you guys broke senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record too." Zhou Yu had an unkind expression as he said, "What are you being smug for? You were merely lucky. If not for encountering several troublesome Daos on the way, I might not have lost to you." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian said smugly, "Losing is losing. Why are you finding excuses? The lucid forest is fair to everybody. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been used as a test too. Why? Can't afford to bear a loss." Zhou Yu snorted coldly and said, "What can't afford to bear a loss? Sooner or later, you'll be my defeated foe." "Oh, right? Where's that arrogant kid?" He Chun, who had not said a word, suddenly said. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was taken aback and immediately laughed loudly and said, "That kid is probably eating dust behind us, right? Ha ha! But that punk has some capability. It shouldn't be hard to pass the test." The three people chattered like in. Oh, Body was around, walking in front of the Forest Guardian. The three of them were immersed in the joy of breaking the record and did not feel the strange atmosphere at all. Of course, they also did not see the Yi Yuan in the crowd. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian gave Great Emperor Yi Sun a bow from afar and said excitedly, "Master, this disciple thankfully didn't fail the mission, winning the top spot and breaking senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record. At long last, I didn't let down Master's expectations." Great Emperor Yi Sun's expression was strange, and he said with a nod, "Amen. You've already worked very hard." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian was stupefied. W worked very hard? What was the meaning of this? At this time, shouldn't Master be lauding him with praises? Why did it seem like he was consoling him? This script was not right. Master, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian suddenly lifted his head, and at this time, he finally noticed the Yi Yuan who was beside Yin Jade True, and his entire person was immediately petrified. Where did this guy come out? Clearly, no one came out from just now until now. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's head was somewhat disoriented, unable to wrap itself around things for some time. Great Emperor Yi Sun heaved a slight sigh and said, "S. H. I. plus Tian, your performance is already very good. It's just that, sadly, you didn't break the record, because before you, Yi Yuan has already broken a record." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, three people were akin to being struck by lightning at the same time, looking at Yi Yuan in astonishment. This guy was actually faster than the three of them? How is this possible? He forcibly increased senior apprentice brother Zhou Yuan's record by 15 minutes. Could it be that this guy actually cleared within 6 hours? This is impossible. How can this punk possibly Serpa? S. 6 hours? Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion blurted out. Great Emperor Isun seriously could not bear to demoralize this honorary disciple. But the reality was this cruel. 6 hours? Hoo-hoo, 6 hours is enough for Yi Yuan to go back and forth several thousand times in the lucid forest. The one who spoke was Seven Feather. Just now, Yi Yuan already rejected Great Emperor Isun's invitation. Very clearly, Yi Yuan already had the intention of entering his tutelage. After all, he was brought by Yin Jade True. Previously, he was still blaming Yin Jade True for being a busybody and Embark. Sing him. But now, no matter how he looked at Yin Jade True, he found him pleasing to the eye. Having accepted such a heaven-defying disciple, even a master felt honored too. Several thousand times. You're bull. This is absolutely impossible. When the word bullsh *t reached the tip of his tongue, Chin S. H. I. plus Tion forcibly swallowed it back. Soul Emperor Seven Feather was not someone that he could offend. Sure enough, Seven Feather's expression turned cold, and he said in a solemn voice, "With Hall Master here, could it be that this seat will still crack jokes with you, a junior?" After Yi Yuan entered the lucid forest, he only used 5 breaths of time before clearing it. F5 breaths. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion, 3 people spoke in one voice, almost biting their tongues off. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion used a probing gaze to look at Great Emperor Isun. The latter nodded his head helplessly and said, "That's right. It's 5 breaths. This seat already examined it. It's not fake." Boom. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion felt like his soul body was about to explode. This was too demoralizing. The 3 of them killed countless enemies on the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already cultivated their Tao hearts like it was Vajra. 6 hours was absolutely a result that was worthy of being proud of. But someone actually only used 5 breaths? Chin S. H. I. plus Tion felt that everyone was cracking a joke with him. There were naturally not just Chin S. H. I. plus Tion, 3 geniuses partic. 1. P. Aiding in the assessment. In reality, this batch of soul race geniuses were really quite a few. Very soon, someone came out in succession. It was just that after they came out, without exception, they were all deeply shocked by the result of 5 breaths. Originally, they were somewhat patting themselves on their backs for having obtained a decent result. But at this time, they had already begun to doubt life. 3 days later, the lucid forest assessment ended. In the end, there were 372 people who said the lucid forest, and there were more than 200 people who died in the lucid forest. The people who said the test arrived at the second stage, soul controlling avenue. Originally, Great Emperor Isun and the rest of the powerhouses came over just to conveniently take a casual look. After all, this level of test was not really considered a big deal to them. But now, because of Yi Yuan's sudden emergence, all of the Emperor Realm powerhouses arrived at the Soul Controlling Avenue. Soul Controlling Avenue. It was established between 2 mountain peaks and was a transparent sageway. The so-called Soul Controlling Avenue was actually a test of the examinee's defensive ability. To the soul race, defensive strength was an extremely important ability. After the physical bodies of other races were destroyed, their soul bodies could exist independently. But the soul race, once they were exterminated, that was a true death. Therefore, to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall, one's defensive strength must pass. And this was precisely the forte of Chin S. H. I. plus Tion and the others. They slaughtered wildly in the Scarlet Drill battlefield and had long already tempered their soul bodies like steel. After these few days of digestion, the 3 people had already come around to it. After all, they were powerhouses who had experienced countless life and deaths. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold snort, "Punk, sing the lucid forest is no big deal. The soul-controlling avenue is the true test of strength. This time, I'm going to let you know what's called a true powerhouse. Chapter 2922, Tempering Soul Body. Chapter 2922, Tempering Soul Body. It's still that sentence. Want a posture? Do it after pious sing. Talking until flowers cascaded from the skies here. Wouldn't it be very Embara? Sing if you get face-slapped in a while. Yi Yuan was indifferent and said nonchalantly. Qin S.H.I. Plus Tian's face turned black, and he said in a solemn voice, then we'll see who gets face-slapped after getting out of the soul-controlling avenue. An Emperor Realm powerhouse appeared in front of everyone and said loudly, Soul-controlling avenue has a total of 10 segments. Pa S. Sing 2 segments will be considered Pa S. Sing the test. This soul-controlling avenue has the effect of tempering the soul body. It's greatly beneficial to you guys. But this seat urges you all to act within your capability, or else you'll die. At present, the best result of the temper entrance assessment is peak 5th segment. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian Trio secretly resolved themselves. This time, they were definitely going to sweep Yi Yuan's face away. Since the Scarlet Drill battlefield, the 3 people's present accomplishments were not accomplished overnight. Their soul bodies were extremely solid. Great Emperor Yi-Sun had once said before, with the S.T.U.R. Denus of Qin S.H.I. plus Tian soul body, he could at least reach the 6th segment too. This was also to say that there was virtually no suspense in him breaking the shackle of the 5th segment. He did not believe that Yi Yuan could still contend with him in this round. Under his word of command, over 300 people entered with a whoosh. Upon entering the soul-controlling avenue, the divine soul attacks that blotted out the skies and covered the earth came over to greet them. Many soul race powerhouses unleashed various methods to resist these divine soul attacks. However, many soul race powerhouses started crying bitterness without ceasing. The first segment is already so freakish. This is killing people. Just what kind of freaks entered the Nirvana Soul Hall? Ouch, I can't. I can't anymore. I'm going to withdraw. Coming out from the first round, these 300 over people were naturally all elites. But very soon, someone could not hold on anymore. The endless divine soul attacks were like a violent storm, raiding these soul race powerhouses. Each second, they practically had to answer more than 10 divine soul attacks. It was simply seamless until not even wind could penetrate. The soul-controlling avenue was similarly 10 miles long. Each mile was a segment. But now, before talking 1,000 feet out, someone had already collapsed. Of course, if there were weaklings, there were powerhouses too. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian 3 people did not have any reaction to this violent storm-like attack at all. In fact, they did not even use defensive mystic arts. The first segment was too effortless for them. The 3 people virtually rushed to the second segment's checkpoint while keeping abreast of one another at the fastest speed. The checkpoint in front of them was not difficult. They had to conserve soul strength to resist the checkpoints at the back. At this time, the 3 people turned around to look without prior agreement and discovered that many people had already caught up. But they did not see Yi Yuan's figure and could not help letting out a sigh of relief. This fellow indeed could not make it anymore. During this round, it is our turn to perform. That punk seemed impressive, but it's also nothing more than this. In this round, what it relies on is the soul body. The 3 of us definitely won't lose to anyone. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian said with a cold smile. After getting out, we have to teach that punk a lesson. Zhou Yu's expression also became dark. That's of course. Your father roamed the battlefield unobstructed and haven't lost so much face before. This time, I'll see how that punk can be arrogant. Qin S.H.I. plus Tian said with a cold snort. Remembering the first round, it was really an utter loss of face. Not only did he lose face, he even implicated Great Emperor Yi-Sun in losing face too. Finished saying, the 3 people entered the second segment without even turning their heads back. In the second segment, Not only did the number of divine soul attacks increase manifold, the power also multiplied. To everyone, it was an enormous test. Qin S, H, I, plus Tion, three people did not dare to be careless either, displaying defensive mystic arts one after another and continued advancing. Outside of the soul-controlling avenue, Great Emperor Yi-Sun and the rest nodded with slight smiles, clearly quite pleased with the performance of Qin S, H, I, plus Tion, three people. Hoo-hoo! Arriving at the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan has indeed revealed his true colors. This seat sees that each step he takes is very taxing. Great Emperor West Dawn said with a laugh. Great Emperor Yi-Sun also smiled and said, in terms of soul body, most likely among true sovereign heavens, someone stronger than the three of them really can't be found. The Scarlet Drill battlefield is akin to a meat grinder. The three of them fought with real swords and spears, killing their way out a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Their soul bodies have already reached the limit of true sovereign heaven. Great Emperor Wood Release said, Tao heart is heaven-defying, but it has to be matched with corresponding strength too. Otherwise, it will be akin to a rootless weed, too weak to stand up to anything. If Let Yi Yuan fights with the three of them, he'll probably not be able to last one exchange with them. All the powerhouses nodded one after another, clearly quite agreeing with it. Seven Feathers' face was a little ugly. He also did not expect that Yi Yuan was actually so useless. In the second round, he actually ended up last. Most likely, he would not even be able to pull through the first segment. This time, even Yin Jie-Tru was puzzled too. He knew that in terms of soul body, Yi Yuan was indeed not considered strong. Yi Yuan's powerful aspect was his miraculous soul path mystic arts. Could it be that he was really going to be disappointed this time? Very soon, many powerhouses said through the first segment one after another. The people left behind in the first segment became fewer and fewer. Some were seriously injured by soul path attacks and were already unable to continue the assessment and could only withdraw. But Yi Yuan was still several thousand feet away from the checkpoint of the first segment. And at this time, Qin S, H, I, plus Tion, three people had already said through the second segment and entered the third segment. The speed made people tongue-tied. Great Emperor Yi-Sun smiled and said, this Yi Yuan's Tao heart is powerful, making him rather stubborn. He could actually hold out until now. Great Emperor West Dawn chuckled and said, no matter how stubborn he is, it's no use too. Even if he can pass the first segment, the second segment's number and power are all multiplied. It's simply impossible for him to pass through. In fact, he might directly turn to ashes after entering the second segment. In my view, he's courting death here. Great Emperor Yi-Sun did not care about Yi Yuan any longer, but looked toward Qin S, H, I, plus Tion, and said with a smile, this H, I, plus Tion, this child still has quite the potential. He has already gradually shaken off the two of them. This seat reckons that there shouldn't be a problem in him entering the sixth segment. It's just I don't know how far he can walk in the sixth segment. The moment these words came out, everyone's expressions changed one after another. They did not think that Great Emperor Yi-Sun actually regarded Qin S, H, I, plus Tion so highly. Forget about the sixth segment. The difficulty of the fifth segment was already H-E-L level. When these big shots in front of them were at true Sovereign Heaven realm, it was impossible to make it to the sixth segment too. Qin S, H, I, plus Tion was really monstrous. In the soul-controlling avenue, Yi Yuan paused with each step, enduring the divine soul attacks from all directions. With the divine emergence's methods, it was too easy to want to block these divine soul attacks. But he did not. These divine soul attacks actually had the effect of tempering the soul body. Hence, he did not want to waste this opportunity. The first stage was useless to him, so he cleared it very fast. But this stage was different. These divine soul attacks hammered his soul body continuously, making his soul body become powerful. Just as Yin J. True conjectured, his soul body was very ordinary. A human's origin divinity was not of soul races after all. Yi Yuan's origin divinity resided in his sea of consciousness the vast majority of the time. He really wanted to try what kind of level his soul body could attain. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Chapter 29-23, Creating a Miracle. Ha! The two of you can't do it. My soul body is about to break through right away and reach 6 rots. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's unbridled laughter came from in front. At this time, the three of them had already made it to the 4th segment. The disparity also gradually manifested. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion already shook the other 2 people more than 100 feet behind. Furthermore, it showed signs of being shaken off further and further. Apart from this, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's soul body became increasingly erratic, an appearance of going to advance ranks. Soul body was a kind of unique existence. In each realm, the strength of the soul body was divided into 10 rots. This magnitude was different from the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy bodies. If what humans and the true spirit clan pursued were hardness, then what the soul body pursued was tenacity. The greater the tenacity, the harder it was to kill. If a true sovereign heaven-soul denizen soul body could reach 10 rots, even if an emperor cloud heaven came, it would be difficult to kill them too. Of course, to the Nirvana Soul Hall, 10 rots belonged to an existence in legends. Body could reach the realm of 10 rots at all. At this time, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's soul body was about to reach 6 rots. This was already extremely shocking. Finally, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion took the lead and charged into the soul-controlling avenue's 5th segment. Then his soul body became even clearer, as if a crystalline sculpture. Great Emperor Isen's pupils constricted, and he said, "Broke through. 6 rots. Even if it's this seat, I didn't reach this step back then too." From the powerhouses there came a series of cold air being sucked in. 6 rots. That was already the soul body strength in the legends. This guy is too strong. 6 rots. Even if he stands there to try to kill him, I can't kill him either. Although there was an upset in the lucid forest, in this round, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion finally regained face. Yi Yuan was ultimately just taking advantage by trickery in the lucid forest. In terms of strength, he's far worse than Qin S. H. I. plus Tion. Under the soul-controlling avenue, many people were discussing animatedly. At this time, there were already many people who came out. Some had Pa S. said 2 segments, succeeding in the test, but some had already been eliminated. But the strength that Qin S. H. I. plus Tion revealed suppressed all of the questioning voices. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion, after 6 rots, had the air of a king who returned. Many people looked toward Yi Yuan again. They could not help revealing sympathetic gazes. This guy was still milling around in the 1st segment until now. Amen? Seems like there's already no way of upgrading. I'll enter the 2nd segment then. Right at this time, Yi Yuan discovered that the 1st segment's tempering already had no effect on him, and his soul body already reached peak 2 rots as well. Yi Yuan discovered that the divine soul attacks in the soul-controlling avenue were very special. Rather than say that it was a test, it was better to say that it was a kind of tempering. Entering the 2nd segment, the number and power of the divine soul attacks immediately doubled. Yi Yuan revolved the divine emergence and started guiding these divine soul attacks, tempering his soul body. Hence, he entered the realm of 3 rots smoothly. It was just that at this time, there was already no one who paid attention to him. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion already caused a great sensation. The people all wanted to see just which step Qin S. H. I. plus Tion could walk until. After entering the 5th segment, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's pressure suddenly increased. They clearly felt that Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion was straining much more than before, even if he entered the realm of 6 rots. However, he was still advancing with strong determination. He got nearer and nearer to the 6th segment. The people were already holding their breaths. Broke through, right when Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion stepped into the 6th segment. Someone shouted at the top of their voice. This moment was seriously too exciting. Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion broke through 2 records in a row. This guy is really monstrous. The ACCU, Mutilations of the Scarlet Drill battlefield finally erupted at this moment. This guy's future accomplishments are immeasurable. You guys look, that Yi Yuan is still persevering. Compared to Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion, he's just like a clown now. The crowd was boiling over with excitement. At this time, the inconceivable record that Yi Yuan made in the Lucid Forest, everyone selectively had forgotten about it. After all, having Dao hard in vain without strength, everything was futile. And Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion broke the records of the 2 stages in a row. This absolutely set the world on fire. It was because the records of these 2 rounds were not maintained by the same person. Even Great Emperor Yi Sin's breathing became irregular too. He had long predicted that Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion could step into the 6th segment. But all the way until this moment arrived, he was still somewhat uncontrollably agitated. After all, it was too hard to come by. Someone noticed Yi Yuan. He finally made it to the 2nd segment. Furthermore, he did not die yet. His perseverance seemed to have been rewarded. But under Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion's light, Yi Yuan's perseverance appeared so laughable. Right this time, Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people finally could not endure and withdrew. They only reached the peak 5th segment in the end. They were naturally not satisfied with this result. In the AS assessment this time, Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion completely shook the 2 of them off. However, being able to reach the peak 5th segment, it was also sufficient to show their strength. And Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion was still continuing to advance forward. At this time, the entire soul-controlling avenue only had Yi Yuan and Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion, 2 people remaining. At the back, Yi Yuan, who was slowly crawling like a tortoise, appeared especially glaring to the eye. When Zhou Yu saw this scene, he smiled coldly and said, "This punk is really impressive. I even thought that he could make it to the 10th segment this time. After half a day, he's just at the 2nd segment. What a joke." The fury of failure ultimately needed a channel to vent. Clearly, Yi Yuan was very suitable. Yi Chun also said disdainfully, "Ignorant thing, this bit of skill, and he also dares to swagger in front of us." Really almost got intimidated by him. However, everyone's attention was still on Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion. Entering the 6th segment, Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion's speed clearly slowed down significantly. Each step that he took seemed to require all the strength in his body. But he did not give up. Just like that, he headed towards the 7th segment step by step. Following his footsteps, he got nearer and nearer to the 7th segment. Everyone's hearts were virtually leaping out of their throats. Too exciting. Could it be that Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion could still create an even greater miracle and reach the 7th segment? 1,000 feet, 700 feet, 300 feet. He got closer and closer to the 7th segment. The expression on Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion's face was hideous until it was virtually contorted. His soul body also suffered immense damage. The 6 segment's divine soul attacks were too terrifying. Hundreds of divine soul attacks, assault at the same time. It was simply like a bombardment. Sheen S, H, I, plus Tion's soul body was attacked until it virtually distorted. Finally, he gave up when he was still around 200 feet away from the 7th segment. The whole place boiled over with excitement. What a shame, just 200 feet. Almost created history. But reaching the peak 6 segment is already unbelievably impressive. Most likely, in, body can break this record within a few thousand years. Scarlet drill 3 suns with this Chinese H.I. plus Tion really left them far behind in the dust. Everyone was marveling in admiration. This result was seriously too monstrous. Different from the lucid forest, what the soul-controlling avenue competed in was bona fide strength. Chinese H.I. plus Tion challenging this A.S. assessment this time shocked the entire Nirvana Soul Hall. Chapter 29-24, I understand. Chapter 29-24, I understand. Good, good, good. This seat indeed didn't make an error of judgment. Are the two of you convinced this time? Great Emperor Yi-sun said good 3 times in a row. His satisfaction with Qin S. H.I. plus Tion could be seen. In the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Great Emperor Yi-sun took fancy on Qin S. H.I. plus Tion at a glance and felt very optimistic about him. Otherwise, he also would not have specially come to watch the temper entrance assessment. A mere true sovereign heaven was not yet worthy of the master of a hall to raise a big rumpus and specially come to watch. Great Emperor West Dawn and Great Emperor Wood Release faces did not look good. These 3 Great Hall Masters were secretly competing when choosing disciples too. Actually, in the Scarlet Drill battlefield, Qin S. H.I. plus Tion 3 people's performances were virtually on par. But now, the gap was pulled apart all of a sudden. Zhou Yu and He Chun 2 people, their performance was actually already very good. But compared to Qin S. H.I. plus Tion, the difference was too big. Congratulations, Hall Master, for finding a fine disciple. Great Emperor 7 Feather came forward to congratulate. Congratulations, Hall Master. Felicitations, Hall Master. Our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall finally has a 6 Rots powerhouse too. Qin S. H.I. plus Tion, this boy's future is limitless. The other Emperor realms also came forward to give their felicitations one after another. When Great Emperor Yi-sun heard, he was naturally very happy. Between the soul race's various major Nirvana Soul Halls, there was naturally compet. 1. Tines with each other too. The Nirvana Soul Hall needed to send geniuses to the clan. This way, what the geniuses obtain in the future would also be enjoyed by the Nirvana Soul Hall. It was just that Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall rarely had heaven-defying geniuses appear. Now that they had, Great Emperor Yi-sun was naturally very happy. At this time, Qin S. H.I. plus Tion already exited the soul-controlling Avenue 2. Arriving before Great Emperor Yi-sun, he knelt and said, "This disciple admits my mistake and asks for punishment from Master. I was just 1 step away, or else I'd have been able to step into the 7th segment. But unfortunately, it failed just a step short of success." He was naturally not here to apologize and ask for punishment. He was posturing and telling everyone that he was just a step away from reaching the 7th segment. Qin S. H.I. plus Tion did not know what was called modesty. Sure enough, the moment quite a number of people heard it, they wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into, especially Zhou Yu 2 people. Your peak 6 segment, and you're even apologizing and asking for punishment. Wouldn't we have to end ourselves? Great Emperor Yi-sun smiled and said, "Get up. You're already very good. Making it to this step, your 6 Rot soul body has already reached grand completion. After tempering in the soul refining furnace, you'll be able to step into the realm of 7 Rots. In the future, when you enter the clan, it will be when you soar to the heaven in 1 bound." As he said, Great Emperor Yi-sun casually waved his hand. A powerful soul force directly fired into Qin S. H.I. plus Tion's soul body. Qin S. H.I. plus Tion's soul body immediately recovered to its peak state. Qin S. H.I. plus Tion felt an upsurge of emotion from what Great Emperor Yi-sun said just now. Soul Clan. That was the holy land in his heart. That Yi Yuan actually entered the third segment. Right at this time, no idea who said that, shattering this happy atmosphere. Everyone was stupefied and could not help turning their heads to look. Sure enough, they discovered that Yi Yuan already entered the third segment. This guy actually Pa-S, said the test unknowingly. The moment Chin S, H, I, plus Tion saw, he was amused. This guy said whatever talk again after Pa-S sing. In the end, after messing around for half a day, he only barely managed to Pa-S the stage. I really want to see how this punk postures after coming out. Chin S, H, I, plus Tion said smugly. His result could already press Yuan onto the ground and beat him. Looking at how each of Yuan's steps was very difficult. The third segment was already the limit. The humiliation that you gave to your father will definitely make you repay it twofold. At this time, he was already planning how to humiliate Yi Yuan. Oh, why does Brother Qin need to stoop to the level of a piece of trash? You're the proud son of heaven. Just a clown jumping around, that's all. He's not even fit to carry shoes for Brother Qin. Sure enough, he the useless trash, struggling so hard to even enter the third segment. Just this bit of ability, and he also dares to be arrogant and overestimating himself. With Chin S, H, I, plus Tion soaring to the sky in one bound, there were naturally many people who came over to lick his boots. In the future, everyone would still be a member of the Nirvana Soul Hall. Getting into good terms with this big shot would have many benefits. Jiang Hao also could not help laughing as he said, "This is the so-called eyesight that you talked about? Good. Indeed good. This kid doesn't have much strength, but his ability to posture is monstrous. Most likely, even Chin S, H, I, plus Tion is greatly inferior when compared to him." Yin Jie Tru had a black face and did not know what he should say. He felt that Yi Yuan should be more than this. But Yi Yuan's performance was clearly so. He had no way of refuting. Yi Yuan did not have much self-awareness. He was currently like a fish in the water. Either way, the soul-controlling avenue had no time limit either. He could make use of these divine soul attacks fully to temper his soul body. Making it through the second stage, Yi Yuan's soul body already reached middle 3 rots. Presently, in the third segment, the difficulty soared to another level. The effect of the tempering got even better. Time slowly trickled by. Yi Yuan seemed to be struggling with every step, but he just did not withdraw. Chin S, H, I, plus Tion was very anxious from waiting. He already mustered up a big retort, just waiting for Yi Yuan to come out. But Yi Yuan just did not come out. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to be in a precarious situation under the divine soul attacks. But he just did not dissipate. Just like that, Yi Yuan approached the fourth segment step by step. When he stepped in the fourth segment, everyone seemed to swallow a gulp. How did this kind of weakling enter the fourth segment? If perseverance had a use, then wouldn't we have long been 10th segment? Really seeing ghosts, this guy entered the fourth segment already. The fourth segment was already a very decent result. Looking across those who entered Nirvana Soul Hall, powerhouses who managed to enter the fourth segment belonged among those with superior apartment I. 2-2. No one expected that Yi Yuan could actually walk until this step 2. This punk can really hold out. Sure enough, the function of Dao Heart is still great. However, it ends here too. The fourth segment's number and power are double that of the third segment's. The power is already extremely terrifying. He'll surely withdraw within 10,000 feet. Chin S, H, I, plus Tion said with certainty. Many people who made it to the fourth segment nodded their heads one after another. Many top geniuses all suffer cruise. H, I, plusing defeat at the fourth segment. This round was indeed a watershed. Wanting to clear it was incredibly difficult. Apart from Chin S, H, I, plus Tion 3 people, the best result was also merely peak fourth segment. Very soon, 10,000 feet was reached. Amidst the swaying in the midst of a raging storm, Yi Yuan crossed 10,000 feet. Chin S, H, I, plus Tion's expression was very ugly. Slapped again. However, he was currently lording it over others. Although everyone found it funny, they did not dare to show it. He was the disciple that Hall Master regarded extremely highly. This time, Chin S.H. I plus Tion became wiser. He stopped talking, but in his heart, he was still sneering endlessly. This way of perseverance, having his divine soul be destroyed by the divine soul attacks in the end, was the only outcome. No idea how long had Pa S. said either. Yi Yuan arrived at the threshold of the 5th segment. No idea why. Everyone's hearts leaped to their throats again. This guy teetered, and actually Serpa S. set everyone apart from the Scarlet Drill 3 sons in the end. Inconceivable. Suddenly, Great Emperor Isin's pupils constricted, and he exclaimed, 4 rots. I understand. This boy is using the divine soul attacks to temper his soul body. Chapter 2925, Accidentally Cleared the Stage. Chapter 2925, Accidentally Cleared the Stage. Tempering the soul body. Many people could not help crying out in surprise. Tempering the soul body in the soul-controlling avenue. This act was also too crazy. Although the soul-controlling avenue had the effect of tempering the soul body in itself, everyone did not dare to stay for a time. The fighting spirit aroused by the first roll of drums was depleted by the second and exhausted by the third. Once it stopped, the violent storm-like divine soul attacks would completely knock you unconscious. Even a powerhouse like Chin S.H. I plus Tion only dared to stop briefly at the first 2 segments too. After entering the 3rd segment, it was impossible to stay for a time anymore. But Yi Yuan had been tempering his soul body all the way from the 1st segment. This was simply too crazy. He wouldn't keep on tempering, right? Then wouldn't he be able to break through all the way to the 10th segment? An examiner could not resist asking. Before entering the soul-controlling avenue, he should only be 2 rots. Now, he actually broke through 2 rots consecutively. This boy's Tao heart is firm. He indeed has incredible willpower. However, it just about ends here too. Such tempering is very harmful to the soul body. If he doesn't withdraw in the 5th segment, he'll turn to ashes. Great Emperor Isun shook his head and said. Only after hearing this did Chin S.H. I plus Tion involuntarily let out a sigh of relief. Just now, hearing that Yi Yuan was actually tempering the soul body, he broke out in cold sweat too. In that case, could Yi Yuan keep on breaking through and upgrading continuously? It turned out that it was a false alarm. A guy who curries favor by claptrap. Don't withdraw if you have the capability. Chin S.H. I plus Tion said disdainfully. In his heart, he naturally hoped that Yi Yuan would turn to ashes. Right at this time, Yi Yuan stepped into the 5th segment. The pressure increased again. If it was a normal soul race cultivation method, he would naturally be unable to withstand this kind of damage. But the divine emergence was the soul race's supreme soul cannon with endless wonders. Yi Yuan's soul body looked very contorted, but actually the damage was not that great because his recovery ability was extremely shocking. Of course, this process was extremely painful, but pain was really nothing to Yi Yuan. Clearly, after entering the 5th segment, the soul body was in even greater agony. Yi Yuan's soul body became even more contorted too. However, Yi Yuan was still persisting in moving forward. Chin S.H. I plus Tion's gaze flickered, secretly encouraging in his heart. That's right. Just like this. Don't pull out. Come on. Just as he wished, Yi Yuan did not pull out. He kept persevering. Then he reached the 6 segments checkpoint too. Everyone held their breathing again. Could it be that Yi Yuan was going to break the record too, becoming the 2nd examinee to break through to the 6th segment today? Yi Yuan did not hesitate, taking a stride over. The pressure increased again. Then, Yi Yuan broke through. 5 rots. Great Emperor Isun's expression somewhat could not be maintained anymore. He predicted just now that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would turn to ashes. Now, Yi Yuan broke through to the sixth segment. His soul body broke through to 5 rots too, as if he was slapping his face. Many people cast strange gazes over. Just now, wasn't it you who said that if Yi Yuan still did not withdraw, he would die? This kid must have some mystic art that can rapidly recover the soul body. However, no matter how strong the mystic art is, it's impossible for him to tide over the sixth segment too. Great Emperor Yi's son said with certainty, as if he was regaining some face for himself. Everyone came to a sudden realization. Yi Yuan naturally had some reliance to dare to temper his soul like this. Hall Master was a great emperor. His words could still be trusted. In reality, that was indeed the case too. It was just that he did not know that Yi Yuan's mystic art was the supreme sacred canon of the soul race. Then Yi Yuan got closer to Qin's H.I. plus Tian's record bit by bit. Qin's H.I. plus Tian's expression also started to become ugly little by little. This was like the tortoise and hare. That tortoise at the back got closer to him little by little. This kind of feeling was like being roasted on a fire. Arduous. Die. Why haven't you died yet? The 6 segment's divine soul attacks are so terrifying. Why hasn't he died yet? Qin's H.I. plus Tian shouted crazily in his heart, cursing Yi Yuan to turn to ashes. But, very sadly, he did not. Yi Yuan's footsteps were difficult but Dysprosium, 200 feet. Tied. When Yi Yuan took a stride, someone suddenly cried out in alarm. The people came to a sudden realization. It turned out that Yi Yuan already tied with Qin's H.I. plus Tian's record. The powerhouses present seethed with excitement again. No one expected that a brand new record that virtually no one could surpass. S was broken on the same day. Many people's faces felt fiery hot. Earlier, they lavished Qin's H.I. plus Tian with praises crazily, trampling Yi Yuan until he was utterly worthless. But now, Yi Yuan was on the verge of breaking Qin's H.I. plus Tian's record. Qin's H.I. plus Tian's expression was almost contorted. Trampled again. At the lucid forest, it was instant kill. At the soul-controlling avenue, it was boiling the frog slowly in warm water. From the 5th segment until now, he was like a frog that was slowly being boiled. Then he was cooked. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into now. The posturing earlier seemed extremely laughable now. Zhou Yu and Hechen stopped talking too. They used Yi Yuan to give vent earlier. Now, Yi Yuan was feeding them H.I. plus T. This slap was extremely resounding. But the surprise that Yi Yuan created was clearly not enough yet. Then, he stepped into the 7th segment. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. 7th segment. To everyone present, including those Emperor realms, this was something that was unimaginable. Body could do it. Great Emperor Yi's expression became even uglier. He tried to regain some face, but he discovered that his face was beaten more and more swollen. Below the soul-controlling avenue, it was deathly silent. Everyone just looked at Yi Yuan like that, looking at his solo performance. They already did not know what they should say. This test already became Yi Yuan's solo show. Amidst the deathly silence, Yi Yuan was still advancing. 7th segment, 8th segment, 9th segment. With each segment that he said, everyone's hearts seemed to thud heavily. When Yi Yuan crossed the 9th segment and entered the 10th segment, the air seemed to have solidified. It's the 10th segment already? If say that the first segment is a light drizzle, then the 10th segment is the sky being rent asunder and the earth split open. How can this guy endure it? This guy is simply a freak. At this soul-controlling avenue, he forcibly broke through from 2 rots to peak 8 rots. They already did not know what to use to describe their current mood. Before this, they did their best to lavish praise, lauding Qin's H.I. plus Tian's achievement until it was number 1 under the heavens. But now, compared to Yi Yuan, he was nothing. 10th segment was too crazy. This legendary checkpoint was indeed formidable. Even if Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, this round was quite strenuous too. But, along with his soul body getting stronger and stronger, his comprehensions in the divine emergence's second level also became deeper and deeper. His divine emergence already gradually showed signs of grand completion. He needed an opportunity to break through to the third level. One step, another step. Yi Yuan got nearer and nearer to the peak 10th segment. Everyone's hearts failed to live up to expectations and beat faster and faster. They felt as if their chests were about to explode. Suddenly, a terrifying thought emerged in their minds. Clearing the stage? There was actually someone who could clear the stage in the soul-controlling avenue. How long had this not happened when looking across the entire nihility exceeding balance heaven? Finally, Yi Yuan took a step out, blue skies that spanned for 10,000 miles. I accidentally cleared the stage. Yi Yuan looked back at the soul-controlling avenue and said somewhat absent-mindedly, Chapter 29-26, Slight Imperfection in an Otherwise Flawless Thing. Chapter 29-26, Slight Imperfection in an Otherwise Flawless Thing. C cleared the stage. There were no heaven-shocking exclamations. There was only blankness. Until now, they still did not dare to believe it. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall never had anyone who cleared the stage before. Today it was broken. No one thought that the tortoise-like Yi Yuan actually created a myth in the end. Clear the stage. This is clearing the stage. How'd he do it? Still said that it was accidental. Can this guy not be so demoralizing? Just now, I still felt that Sheen S. H.I. plus Tian was unbelievably impressive. But compared to Yi Yuan, he's not even dregs. Being able to witness a stage clear with my own eyes, I haven't lived my life in vain. All of a sudden, the crowd exploded. Soul-controlling Avenue's stage, clear, was a legendary grand occasion. Some people were even agitated until they shed tears. Witnessing the birth of a miracle was indeed a kind of honor too. This matter could be boasted for life. The Embark S. Smith from before no longer existed a long time ago. What was there to be Embark S. said about? Many examinees already treated Yi Yuan as an idol, prostrating on all fours in idolization. People were like this. When your strength was more or less the same as him, they would be envious and would be jealous. But when you reached a height that was lofty and out of reach, there was no longer such a thing. There was only admiration remaining. Great Emperor Yi-sun took a look at Yi Yuan, then looked at Qin S. H.I. plus Tian, and let out a long sigh. When the latter felt this gaze, he was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. However glorious he was a moment ago, it was how Embark S. say it was now. All of his glory served as a foil to Yi Yuan's glory. To a genius, nothing was more demoralizing than this. West Dawn, if I didn't remember wrongly, in the last 30,000 years, there was only He Jim and Heaven Subduer, one person who cleared the stage, right? Great Emperor Yi-sun suddenly said. Great Emperor West Dawn said rather excitedly. That's right. Wu Yu Nirvana Soul Hall also became one of the 10 great Nirvana Soul Halls based on this. I didn't expect that we produced one too. But Great Emperor Yi-sun let out a sigh and said, how unfortunate. He's merely 9 rots when he made it through the 10th segment. Compared to He Jim and Heaven Subduer, he's still much worse. West Dawn said, yeah, when He Jim and Heaven Subduer cleared the soul-controlling avenue back then, he achieved the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique with 10 rots. Later, he relied on the Heaven Tyrant Soul Physique and roamed the world unhindered, becoming a He Jimin. Yi Yuan's ultimately a level worse than him. A discrepancy of a hair's breadth could lead to an error of 1,000 miles. Even if it's 9 rots, wanting to step into the He Jimin realm is incredibly difficult too. Yi-sun said, rather disappointedly. Not entering He Jimin, they would at most be about the same as him. Even if they were more formidable than him, they would just be an Emperor Sakura heaven in the end. That was not a big deal. Only by stepping into the He Jimin realm would it be considered to have really leaped over the Dragon Gate. soaring to the heaven in one leap. Therefore, even if Yi Yuan's performance was extremely breathtaking, Great Emperor Yi's son was somewhat waning in interest too. When everyone heard, they could not help being enlightened. It turned out that there was still such a thing. Qin H I plus Tian finally regained a trace of confidence. Isn't there still the third stage? Yi Yuan could do it, so he could also do the same. Who said that Qin H I plus Tian could not go against the wind and perform a reversal? On the Scarlet Drill battlefield, he was originally very inconspicuous. How many times he was head from the jaws of death? How many times was he in adverse circuit? In stances, he did not shrink back. This time, he absolutely would not too. He, Qin H I plus Tian, used his life to fight for today. Thinking up to here, Qin H I plus Tian suddenly knelt down to Yi's son and said, "Master, this third round. This disciple will definitely go against the wind and reverse the situation, regaining all that I've lost." Great Emperor Yi's son saw an incomparably strong determination in Qin H I plus Tian's eyes. This kind of resolve was tempered in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Qin H I plus Tian was not beaten down by Yi Yuan. On the contrary, Yi Yuan's heaven-defying rise ignited his fighting spirit even more. The corners of Great Emperor Yi's mouth curled slightly, and he said with a faint smile, "Good. Master thinks very highly of you. Perhaps Yi Yuan's appearance is a good thing to you." Qin H I plus Tian's entire body trembled, immediately understanding Great Emperor Yi's meaning. These few years, he had become somewhat egotistical. Especially just now, he virtually had one leg into the seventh segment. His life seemed to have reached its peak, but Yi Yuan's appearance gave him a direct blow, knocking him awake. The so-called being toughened and hardened into steel, Great Emperor Yi's son knew that someone like Qin H I plus Tian might have even greater potential than Yi Yuan. After all, they were just true sovereign heaven. Everything was possible. At this time, Yi Yuan floated down. Many people cast wars. H I plus Ping gazes over. However, they also knew that there was likely still a battle between Yi Yuan and Qin H I plus Tian. This fight would very likely determine the two people's future. Seeing Great Emperor Yi's gratified gaze, everyone naturally would not think that he was shooting at random. Hall Master's gaze had always been very sharp. It was naturally not without reason that he picked Qin H I plus Tian at one glance among the Scarlet Drill 3 sons. Yi Yuan did not have the intention of deliberately showing off. He cultivated the divine emergence. If he could not even clear the stage, he could find a piece of tofu to commit suicide with. There was no comparison between him and Qin H I plus Tian at all, and he had never treated him as an opponent before either. However, Qin H I plus Tian clearly did not feel that way. He already viewed Yi Yuan as his lifelong enemy. Seeing Yi Yuan come over, Qin H I plus Tian snorted coldly and said, "Yi Yuan, don't you be smug. The victor hasn't been decided between us yet. The third stage, Soul Refining Furnace, is where we'll have our final showdown. This time, I'll completely defeat you, and you'll become the stepping stone on my path to hegemon." Yi Yuan had a baffled look. "I did not even posture when I cleared the stage. What did you run here to posture for? Who is going to determine the victor with you? From start to you, it had always been you performing by yourself, all right? Oh, hegemon? Then very impressive. Buck up," Yi Yuan said coolly. Qin H I plus Tian could not help choking as if his punch had landed on cotton. If Yi Yuan went T for tat with him, he would have even greater fighting spirit. But what the I was this? Soul Refining Furnace was a chaos heavenly treasure with boundless power. Of course, the the soul refining furnace in the Nirvana Soul Hall was just a projection of it. This third stage, soul refining furnace, was for the soul denizen to enter it and receive the tempering of 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires. These 49 kinds of Tao fire, each one was stronger than the last. Only by being able to make it through the test of 7 Tao fires was it considered to have Pa-S, said the round. Same as before, this round was a test and also a lucky chance. The tempering of Tao fire was extremely harmful to the soul body. But true gold was not afraid of being refined by fire. Tempering revival amidst Tao fire was the greatest significance of this round. Someone transformed into a B-U-T, turfly in the soul refining furnace, rising from the ashes, reaching the peak. After 2 rounds of a S assessment, there were only 97 people remaining in this third round. After Pa-S, sing the third round, one would be considered a true Nirvana Soul Hall's disciple. But this third round was also the most dangerous. This was because this round could not be backed out of. One must experience 7 Tao fires before the soul refining furnace would open again, and the examinee could then only come out. Either succeed or die trying. This seat reminds you all. The Tao fires in the soul refining furnace aren't average Tao fires. These 7 by 7, 49 kinds of Tao fires are all chaos fires. Our soul race expended a huge price before collecting them. Of course, the main bodies of these Tao fires are all in the real soul refining furnace. But even so, you all can't underestimate it either. Now, if you want to withdraw, you can still pull out. Otherwise, once you enter the soul refining furnace, there's only Pa-S. Sing the test before you can come out. Great Emperor East Sun said coolly. Chapter 29-27, Bigger Bet. Chapter 29-27, Bigger Bet. The audience was in an uproar. Many people actually already wanted to back out. It's actually Chaos Tao fires. Furthermore, it's even 49 kinds, my G-O-D. Chaos Tao fires burn myriad life. I heard that it can even burn He-Jimin realms to death. Wouldn't we be courting death by entering it? This round, there's probably only Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I. plus Tion they all, these freaks that have hope of Pa sing, right? It's too difficult to enter the Nirvana Soul Hall. The examinees' wails echoed, clearly being intimidated by Chaos Tao fire 3 words. In reality, this round was indeed the most difficult of the 3 stages. Of the 3 rounds, the Lucid Forest was the easiest instead. Although the soul-controlling avenue was difficult, there would always be someone who could clear the stage every several tens of thousands of years. But in the 3rd round, Soul Refining Furnace, up to this date, there were only a scanty few people who could clear the stage. These handful of people were all presently the soul race's Tansiel S existences now. Even if compared to He-Jim and Cloudmount, they were not at all inferior to him in the least bit. When West Dawn saw that many people could not make up their minds, he smiled slightly and said, "There is no harm telling you all. Each time the test starts, this round's death rate is the highest, with close to 70%. This is also to say that at most, only 30 people out of you guys can survive. With this, many people shrink back. A death rate of 70% was indeed too horrifying. One had to know that those able to make it to the 3rd round were all soul path geniuses. There was actually such a terrifying death rate. I'll withdraw. I'm withdrawing too. Forget it, I give up." Weston's words made some of those who were ranked at the back make up their minds in the end. To these people, them entering the soul refining furnace were equivalent to being cannon fodders, being virtually unable to set off any waves. Very soon, more than 10 people backed out. Right at this time, Qin S. H. I. plus Tion suddenly looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, "Yi Yuan, why don't we bet bigger? Let's compete in this soul refining furnace. How about it?" Yi Yuan was not surprised. He smiled and said, "Oh, I wonder how you want to compete." Qin S. H. I. plus Tion said, "In the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall, the soul refining furnace's highest record is 4 by 7, 28 kinds of Tao fires. Let's simply bet a little higher and request from Master to take action, sealing the two of our soul refining furnaces shut. Without reaching 5 by 7, 35 kinds of Tao fires were not allowed to come out. The moment these words came out, everyone's faces suddenly changed. This was betting too big. Putting aside that it was 5 by 7, 35 kinds of Tao fires, just 2 by 7, 28 kinds of Tao fires was already extremely terrifying too. One had to know that the Tao fires in the soul refining furnace were added one by one. With 28 kinds of chaos Tao fires, what kind of horrifying refinement ability was that? But to consider 35 kinds of Tao fires, this was simply an impossible task. Even great Emperor Isen's pupils constricted slightly too. But very soon, the corners of his mouth revealed a hint of a smile. This was Qin's I plus Tion, forcing himself into a desperate situation so that he could risk it all. This boy had resolve, had willpower, and had strength. He was an exceptionally talented person from beginning to end. Furthermore, this was psychological warfare too. Once Yi Yuan cowered, it would be hard to win Qin's I plus Tion in this round. But if he accepted it, it would virtually be a certain death scenario. In this round, there was indeed an advantage for strong soul bodies. But once it reached the late stages, dozens of Tao fires superimposed, whatever soul body would be useless too. Even if it was 10 rots, it was also merely true Sovereign Heaven's 10 rots. That was all. In contrast, this round's test was more comprehensive. Strength, talent, perseverance, courage, all these various aspects were all in this round. Many people looked at Yi Yuan sympathetically. Right now, he was being caught in the horns of a dilemma. Yi Yuan fell silent. Qin's I plus Tion looked at Yi Yuan and said smugly, "What? Don't dare anymore? Does the powerhouse in the soul, controlling avenue, juncture, not even have this bit of courage? How disappointing." Yi Yuan shook his head and said, "I was thinking that 35 kinds are too few. How about this? I actually don't have much confidence in 49 kinds of chaos Tao fires too. Let's just set it on 6 by 7, 42 kinds. I feel that this number is just right. There's some challenge, and it also won't be too easy." The sound of cold air being sucked in came from all around. Impressive. Well deserving of being the soul-controlling avenue stage clearing big shot. He was BRIMING with confidence. With this, Yi Yuan directly counter-checkmated and performed a posture while he was at it. These 42 kinds, just whether you dare or not. If you don't dare, don't compete. Qin's I plus Tion's face was almost becoming as long as a horse's face. "Brat, you're ruthless enough." Everyone gazes turned toward Qin's I plus Tion simultaneously with a whoosh. The latter was hesitating. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What? Don't dare anymore?" The genius who created a miracle in the soul-controlling avenue, just a step away from the 7th segment, doesn't even have this bit of courage? How disappointing. When many people heard this, they immediately spurted out. Sarcastic, blatant sarcasm. A stage-clearing powerhouse who created a myth deriding a rookie who was only 7th segment. Nothing was more ironic than this. Furthermore, Yi Yuan even retorted Qin's I plus Tion with his original words. The power was more than 10 times that of the original words. Qin's I plus Tion's face could not be preserved anymore. He was not a fool and knew that Yi Yuan was goading him. But at this time, could he shrink back? Qin's I plus Tion naturally did not know which step he could walk until. But he wanted to challenge himself and put Yi Yuan down while he was at it. But who knew that Yi Yuan was even more ruthless than him, directly mentioning 42 kinds of Tao fires? One had to know, reaching that kind of degree, each additional Tao fire was like having a mountain pressing on the body. The level of danger rose exponentially. Could he withstand it? Okay, I accept. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion was silent for a long time, using a low voice to roar these words out. Great Emperor Isen's brows furrowed slightly, and he said in a solemn voice, S. H. I. Plus Tion. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion raised his head to look at Great Emperor Isun and said solemnly, Master, I've experienced too many life and death in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. How can I not see through that he's goading me? However, so what? Which powerhouse didn't wander out of the brink of death? How can the likes of them become hegemons? As he spoke, he pointed at the examinees who backed out. Those people were incomparably ashamed and angry. Wisconsin H. I. Plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. When Great Emperor Isun heard, he was very moved too, and said with a nod, This seat understands. Go on. This seat will take action to lock in 6x7, 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion cupped his fists and said, Many thanks, Master, for granting my Wisconsin H. Plus he looked toward Yi Yuan again and said with a cold smile, How is it? You didn't expect that I'd agree, right? Do you feel like you lifted a rock to smash your own feet? Yi Yuan smiled and said, It doesn't matter, as long as you're happy. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was too hateful. He smiled coldly and said, I heard Master say before, each of the chaos Tao fires in the soul refining furnace has power at the limit of true sovereign heaven. After 21 chaos Tao fires are superimposed, even if it's a 10 rots powerhouse, a moment of carelessness and they will fall too. Don't think that you can sleep in peace with 9 rots. Yi Yuan still had a calm appearance as he said with a smile, Is that so? You're just 6 rots. You have to be careful. Chapter 29-28, Grand Awakening Chin S.H.I. Plus Tion. Chapter 29-28, Grand Awakening Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion. Out of 97 people, there were only 79 people who entered the soul refining furnace in the end. The Nirvana Soul Hall could freely control the number of soul refining furnaces projections. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion arrived before the soul refining furnace that belonged to him and involuntarily took a deep breath. Against 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires, this was really tremendous pressure. Even if he had experienced life and death countless times, facing such enormous pressure, he could not be composed and collected too. He could not resist glancing in Yi Yuan's direction and discovered that Yi Yuan was currently sizing the soul refining furnace up with interest. Not the slightest pressure could be seen. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion's heart could not help turning cold. Why is this guy so relaxed? Hang on. It was him who was too nervous. Facing 42 kinds of Tao fires, he was unprecedentedly nervous. This was a desperate situation, with virtually no possibility of returning alive. Hence, he was somewhat at a loss on what to do. In the past, whenever he was faced with a desperate situation, he could cope with it calmly. What was going on this time? Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion spat out a mouthful of turbid breath heavily, his entire person suddenly being unprecedentedly relaxed. Wanting to look down on the enemy strategically, one must attach importance to the enemy in terms of tactics. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion did not expect that he actually found himself again in Yi Yuan. Got beaten again. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion was proud and also monstrous. It was just that he did not expect that after entering the hall in trance assessment this time, he would be pressed to the ground by Yi Yuan and dragged across it time and again. Panicked. Thank you, Yi Yuan. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion suddenly said. Yi Yuan was stunned and could not help looking toward Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion, suddenly discovering that the other party had become somewhat different. Yes, this guy found his original heart again himself. Hence, he smiled slightly and said, Don't mention it. But Chin S. H. I. plus Tion's expression turned intent, and he said, "However, I won't lose to you in this round." Yi Yuan just smiled slightly, rising into the air and landing inside the soul refining furnace. A burning sensation hit him head-on. Hos, plus Tion found his original heart again and had a grand awakening. In this battle, he absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. Perhaps my estimation of him is still far, far lower. This seat feels that he might really create a miracle, walking out safely from under the soul refinement of 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Perhaps he's the next hegemon heaven's subduer. Great Emperor Isun clearly felt Qin's plus Tion's change too. Earlier, he was still worried. But now, he was not worried at all anymore. At this time, he was incomparably certain that Yi Yuan was just Qin's plus Tion's wedding stone. Because at this time, Qin's plus Tion was already equipped with all the qualities that a powerhouse needed to have. He had no reason not to rise up. Great Emperor Weston also nodded and said, "Originally, I also felt that it was messing around a little. But now, I'm very optimistic about Qin's plus Tion too." Even the Great Emperor Would Release, who had been silent all along, also said, "That's right, Qin's plus Tion is very likely to soar to the heavens in one bound." 3 great emperors putting the word out at the same time. This was virtually a final verdict already. Many people started to get excited again. Could it be that they were still going to witness a miracle again today? Yi Yuan won 2 matches in a row. In the end, was he still going to be trampled by Qin's plus Tion? That would really be a great reversal. No matter what, just wait and see. Great Emperor Isun fired out one soul seal after another. Yi Yuan and Qin's plus Tion soul refining furnaces seemed to have one shackle after another added on. Each time one was fired out, everyone's heart tensed up a bit. Finally, he fired out 35 shackles, coupled with the originally locked in 7 kinds of Tao fires. It was 42 kinds. With this, everyone knew that these 2 people could not get out anymore. Against 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires, even thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. Boom! A purple flame lit up at the same time in the 79 soul refining furnaces. The soul refining furnaces were completely filled with purple flames. That berserk fire tongue devoured everyone's bodies at once. Ah! 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 Several miserable cries transmitted over. The examinees in several soul refining furnaces directly turned to ashes. Everyone's expression could not help changing. They knew that Chaos Tao fire was strong, but did not expect that it was so strong. Those few people simply disappeared virtually without the strength to resist. Those examinees who withdrew could not help wiping away cold sweat. Luckily, I pulled out. Otherwise, with my strength, I'll definitely be the same as them. This is the legendary Purple Sun True Fire. The power is indeed terrifying. I heard that this Purple Sun True Fire is an extreme young and indomitable fire. It can burn all life in heaven and earth. Back then, my soul race's hegemon Purple Sun completely burned a human hegemon to nothingness with this fire. The moment the Tao fire emerged, it caused an uproar. This Purple Sun True Fire had a great reputation. It was the lifeblood Tao fire of the soul race's hegemon Purple Sun. It had boundless power. Those who withdrew from the test all secretly heaved sighs of relief, one after another. So what if they lost some face? It was better than losing their lives. Arg, delightful. Come on, again. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin's plus Tion cried out in pain as he shouted arrogantly. It was as if he was crazy. Clearly, he was not having a good time in this soul refining furnace. But his performance made everyone extremely surprised, because the others were already exhausting all of their strength just to resist the tempering of the Tao fire. How could they still have the time to shout? Qin's plus Tian being like this, it showed that he still had strength left over. On the contrary, there was not much activity over at Yi Yuan there. However, this was just the first Dao fire. There was clearly nothing that could be seen. With Yi Yuan's 9 Rot's soul body, it was clearly not difficult to resist 7 kinds of Dao fire. Every 4 hours, a Dao fire would descend. 4 hours later, the second Dao fire descended. Hence, several other examinees died inside the soul refining furnace. Time slowly trickled by the 3rd, the 4th, all the way until the 6th. With each Dao fire that descended, there were many examinees who died. When it reached the 6th, there were already more than 40 people who had died. The death rate was not an ordinary kind of high. But right at this time, an accident happened. Haha, finally broke through. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's loud laughter came out. 7 Rots. Experiencing the baptism of 6 kinds of Dao fires. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian finally broke through to 7 Rots. Sure enough, it came. Against 6 kinds of Dao fire, the others were all exhausted from dealing with them. But Qin S. H. I. plus Tian could break through his own shackles. Remarkable. Now, Yi Yuan became the one being challenged. He's 9 Rots. It's probably not easy for him to want to reach the legendary 10 Rots. Next, it will depend on how far Qin S. H. I. plus Tian could go. If he can reach 9 Rots too, then he'll really soar to the heavens in one bound. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's breakthrough made everyone faintly look forward to it. Very soon, the 7th kind of Dao fire descended. A large group died at once. Every 7th kind was a major hurdle. The power of the chaos Dao fire would suddenly soar significantly. The initial 79 people were actually only left with a little over 20 people now. The death rate was even higher than imagined. Ha ha! I finally pass, said the round. I pass said, gee. Oh, D knows how your father pulled through. Suddenly, someone shouted loudly and actually had already pass, said the round. Your father pass, said the round too. F asterisk King H. E. L. L. Your father isn't entering the soul refining furnace ever again. Sniff, sniff, this person actually cried. These few people were all challengers with very eye-catching performances in the first 2 rounds. It could be seen how terrifying this round was. Chapter 29-29, Catching Up from Behind. Chapter 29-29, Catching Up from Behind. It's 8 Rots already. Impressive. Impressive. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian is really showing signs of catching up. Great Emperor Yi-sun indeed has eyes like torches. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian really erupted this time. After the 14th kind of Dao fire descended, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian finally broke through to the realm of 8 Rots. Hence, the people were ignited once more. Up until now, there was already nothing else to pay attention to in this round. Although Zhou Yu and He Chun were still struggling bitterly, there was already no one paying attention to them. These 2 people would quit sooner or later. The only thing worth paying attention to was the compet. 1. Tie-in between Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. The compet. 1. Tie-in of 6 by 7, 27 kinds of Dao fires had already passed, said now. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian showed signs of catching up rapidly from behind. Meanwhile, Yi Yuan still had no activities until now. The current Qin S. H. I. plus Tian seemed to be ACCU, mulating momentum, waiting to soar to the sky in one bound. After his grand awakening, he indeed did not let great Emperor Yi-sun down, exhibiting amazing perseverance and potential. One had to know, after 14 kinds of Dao fires, it was like the soul controlling avenues segments, the difficulty coefficient soaring. The soul refining furnace was a glaze color. It was transparent. Everyone could see that inside was already filled with multicolored chaos Tao fires. Under 14 kinds of Tao fires, it was not as simple as 1 plus 1 equals 2. In the soul refining furnace, the soul body was constantly enduring endless agony. Even the slightest carelessness, and one would turn to ashes. Even if it was Qin S, H, I, plus Tian and Yi Yuan, there were no exceptions either. That kind of pain, look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, two people, and one would know. But Qin S, H, I, plus Tian broke through time and again. Everyone's enthusiasm was ignited by him. However, everyone understood that following that would be the toughest test. Qin S, H, I, plus Tian said before, after 21 kinds of Tao fires, a powerhouse with 10 rots was unable to persist too. This was also to say that 14 kinds to 21 kinds were the two people's limit already. Whoever won or lost, it might be time to showcase their true abilities. When the 16th Tao fire descended, He Chun could not hold on and had to withdraw. When it was the 17th, Zhou Yu could not hold on anymore as well. At this time, there was no one left in the soul refining furnace anymore, except for two people. There were only Yi Yuan and Qin S, H, I, plus Tian left. Over at Yi Yuan there, it had been very quiet all along, without any activities at all. It looked just like he was eking out a miserable existence. While Qin S, H, I, plus Tian this side was everyone's focal point. Inside the soul refining furnace, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was screaming miserably, but his aura was getting stronger and stronger. Finally, after the 20th Tao fire descended, he broke through again. 9 rots. With this, even Great Emperor Yi Sun was not calm anymore too. He was very optimistic about Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, but he did not expect that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian would give him one pleasant surprise after another. 9 rots. Before entering the hall in trance assessment, Great Emperor Yi Sun had never even thought about it before. He had long expected that after experiencing 3 rounds of assessment, there was no problem in Qin S, H, I, plus Tian breaking through to 7 rots. But now, he already entered 9 rots. Died. With this, they are back to the same starting line again. With this, he really caught up from behind. 10 rots. Will the legendary 10 rots appear? There's still half of the Tao fires left at the back. If they can really hold on, 10 rots will definitely appear. After the second round, everyone thought that the third round would become boring. Who knew that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian strove harder after knowing humiliation and actually caught up miraculously. Reaching 9 rots, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian was tied with Yi Yuan. Haha, this seat indeed didn't misjudge this boy. Already 9 rots. In this seat's view, he will definitely be able to steep into 10 rots. Great Emperor Yi Sun already gave up on the reservedness of a great emperor, being pleased with himself, as he said with a loud laugh. West Dawn and Wood Release, 2 great emperors, took a look at Zhou Yu and He Chun, and they could not help sighing slightly. In this compet, 1, Tian, they had lost until they were badly mauled all over. Who could have thought that Qin S, H, I, plus Tian could actually be so heaven-defying, suddenly awakening amidst adversity, soaring to the sky in one bound. The legendary 10 rots. 9 rots to 10 rots was a huge threshold. It was 100 times harder than stepping into the Emperor realm. To someone who was 10 rots, stepping into the Emperor realm was just ordinary. As long as they did not fall, their lowest future achievement would also be an origin-level Great Emperor. If they really stepped into 10 rots, that would really be leaping over the Dragon Gate, soaring to the heaven in one leap. Compared to the Qin S, H, I, plus Tian, who was like the noonday sun at this time, the current Yi Yuan seemed much dimmer. Actually, Yi Yuan had long already reached peak 9 rots. He was only a step away from 10 rots, but he encountered a bottleneck. Actually, This was also within reason. What Yi Yuan cultivated was the powerful soul race's sacred canon, the divine emergence. Furthermore, he broke through too smoothly and too quickly from second rots to 9 rots. Therefore, the difficulty of stepping into 10 rots was naturally 100 times, even 1,000 times compared to the others. One chaos Tao fire after another descended, and the pain and pressure that Yi Yuan endured were also increasing several times over. The pain of Tao fire refining the soul overwhelmed him to the extent where he wished that he was dead. When the 21st kind of Tao fire descended, he could not resist giving fled groan, reached his limit, just as great Emperor Yi Sun said. The advantage that he had previously already completely did not exist. Following that, it was the match between perseverance and potential. Of course, the pain that Qin Hi plus Tian endured was not the slightest bit worse than Yi Yuan. Although he broke through to 9 rots, under the superimposition of 21 kinds of chaos Tao fires, 9 rots did not hold too much advantage. Hence, the two people fell into a state of extreme danger. Inside the soul-refining furnace, Qin Hi plus Tian was still howling in pain, appearing extremely imposing. Why do I feel that Qin Hi plus Tian will definitely win this time? I feel so too. Yi Yuan has clearly already exhausted his potential and isn't able to step into the realm of 10 rots anymore. Although Qin Hi plus Tian is miserable, he's full of energy. Furthermore, mustering such vigorous perseverance now, he might very likely break through this shackle. At this time, Yi Yuan and Qin Hi plus Tian two people situation had already completely changed. Qin Hi plus Tian's great reversal already completely suppressed Yi Yuan. For by 7 fire, activate. One Tao fire after another descended one after another. Inside the soul refining furnace, it became even more brightly colored. These colors looked great, but were extremely dangerous. Qin Hi plus Tian was originally still howling miserably without ceasing. But very soon he could not howl anymore. His howls also gradually weakened. This also showed that the power of the Tao fires inside the soul refining furnace already reached an extremely terrifying level. However, Qin Hi plus Tian still relied on shocking perseverance and pulled through 4 by 7 fires. This already broke Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall's record. Following that, it was 5 by 7 fires. Once 5 by 7 fires started, Qin Hi plus Tian and Yi Yuan let out fled groans at the same time. The two people's soul bodies actually started dissipating. Their 9 rots soul bodies actually started to be refined. Everyone held their breaths, watching these two people's soul bodies become weak little by little. Nihility Tao fire. Nihility Tao fire came. Can the two of them pull through? Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. This Nihility Tao fire was the last Tao fire of the 5 by 7 Tao fires, the 35th kind of Tao fire. Break for me. Break for me. Qin Hi plus Tian absolutely won't die here. The originally feeble to the extreme Qin Hi plus Tian suddenly started to roar crazily. Following that, a powerful to the extreme undulation came out of the soul refining furnace. 10 rots. Qin Hi plus Tian broke through to 10 rots, defying the heavens. Defying the heavens. This time, the one who cried out in surprise was Great Emperor Yi Sun. Chapter 29:30. Breaking Through the Shackles. Unprecedented and Unrepeatable. Chapter 29:30. Breaking Through the Shackles. Unprecedented and Unrepeatable. Qin Hi plus Tian breaking through to 10 rots made the entire Nirvana Soul Hall boil over with excitement. This was a glorious moment. 9 rots to 10 rots, just 1 rot, but the difference was like the difference between heaven and earth. 10 rots virtually represented immortality. In the same rank, no matter how exceedingly formidable your methods, you could not kill a 10-rot soul denizen too. Even when facing an emperor realm, 10 rots had the power to protect themselves too. Furthermore, once the bottleneck of 10 rots was opened, there would be no bottlenecks from now on. This was also to say that after breaking through to Emperor Realm, although the soul body was unable to reach 10 rots, one could cultivate all the way to 10 rots. Apart from this, when 10 rots advanced, the soul body would have a huge improvement. The lousiest would also start with 6 rots. This way, it saved countless cultivation time. All in all, the benefits were too numerous to enumerate. 10 rots. It's really 10 rots. I didn't expect that I actually witnessed the birth of 10 rots with my own eyes. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's sharp edge previously, it was all serving as a foil to a new genius. He's ultimately just a stepping stone. After today, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, this name will shake the entire soul race. Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's compet. 1. Tine already spread from mouth to mouth. Those who were idle in the Nirvana Soul Hall practically all came to watch the battle. 10 rots. This was something that had never happened before in the Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. Now, 10 rots powerhouse was really born. Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall was completely ignited from top to bottom. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. This name reverberated throughout Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. The several great emperors were extremely agitated too. 9 rots, they could still maintain composure. But 10 rots, the significance was completely different. 10 rots, if he did not fall, he had very high hopes of stepping into hegemon realm in the future. Once Qin S. H. I. plus Tian became a hegemon, then Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall would also attain Dao and ascend to heaven. Meanwhile, Zhou Yu and He Chun, 2 people, felt unbelievably ashamed of their unworthiness. Before this, they were called the Scarlet Drill 3 sons together with Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. But now, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian soared to the heavens in one bound. They could only fade into the crowd. Although their performance was pretty good too, in front of Qin S. H. I. plus Tian, they were bleak and dim. Suddenly, someone cried out in alarm. "You guys look? Yi Yuan can't make it anymore." Everyone got a shock, looking toward Yi Yuan's soul refining furnace. They discovered that Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to dissipate little by little. Soul body collapsing and dissipating. These were the precursors to disintegrating. However, there was already no one who cared too much. No one would care about losers. The winner was that person who wrote history. Yi Yuan's ultimately just a stepping stone. He's currently already useless. Yeah, if not for him, it would have been impossible for Qin S. H. I. plus Tian to soar to the heavens in one bound too. It's him who let Qin S. H. I. plus Tian have a grand awakening at the final moment. Yeah, his arrogance was too high. That's why he would bet with Qin S. H. I. plus Tian on these 42 kinds of Dao fires. In the end, he played himself to death. If they just bet 35 kinds, he still had hope of surviving. Now, everything has evaporated. What a shame, such a heaven-defying genius. Seeing this scene, many mocking voices came from the crowd, feeling that Yi Yuan courted death himself. Of course, there were people who lamented over Yi Yuan too, but there were more that were just ridiculing him. No one would sympathize with losers. Ha ha, Yi Yuan, thank you. Without you, it would have been impossible for me to break through to the realm of 10 rots. It's you who made me Qin S. H. I. plus Tian. In the soul refining furnace, Qin S. H. I. plus Tian already thoroughly completed the transformation. The originally weak him became incomparably powerful again. In the soul refining furnace, his soul body seemed especially clear. Even if there were 35 kinds of Tao fires covering, it could not hide his light too. Tin-Rot's soul body was sufficient to forcefully have a frontal confrontation with the human race and true spirit clan's fleshy body major powers. But very soon, Qin H I plus Tian could not laugh anymore. Tin-Rot's soul body was very strong, almost undying and imperishable. But in the end, it was just almost. Hegemons would die, let alone mere, true, sovereign heavens. Each chaos Tao fire in the soul refining furnace had exceedingly formidable power. Furthermore, the attributes were different. Now, 35 kinds of Tao fires had already built up inside. The power could be imagined. When the 36th Tao fire descended, Qin H I plus Tian screamed miserably, his soul body immediately suffering heavy injuries. At first, he still had strength to yell, but as the number of Tao fires increased again, he lost his breath very quickly. Furthermore, very soon, Qin H I plus Tian's soul body also started to collapse and dissipate. Everyone were virtually suffocating. Could it be that the Qin H I plus Tian, who created a heaven-defying legend, was actually going to die here? Looking over at Yi Yuan there, the dissipation of the soul body became more and more serious. His soul body had already become blurry, being completely surrounded by dozens of Tao fires, virtually unable to see clearly anymore. It's all this D.A.M. in Yi Yuan. He's useless himself and actually still had to drag Qin H I plus Tian into the water. Could it be that the Qin H I plus Tian, who just created a miracle, was going to die here? You guys look, Great Emperor Isen's expression is already ugly to the extreme. Most likely, he wishes to pull Yi Yuan out now and kill him again, right? Indeed, Great Emperor Isen's expression was very ugly. He knew that Qin H I plus Tian had already reached the brink of life and death survival. There were still 2 Tao fires remaining, but when the 42nd Tao fire descended, it would be a devastating blow. Could the Qin H I plus Tian under the current state pull through? Great Emperor Isun hated Yi Yuan to the extreme. If it was just agreed on 35 kinds, Qin H I plus Tian would be like the noonday sun now, without the slightest danger. But 42 was too many. Boom! When the 42nd Tao fire descended, Qin H I plus Tian gave AM. You've fled groan, his soul body almost completely collapsing. But he still held on with tremendous willpower. Everyone held their breaths again, staring at him without turning their eyes. Hang in there. Hold on. Great Emperor Isun gritted his teeth as he said. In the soul refining furnace, Qin H I plus Tian's soul body was gruesomely contorted, both eyes blood red. At this time, he was already struggling to the extreme. Life and death, it was hanging by a thread. Yi Yuan, I won't perish together with you. I, Qin H I plus Tian, am destined to step into Hegemon realm. Arga. Qin H I plus Tian seemed to be crazy, frenziedly squeezing out all of the potentials in his body. Time slowly trickled by. 15 minutes, 2 hours, 3 hours. 4 hours. Swaz. H. Plus a streak of azure light suddenly flew out. Qin H I plus Tian's nearly collapsed soul body actually flew out of the soul refining furnace at this moment. The lock was removed. Qin H I plus Tian made it through 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. 2 brilliant rays of light shot out of Great Emperor Isun's 2 eyes. A powerful soul force instantly wrapped Qin H I plus Tian up. Qin H I plus Tion's whole body could be seen recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ha ha ha. I, Chin S. H. I, plus Tion, made it through 42 kinds of Tao fires. 42. Not saying that it's unrepeatable, but should be unprecedented, right? Yi Yuan, you didn't expect it, right? This battle, it's ultimately me, Chin S. H. I, plus Tion, who won. Henceforth, I, Chin S. H. I, plus Tion, soar to the sky in one bound, soaring in the heavens. And you are just my Chin S. H. I, plus Tion's stepping stone. Feeling joy after surviving a calamity, Chin S. H. I, plus Tion let out a long laugh. Everything was settled. Oh, not bad. Really good. S. H. I, plus Tion, Master is proud of you. From now on, body can stop your marching footsteps anymore. Great Emperor Isun looked at Chin S. H. I, plus Tion and said with relief. Chapter 29:31. Smoking. Chapter 29:31. Smoking. Congratulations, Brother Chin. From now on, the skies will be vast with brilliant prospects, the seas wide for fishes to leap about. Zhou Yu's expression was somewhat unnatural as he said. Merely several days ago, he and Chin S. H. I, plus Tion were still almost on par. But a few days later, the two were already the difference between a firefly and the bright moon. Ichin's expression was awkward too, stepping forward to congratulate. Who knew that Chin S. H. I, plus Tion's expression turned dark, a powerful surge of soul force exploding with a loud bang. Zhou Yu and He Chun, two people, gave AM, U, F, fled groan, and were immediately blasted flying. Dog-like things. Who the H? EL. I do the two of you think you are to be worthy of addressing me as your brother. Chin S. H. I, plus Tion immediately fell out. Being slapped in public, their soul bodies already sustained heavy injuries. Zhou Yu two people felt ashamed and resentful, but they did not dare to flare up too. They could only crawl to their feet again and said with a bow, "See congratulations, young Emperor." 10 Rots had an extremely high status in the soul race. It was equivalent to a great emperor in reserve. Therefore, they were respectfully called young emperor. Chin S. H. I, plus Tion was surly in nature. In his eyes, only people with strength similar to him were fit to call him as their brother. Previously, these two people had similar strength as him. He naturally did not think otherwise. But now, this Brother Chin sounded like sarcasm to him. However, even if Chin S. H. I, plus Tion was arrogant to this extent, no one dared to say anything too. It was just that some people who originally wanted to come forward to congratulate did not dare to come forward anymore. After all, his current strength and status were already completely different. Before long, Chin S. H. I, plus Tion would definitely enter the core of the soul race and go further and further away from them. This was a heavenly figure. Great Emperor Weston's expression was also somewhat unnatural. Coughing dryly twice, he said, "Martial nephew doesn't need to get angry. You're currently already someone above the clouds. Why is there a need to stoop to their level?" Wood Release was also slightly awkward as he said, right. Toward two kids who don't know any better, Martial nephew doesn't need to be like this. 10 Rot's powerhouse was indeed the honor of Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall. But even if it was a great emperor, they did not dare to easily offend one too. Chin S. H. I, plus Tion gave Zhou Yu they all a slap each. How was it not slapping the two of their faces? But they had no choice either. From now on, Ning Lan Nirvana Soul Hall still needed Chin S. H. I, plus Tion to help out. The present Chin S. H. I, plus Tion had truly soared to the heavens in one bound. Chin S. H. I, plus Tion gave a cold snort and said, "If not for looking on the account of two martial uncles' faces, I'd definitely teach them a lesson. Suddenly, he seemed to have remembered something. Looking toward Yi Yuan's soul-refining furnace, he could not help smiling. He thought that he could use 42 kinds of Tao fires to entrap me to death. But he didn't expect that it would help me to achieve my aim, right? In the end, he himself died inside. Actually, 35 kinds of Tao fires. Even if he can't break through to 10 rots, there's no problem coming out. Great Emperor Yi-sun nodded slightly, and deeply felt that way too as he said, although he's much worse when compared to you, he's considered a genius too. It's just a shame. He lost to himself. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian laughed loudly and said, someone who is already dead, care about him for what? From now on, it's my Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian's era. The current Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian was full of high spirits. Who else but me could do it? Those examinees no longer had the qualifications to come forward and congratulate. Nirvana Soul Hall's Emperor Realm powerhouses came forward to give felicitations one after another. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian became everyone's nucleus. Even Great Emperor Yi-sun was worse off compared to him too. Great Emperor Yi-sun did not mind. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian was his disciple. He could not run away. However, his gaze swept in the direction of the soul-refining furnace, and his brows could not help furrowing slightly. This was because he saw the 34th kind of Tao fire descending. Strange. Logically speaking, Yi Yuan is dead. Shouldn't the soul-refining furnace's Tao fires be extinguished? Why is the Tao fire still increasing? By the side, when West Dawn and the rest heard Great Emperor Yi-sun's words, they were extremely surprised, looking over one after another. Inside the soul-refining furnace, Yi Yuan's soul body had already completely disappeared. Therefore, everyone thought that he was already dead. But the 34th kind of Tao fire had truly descended. Could it be that he's not dead yet? How is that possible? His soul body has already completely dissipated. He's clearly completely dead already. But how do you explain why the Tao fires in the soul-refining furnace haven't gone out yet? There wouldn't be some problem with the soul-refining furnace, right? A phenomenon that they could not explain appeared. Even the few great emperors were very perplexed too. Brother Yi-sun, is there something wrong with the soul-refining furnace? Why don't you cast a spell to interrupt the soul-refining furnace? Let the Tao fires extinguish, Great Emperor West Dawn said. As the Hall Master, he naturally had the authority to control these soul-refining furnace projections. When Yi-sun heard that, he nodded his head and fired out one soul seal after another. However, in the next moment, Yi Yuan's soul-refining furnace suddenly erupted with a dazzling light. Great Emperor Yi-sun gave UF fled groan, his entire person falling several steps back in a row. His soul body became much more illusory too. Clearly, he had sustained considerable injuries. The other people's expressions changed one after another. What's wrong, Brother Yi-sun? West Dawn asked. Great Emperor Yi-sun shook his head and said, I don't know. The soul-refining furnace has already broken away from my control. It gave me a backlash just now. West Dawn's pupils constricted, and he said in astonishment, How is this possible? You're the Hall Master. You have the authority to control the soul-refining furnace. Great Emperor Yi-sun smiled bitterly and said, Now, it's no longer what I can control. It can only depend on when the soul-refining furnace stops by itself. But I hope that nothing bad happens. Everyone started to panic. Now, something that even the Hall Master could not control had appeared. Qin S. H. I. Plus Tian's expression was somewhat ugly. This Yi Yuan really left no peace even after he died. I'm a 10 rots powerhouse now. Being Lord Young Emperor is right when one is like the noonday sun. Shouldn't I be enjoying everyone's admiration? But all these were ruined by Yi Yuan. Rumble. Suddenly, the soul-refining furnace started trembling intensely, as if it might explode at any time. Everyone's faces changed again, staring at the soul refining furnace with vigilance looks. Unknown things always made people afraid. Very soon, for hours past, said, the 44th kind of Tao fire descended. Hence, the soul refining furnace's trembling became even more intense. The current soul refining furnace was like a machine that would never rest. And, oh, body could stop it. 45th kind, 46th kind, 47th kind, 48th kind, 49th kind. In a twinkle, it was another day. When the last Tao fire descended, the entire soul refining furnace seemed to be boiling. The cover on top of the furnace was actually going to be pushed off. Everyone exchanged glances, feeling like the soul refining furnace was about to explode. What's going on here? This Yi Yuan is also formidable, already dead, and he can still cause new problems. This guy wouldn't have triggered some secret mechanism to blow this Nirvana soul hall up, right? I feel that with this power, once it blows up, none of US can run away. Quickly look. The soul refining furnace is emitting smoke. Wafts of hot air are actually emerging from the soul refining furnace. Could it be that Yi Yuan was refined into smoke? At this time, large quant. 1. Ties of cloud and mist emerge from the soul refining furnace, looking extremely like water boiling. Great Emperor Isun's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of astonishment as he cried out in alarm. That wouldn't be. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Chapter 2932, Strongest Soul Physique. Many people did not understand why Great Emperor Isun would lose composure like this. Even when Qin's H.I. plus Tian broke through to 10 rots earlier, they did not see him so shocked either. What did this smoking represent? But West Dawn and Wood Release, two great emperors, seemed to have realized something. Their expressions immediately became fascinating. You're saying that that's the enshrouding mist soul physique? This is impossible, right? West Dawn said. Great Emperor Isun drew a deep breath and said, otherwise, how do you explain why the Tao fires are still descending? There's no mistake. It's definitely the enshrouding mist soul physique. Not far away, Qin's H.I. plus Tian's pupils constricted, and he exploded at once, exclaiming, what could Master be talking about? Hegemon Imperishable's enshrouding mist soul physique? Isun nodded and said, otherwise, can there still be a second enshrouding mist soul physique? Hang on, didn't a second one appear now? With this, everyone was shocked, and the entire place burst out into an uproar. One of the three great hegemons, Hegemon Imperishable, what Yi Yuan awakened is the same soul physique as him. Doesn't that mean that Yi Yuan might very likely corroborate his Tao as a supreme in the future? Enshrouding mist soul physique. It's also called imperishable soul physique. The reason why Hegemon Imperishable got his name is because his soul physique is too strong and can't be killed at all. Could it be that Yi Yuan is the same as him? This is impossible, right? How did it suddenly? Then wouldn't Qin's H.I. plus Tian become a joke? Soul Race's three great hegemons, Hegemon Imperishable, Hegemon Samsara, as well as Hegemon Heavenly Soul. Hegemon Samsara and Hegemon Heavenly Soul were both chaos hegemons that the Chi Soul clan gave birth to. Meanwhile, Hegemon Imperishable was the strongest hegemon that the Nirvanic Soul clan gave birth to. This so-called strongest hegemon was not the strongest in the world, but he was the strongest across all the heavens. Hegemon Cloudmount's strength was extremely formidable, but he could not rank in the top 3 in the human race at all. But Hegemon Imperishable was one of the strongest 3 hegemons in the entire soul race. Now, Yi Yuan awakened the same soul physique as him. Everyone's shock could be imagined. This kind of soul physique was too strong. Cannot be killed no matter how you try to kill the person. This kind of soul physique could be rated as freakish. No matter how exceedingly formidable your means, if you can't kill the opponent, how would you play? Although both enshrouding Mist soul physique and Tin Rots were hailed as being unkillable, the level was completely different. Tin Rots could be killed. But up to this point, out of the hegemons in all the heavens, no one could kill hegemon imperishable yet. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion stared fixedly at that smoking soul refining furnace, his eyes full of unwillingness. How is this possible? Tin Rots was not the final form of the soul body. Above Tin Rots, with the meeting of karmic fate, the soul race would awaken all kinds of powerful soul physiques that had attributes. Such as Hegemon Heaven's subduer from 30,000 years ago, he awakened the powerful tyrant Heaven soul physique, also achieving his unmatched and awe-inspiring reputation. But for countless years, there had been many soul physiques that the soul race awakened. But not one could Serpa. S. The enshrouding Mist soul physique. And ever since Hegemon imperishable, no one could awaken the enshrouding Mist soul physique anymore. This soul physique was too hard to awaken. Therefore, up until now, the enshrouding Mist soul physique was also publicly recognized as the most difficult soul physique to awaken in the soul race. Not one of. However, today, Yi Yuan actually awakened it. The significance was extraordinary. After the shock, Great Emperor Isen's face was full of an agitated expression. If a genius who awakened the enshrouding Mist soul physique appeared in the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall, this was absolutely tremendous glory. As the saying went, when one man attained Tao, his fowls and dogs ascended to heaven too. What did a mere 10 rots count for, when compared to the enshrouding Mist soul physique? Seeing Great Emperor Isen's expression, Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion felt like he had incredibly bad luck. He naturally understood what Great Emperor Isun was thinking. An object was valued in proportion to its rarity. If Yi Yuan was really of the enshrouding Mist soul physique, that would be the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's pride. As for him, concerning his 10 rots soul body, he was no longer important. He could only scoot over to one side. But the important thing now was that, did Yi Yuan really awaken the enshrouding Mist soul physique? Master, the enshrouding Mist soul physique is the strongest in the world. Countless tens of thousands of years have already passed, said. How can it possibly suddenly appear? In my view, even if Yi Yuan awakened a special soul physique, it's impossible for it to be the enshrouding Mist soul physique too. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion said. Great Emperor Isun was taken aback, but he reacted to it very quickly too. Yeah, how could the enshrouding Mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? The 33 heavens had already existed for G. Oh, D knows how many years. But for so many years, only one enshrouding Mist soul physique appeared. The other soul physiques, no matter how long the interval, it had all appeared once before. Only this enshrouding Mist soul physique did not. As for the Chi Soul Clan's soul physiques, that was born from chaos. It was totally different from a Nirvanic soul clan. Great Emperor Isen's brows furrowed, and he said, but his current form is virtually identical with the legendary enshrouding Mist soul physique. Chin S. H. I. Plus Tion smiled coldly and said, our soul race presently has thousands of soul physiques recorded. After so many years, there have been special soul physiques that appeared nonstop too. Perhaps the soul physique that Yi Yuan awakened is just similar to the enshrouding Mist soul physique. Or even if his soul physique really has attributes like the enshrouding Mist soul physique, it might be world apart compared to the enshrouding Mist soul physique. How can Hegemon imperishable emerge so easily? The moment everyone heard, yeah, these countless years, G. Oh. D knows how many soul race Hegemon realm powerhouses had been born, and a large batch had fallen too. But the ones who stood firmly and indomitably at the summit of Hegemons were the 3 great Hegemons. The Nirvanic Soul Clan also wanted to give birth to another powerhouse that could rival the 3 great Hegemons. However, they did not. Chin S. H. I. plus Tion's words splashed down their heads like a basin of cold water. Great Emperor Yi's son nodded and said, "What S, H, I, plus Tion said is right. However, carry on looking and we'll die." Amidst the discussions, the soul-refining furnace's trembling became fiercer and fierce. The mist also grew thicker and thicker. Finally, 4 hours' time was up. Boom! A loud boom could be heard. The soul-refining furnace exploded with a loud bang, fragmenting into pieces. Dozens of Tao fire scattered everywhere. The thick mist teemed the entire SPAC. Everyone's expression changed wildly. The three great emperors' expressions turned intent, taking action at the same time. Extinguish. I. Plusing these Tao fires. The mist started to slowly gather and actually transformed into Yi Yuan's figure in the end. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. He really didn't die. Furthermore, this is virtually identical to the legendary enshrouding mist soul physique. Could it be that after Hegemon imperishable, a second enshrouding mist soul physique is really going to be born? Originally, I thought that Yi Yuan was just a stepping stone. Only now do I know that he's a Sky SC. Ping pillar. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, cries of exclamation sounded out. No one could have thought that a simple test would develop into such an explosive situation in the end. First, it was Qin SHI plus Tion breaking through to 10 rots, and then it was Yi Yuan giving birth to the strongest soul physique. Yi Yuan's gaze landed on Qin SHI plus Tion, and he could not help saying with some surprise, "I didn't expect that you really broke through the 42 kinds of chaos Tao fires. Looks like your talent is indeed pretty good." Everyone's faces revealed extremely strange looks, looking toward Qin SHI plus Tion one after another. The latter's face already became a horse's face. Why did this sound so sarcastic? I'm called pretty good talent. Then were you called? Chapter 2933. Test. Chapter 2933. Test. Yi Yuan, your soul physique hasn't been confirmed as the enshrouding mist soul physique, and you're already this impatient to want to humiliate me? Be careful that you slap your own face. Qin SHI plus Tion felt a strong humiliation and immediately retorted. He did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. Yi Yuan was stunned and said, "Enshrouding mist soul physique? You're saying that the soul physique I awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique?" Qin SHI plus Tion smiled coldly and said, "Not confirmed yet. It's just that looking at it on the surface, it's very alike. That's all. The enshrouding mist soul physique is the #1 soul physique. How can it be what you can awaken?" Yi Yuan suddenly saw the light and said with a smile that was not a smile, "Oh, so that's how it is. No wonder your reaction is so big. It turns out that you turned angry from Embark. Meant. You, Qin SHI plus Tion, nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. Don't comment if you saw through it. This guy was really detestable." By the side, Zhou Yu and He Chun felt like their frustrations were vented, secretly satisfied to the extreme. At this point, they could not bear the sight of Qin SHI plus Tion's face anymore as well. Since he came to the Soul Race, Yi Yuan had naturally heard Cloudmount and Mi Tion talk about this Nirvanic Soul Clan's #1 soul physique before. It was just that he himself also did not expect that the soul physique he awakened now was actually suspected to be the enshrouding mist soul physique. Didn't that mean that this half-divided soul of his had hopes of reaching Hegemon imperishable's level? No matter whether or not what Yi Yuan awakened is the enshrouding mist soul physique, it's also much stronger than 10 rots. SHI plus Tion. How are you speaking to Lord Young Hegemon? Why haven't you apologized? Right at this time, Great Emperor Yi's son gave Qin SHI plus Tion a deadly blow. Qin SHI plus Tion's face was Embara. Said to the extreme. He did not expect that the one who put him on the spot was actually his own master. This face change was really faster than flipping a book. However, in great Emperor Isun's view, his disciple's face was clearly not important. The important thing was the Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall's future. Originally, to the three Great Hall Masters, a 10-rot soul body was absolutely a genius that made them value greatly. But now, with Yi Yuan, Qin S, H, I, plus Tian had become nothing. Young Emperor, young He Jimin, the difference of one word, but the difference was akin to heaven and earth. Young He Jimin, that was a genius with extremely high hopes of stepping into He Jimin realm. The status was more than a level stronger than young Emperor. Zhou Yu and He Chun, two people who were really satisfied to the extremely currently. Truly instant karma. Just a day ago, Qin S, Hi, plus Tian swept their faces to the ground with the status of young Emperor. But now, Yi Yuan made Qin S, Hi, plus Tian unable to raise his head with the ident. 1. Tie of young He Jimin. Furthermore, Qin S, Hi, plus Tian flaunted his prowess himself. But now, it was great Emperor Isun, his own master, who personally slapped his face. Yes, Qin S, Hi, plus Tian affronted Lord Young He Jimin. Please pardon my crime. Qin S, Hi, plus Tian gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Qin S, Hi, plus Tian, it seems like right when we entered the hall in trance assessment, you have constantly been offending me. Why? Want to casually brush it off with a word? Qin S, Hi, plus Tian's eyes turned black. Wisconsin H, I, plussing to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Right from the beginning, he had been posturing in front of Yi Yuan. Originally, he thought that he could take Yi Yuan down in the first round. But who could have thought that Yi Yuan actually cleared the stage in 5 breaths? Originally thought that in the second round, it was already very impressive that he made it to the 7th segment. In the end, Yi Yuan cleared the stage again unhurriedly. Originally thought that in the 3rd round, he reached the heaven-defying 10 rots. He could finally posture, right? Who knew that Yi Yuan actually awakened a special soul physique? Furthermore, it was even suspected to be the number 1 soul physique, the enshrouding mist soul physique. From start to end, he was just a joke. What do you want? Qin S, I, plus Tian's expression changed as he said. But Yi Yuan looked toward great Emperor Isun and said with a smile, Lord Hall Master, I wonder if there's any problem if I want to exterminate him now. Great Emperor Isun hesitated for a moment and said, Lord Young He Jimin, I, plus Tian is this seat's disciple in the end. Can you let him off? Yi Yuan smiled and said, Lord Hall Master, how about this? You all haven't confirmed yet whether or not I'm of the enshrouding mist soul physique, right? I think that Qin S, I, plus Tian is also unconvinced by me, this so-called young He Jimin. Why don't I have a fair fight with him to determine life and death? How about it? Isun smiled bitterly and said, Lord Young He Jimin has already awakened a special soul physique. Even if it isn't the enshrouding mist soul physique I, plus Tian isn't a match either. Yi Yuan said, therefore, that's why I said a fair fight. Within 10 moves, he can go all out. I won't make any resistance. If he can kill me, that will show that I, this so-called imperishable soul physique, am naturally unworthy of the title. After 10 moves, if he can't kill me, then I'll make a move. How about it? This? Okay, I agree. When Isun was still hesitating, Qin S, I, plus Tian himself agreed to it. Even until now, he also did not believe that Yi Yuan really awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique. This was considered to have been decided on it. Great Emperor Isun could not come forward to intervene too. Everyone moved aside, creating an open S, P, AC. In the center of the field, there was just Yi Yuan and Qin S. H. I. plus Tion. The confrontation between a 10-Rot's soul body and a suspected enshrouding mist soul physique also aroused everyone's great interest. This kind of showdown was hard to come across in a million years. If Yi Yuan isn't of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the 10-Rot's Qin S. H. I. plus Tion might really have a possibility of killing him. I feel that Yi Yuan is too confident. How can the enshrouding mist soul physique be so easy to awaken? Heard that Qin S. H. I. plus Tion mastered several killing moves in the Scarlet Drill battlefield. Now that he has achieved 10 rots, even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse is standing there, he has the confidence to kill him too. However, if Yi Yuan is really of the imperishable soul physique, then it will really shake the entire soul race. With regards to Yi Yuan's soul physique, there was more skepticism, because the legendary imperishable soul physique was seriously too hard to give birth to. Since time immemorial, G.O.D. knew how many geniuses had attempted to awaken this imperishable soul physique and failed to succeed. Therefore, more still felt pessimistic about Yi Yuan. Not moving for 10 moves was sufficient to let Qin S. H. I. plus Tion kill Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan naturally would not be foolish enough to seek death. In reality, he could feel that his soul physique was very extraordinary. Previously, when he transformed into mist, that sort of form was very miraculous. It was as if nothing could make him completely die. That sort of power rooted at the bottom of his heart. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion looked at Yi Yuan and said with a cold smile, Yi Yuan, you just quietly pray that you're of the enshrouding mist soul physique. Otherwise, you'll definitely die beyond doubt within 10 moves. Yi Yuan said coolly, make your move. You really talk a lot of C. R. A. P. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's expression turned cold. Suddenly, his soul force erupted crazily. Under 10 rots, his soul force almost turned corporeal. Countless black stars surrounded Yi Yuan tightly. Zhou Yu's expression changed, and he cried out in shock, Star Soul Explosion. This is the killing move that Qin S. H. I. plus Tion comprehended himself. It has boundless power. When he was at the middle true Sovereign Heaven Realm, he had once used this move to surprise attack, killing a human half-step Emperor Rel before. Now, he's already 10 rots. Yi Yuan isn't guarding against him. Unless Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique, he would definitely die without a doubt. Even if he had a special soul physique, it would not do either. Zhou Yu clearly understood Qin S. H. I. plus Tion very well. So he did not expect that the moment Qin S. H. I. plus Tion made his move, it was such a swift and fierce killing move. Furthermore, looking at his appearance, he was already going all out. Bang, bang, bang. Countless star souls exploded in front of Yi Yuan, releasing incomparably terrifying soul force undulations. Yi Yuan's soul body was bombarded until it became extremely distorted. Chapter 2934. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Chapter 2934. The Powerful Enshrouding Mist Soul Physique. Explode, explode, explode. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's soul force poured out frenziedly, and one star soul explosion after another exploded next to Yi Yuan. But, apart from his body being a little distorted, Yi Yuan did not show the slightest signs of dissipating. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's heart was wildly shaking. Could it be that this guy was really of the enshrouding mist soul physique? 10 rots. Our genius only has this bit of strength? If it's just this bit of strength, you aren't even qualified to make me turn into mist form. Amidst the soul star explosions came Yi Yuan's ridiculing voice. At this time, he felt the power of the soul body. Got to say, Qin S. H. I plus Tion's attack was already extremely strong. If an Emperor Realm powerhouse did not defend in the slightest, allowing Qin S, H, I plus Tion to cast a spell as he wished, he would also have to die with regrets at this time. But Yi Yuan did not even utilize Soul Force at all, and Qin S, H, I plus Tion could not breach his soul body too. This soul physique's toughness was terrifyingly strong. Finally, Qin S, H, I plus Tion suddenly rescinded his move. The first move, he lost. Yi Yuan's soul body recovered back to new. It was as if nothing had happened just now. With this, everyone was shocked. Even great Emperor Yi Sun felt the power of Yi Yuan's soul body too. This kind of toughness, even if it was 10 rots, it was impossible to achieve it too. I absolutely don't believe that you can awaken the imperishable soul physique. Qin S, H, I plus Tion virtually roared it out, the soul force on his body skyrocketing once more. The killing move that erupted this time was even stronger than Star Soul Explosion. It was just that, sadly, he was still unable to hurt Yi Yuan. Qin S, H, I plus Tion had a lot of means. He unleashed 9 moves in a row, each move stronger than the last. It was just that, sadly, Yi Yuan's soul physique was like a roly-poly. No matter how strong your means, you could not knock him down too. Enshrouding mist soul physique. The strongest form was to turn into mist. But Qin S, H, I plus Tion unleashed 9 moves in a row, and Yi Yuan did not even release his mist form at all. The Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses were shocked. So strong. Is this the imperishable soul physique? There's no weakness to exploit at all. Qin S, H, I plus Tion's 10 rot soul body coupled with killing moves can virtually rival Emperor Realm powerhouses already. But it's actually unable to even make him use the enshrouding mist soul physique. Such a freakish soul body. Who can kill him? It was not that Qin S, H, I plus Tion was not wrong, but that Qin S, H, I plus Tion was too strong. It was precisely because he was strong until it was shocking that it showed the enshrouding mist soul physique's power even more. At this time, they already pretty much believed that what Yi Yuan awakened was probably really the enshrouding mist soul physique. 9 moves failed, while Qin S, H, I plus Tion himself was dog-tired. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "There's still one move. If he still can't kill me, I'm going to make a move." Qin S, H, I plus Tion clenched his jaws hard and said in a solemn voice, "Yi Yuan, don't you get COCKY? This 10th move, I'll definitely make you regret it. Speaking of which, I have to thank you too. If not for you, I also wouldn't have achieved mastery through comprehensive study of my previous killing moves, comprehending this sub-origin soul martial move. It was only to see a bright moon slowly rising in Qin S, H, I plus Tion's hand. The aura of Tao filled the entire SPAC. When everyone saw this scene, each of them was extremely shocked. Sub-origin soul martial. This is the embryonic form of an origin soul martial. How can this guy be so monstrous? Once he reaches Emperor Sakura Heaven, this move will be able to transform into an origin soul martial. As long as he's given time, he'll definitely be able to become hegemon. When human race powerhouses comprehended the power of origin, they would create divine abilities. Meanwhile, what soul race powerhouses comprehended was origin soul martials. Qin S, H, I plus Tion had not comprehended an origin yet. It was naturally impossible to comprehend an origin soul martial. But the sub-origin soul martial this time already touched the level of Tao. Comprehending origin in the future was just taking something out of his bag. Being able to reach this step at true sovereign heaven, Qin S, H, I plus Tion was absolutely a genius among geniuses already. Hence, that was why people would be so surprised. The Hall entrance ace. Assessment this time was really where developments of many things kept reaching new heights, all kinds of surprises emerging in endless streams. Yi Yuan felt the extraordinariness of this move too and said with a smile, "This move is a little interesting." Qin S. H. I. plus Tian smiled coldly and said, "A little interesting? Yi Yuan, I admit that your soul physique is very powerful, but the final victory will definitely be me. Moon akin to frost, annihilate for me." There was no earth-shaking soul force undulation. Under the moonlight, the frost was akin to silver, cascading down, covering Yi Yuan's soul body fully. This time, Yi Yuan's soul body finally had a change. His soul body actually started to disintegrate and dissipate. When everyone saw this scene, each one of them was extremely shocked. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian actually really did it. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have been decomposed into billions of pixels, his soul body shattering into pieces. Sub-origin Soul Martial already came into contact with Soul Dao Origin. It had boundless power. But very soon, those fragmented pieces of soul body actually started to turn into mist. A cloud of mist began to emerge. The misty air did not dissipate, but headed towards that bright moon. The frost was still raining down, but under the propulsion of the misty air, it did not have any leeway to resist at all. Boom! Suddenly, the bright moon dissipated. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian gave AM. UF fled groan, his soul body becoming much dimmer too. Following that, the mist condensed again, turning into Yi Yuan. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's expression was ugly to the extreme. He lost, completely defeated. His moon akin to frost had already touched Origin, but it was still unable to do anything to Yi Yuan. This move is decent, but it's also merely just decent. That's all. I don't know whether or not my soul physique is the enshrouding mist soul physique, but I think it's sufficient to deal with this move of yours. Then, following that, it's my turn to make a move. Yi Yuan looked straight at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian and just did so looking. How could Qin S. H. I. plus Tian be willing to surrender without resistance? He was even waiting to make a move and fight back. But he suddenly discovered that he could not move anymore. His consciousness began to blur. His soul body began to dissipate. All around, each and every one of the Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt their hair stand on end. Yi Yuan just looked at Qin S. H. I. plus Tian like this and did not even see him make any movements at all. Just one look. Qin S. H. I. plus Tian's 10-rot soul body began to dissipate. Everyone drew a breath of cold air. That was a 10-rot soul body. The legendary 10 rots actually could not even beat a single look. Arg! Qin S. H. I. plus Tian let out a miserable scream, but his voice became weaker and weaker, turning into nothingness in the end. The entire Nirvana Soul Hall was quiet until the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Lord Hall Master, tell me, is this soul physique of mine the enshrouding mist soul physique or not? Yi Yuan asked enshrouding mist soul physique rather curiously. Actually, until now, he also did not dare to confirm whether or not it was the enshrouding mist soul physique. The latter was startled. Only then he returned to his senses and said with a bitter smile, This seat really doesn't know. He Gemin imperishable. That's a figure in the heavens. This seat has no way of knowing about the enshrouding mist soul physique's characteristics too. It's just that, judging from the form, it's indeed exactly like in the legends. He drew a deep breath and said, This matter is by no means insignificant. Lord Young He Gemin should cultivate in the Nirvanic Soul Hall. This seat will immediately send the news back to the clan and request the powerhouses in the clan to confirm. Yi Yuan nodded and said, All right, then I'll have to trouble Lord Hall Master. Watching Yi Yuan leave, everyone's hearts were still incredibly shocked. No matter whether or not Yi Yuan was of the enshrouding mist soul physique, the strength of this soul physique was hair-raisingly strong. Chapter 2935, Digging Your Own Grave. Chapter 2935, Digging Your Own Grave. In the Pa-S sageway, light shone. Two figures slowly walked out of the Pa-S sageway. Isun leads Ning La Nirvana Soul Hall and pays respect to Lord Cloud Neon, paying respect to young He Jimin Feng Rue. Isun led West Dawn and the rest to bow to the two people. The arrival was a woman who was peerlessly beautiful with an extraordinary temperament. Meanwhile, the youth behind her had an arrogant and unyielding look on his face. These great emperors in front of him seemed to be utterly worthless in his eyes. Cloud Neon nodded slightly and said, "Brother Isun has trained a lot." Isun repeated that he did not dare. In the crowd, Yi Yuan sized Cloud Neon up with interest. He heard that this woman was hailed as one of the few people closest to He Jimin realm in the Soul Race. In the Soul Race, her status was extraordinary. She seemed to be a heavenly fairy amidst the group of powerhouses, unable to be touched. Arriving at Nirvana Soul Hall, the group of people sat down according to guest and host. Cloud Neon saw the Yi Yuan in the crowd with a glance, and was rippleless like an ancient well as she said, "Is the one that's suspected to be enshrouding Mist Soul Physique that you talked about him?" Isun said, "Lord Cloud Neon's eyes are like torches. He's Yi Yuan. Master, don't need to look anymore. It must be a pseudo-imperishable soul physique too. These guys from the outside world like to kick up a big fuss when they see a special soul physique every few thousand or tens of thousands of years. They don't know that our imperishable soul domain will have a special soul physique appear every 80 or 100 years. Gee, oh, D knows how many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques such as this have already appeared. Do these country be? You? Mkins really think that ancestor imperishable soul physique is what everyone can awaken?" Feng Rue said with a disdainful look. The moment these words came out, everyone present was extremely shocked. Every 80 to 100 years, a special soul physique would emerge. This rate was also too high, right? Didn't that mean that in the imperishable soul domain, geniuses like Yi Yuan were everywhere? They discovered that Feng Rue's one sentence already subverted their worldview. When Feng Rue saw their expressions, he had a disdainful look as he said, "What do 80 to 100 years count for? In the recent 10 years, imperishable soul domain gave birth to 7 special soul physiques. There is even one that's second only to ancestor imperishables enshrouding Mist Soul Physique." Everyone stared dumbfoundedly. Even Great Emperor Isun had a stunned look too. Were special soul physiques so worthless? In reality, these Nirvana Soul Hall masters, knew extremely little about the imperishable soul domains matters too. Without special circumstances, they did not have the qualifications to enter the imperishable soul domain. They were merely tools that the imperishable soul domain used to rule the world. Ning La Nirvana Soul Hall was short on talents, so they were marginalized even more. They knew absolutely nothing about the imperishable soul domain's matters. But He Jimin Heaven's Subduer. Do you all really think that He Jimin Heaven's Subduer could corroborate his Tao and become a He Jimin realm just by relying on his soul physique? If He Jimin realm was so easy, Master would have long stepped into He Jimin realm. Feng Rue said with a cold smile. Cloud Neon said coolly, "Feng Rue isn't bluffing you guys. Special soul physiques are indeed nothing in the imperishable soul domain. Of course, soul physiques had weak ones and strong ones. He Jimin Heaven Subduer's Tyrant Heaven Soul Physique is indeed extremely strong. That's how it could help him step into He Jimin realm. But the weak ones aren't even as good as 10 rots." Cloud Neon did not say too much. Clearly, she felt that even if they knew these things, it was useless to. These words seemed to have opened another door for everyone. Only then did they know that it turned out soul physiques still had so many things involved. It was just that special soul physiques were extremely far away from them to begin with. As for He Jimin realm and whatnot, it was even further beyond reach. At this time, Great Emperor Isun let out a slight sigh in his heart. He no longer harbored any hopes that Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. They already said that this kind of pseudo-soul physique was plentiful. So that's how it is. Yi Sun has received the teachings. However, Yi Yuan killed a 10 rots powerhouse with just one look. His soul physique shouldn't be weak, right? Yi Sun said. Feng Rue could not resist laughing and said, does a mere 10 rots from your outside world count as some powerhouse too? Just a thought is enough for me to kill a 10 rots. Kid, display your soul physique and let Master take a look. As long as it isn't a trash soul physique, you can go with us. That attitude was just like coming to put on a monkey show. Yi Yuan's brows could not refrain from furrowing. When Yi Sun saw Yi Yuan frowning, he urged, Yi Yuan, hurry up and display your soul physique. What are you still a daze for? Lord Cloud Neon has arrived. This is a rare opportunity. Yi Yuan still remained silent. When Feng Rue saw the situation, he smiled coldly and said, put away that pitiful pride of yours. The more powerful the soul physique, the weaker the pseudo-soul physique tends to be. If there are no accidents, you should be the Tros. H.I. plus S low-grade yellow rank soul physique. Gave you face, and you still refused it. Don't blame me for not warning you. With how you are, if you go to the imperishable soul domain, apart from being beaten to death by people, there are no other paths to take. Yi Yuan still did not speak. He looked toward Great Emperor Cloud Neon. Great Emperor Cloud Neon said coolly, rumors often tend to be false. You'd best display it. At this time, Yi Yuan opened his mouth and said, I wonder what rank young he Gem and Feng Rue's soul physique is. Feng Rue snickered and said proudly, I knew that you'd ask this. Listen up. Don't S your pants in fear. Soul physiques are divided into heaven, earth, mystic, and yellow 4 ranks. Each rank is further divided into upper, middle, and low 3 grades. This young he Gemin's snickering is of the middle grade heaven rank. The moment these words came out, the Nirvana Soul Hall instantly exploded. Only at this time did they know that the disparity between special soul physiques was actually so great. The division of soul physiques did not spread to the outside world. It was because to the outside world there was no need at all. This time, everyone in the Nirvana Soul Hall finally broadened their knowledge. However, what amazed them even more was that Feng Rue's grade was actually so high. We even thought that Yi Yuan was already the soul race's #1 genius. It turns out that it was us who were ignorant and ill-informed. Yeah, Yi Yuan is somewhat bringing disgrace on his own head. Imperishable soul domains geniuses are indeed not what we can imagine. At this time, they no longer harbored any hopes about Yi Yuan. Previously, they thought that Yi Yuan's soul physique was one of a kind. Furthermore, he killed Qin S.H.I. plus Tian with one move. It naturally had a possibility of being the imperishable soul physique. But looking at it now, it was virtually certain that it was the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Furthermore, it was even a trash soul physique. But Yi Yuan was aloof and indifferent, and he said coolly, is that so? Since young he Gem and Feng is so formidable, then there's no harm in verifying whether or not my soul physique is really trash. Didn't you want to play monkey? Then come down and play together. Well, have I, Yi Yuan, been scared of anyone before? Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, so what? Feng Rue's gaze turned cold, and he said, boy, although you're a trash soul physique, and it's nothing in the imperishable soul domain either. But awakening a soul physique in the outside world isn't an easy matter after all. Letting this young he Gemin come and verify, you probably can't afford to bear the consequences. Yi Yuan was provoking his majesty as young he Gemin. Furthermore, he, Feng Rue, was an emperor realm powerhouse. A mere ant dared to provoke his dignity too. Yi Yuan just said coolly, relax. I can afford to bear it. Young he Gemin Feng, please make a move. Feng Rue gave a cold laugh and said, very well, since you're digging your own grave, then this young he Gemin will send you off. Chapter 2936. Nothing more than this. Chapter 29:36. Nothing more than this. This Yi Yuan is also too lacking in judgment. Barely managed to awaken a soul physique. Even if it's a trash soul physique, it's better than nothing too. This guy actually went to provoke an Emperor Realm powerhouse. Furthermore, it's even a super genius among Emperor Realm powerhouses. Isn't this digging his own grave? When everyone saw that Yi Yuan was so stubborn, they shook their heads endlessly. They could not stand Feng Rui's haughtiness too. But, so what if they could not bear the sight of it? Feng Rui and Qin S. H. I. plus Tian were on completely different levels. Feng Rui was a true heaven's chosen. Although it sounded unpleasant, what he said was right. This group of people was all be Yumkins. How can Feng Rui, this middle-grade heaven-ranked soul physique, plus Emperor Realm strength, be what you, the measly little true sovereign heaven, can provoke? Master, since this ant-like thing is provoking me, there shouldn't be any problem with me beating him to death, right? Feng Rui cupped his fists and said. Cloud Neon still had the appearance of an ancient well without any ripples, and said coolly, no problem. Her words carried overweening arrogance and disdain. In her eyes, Yi Yuan was merely an unimportant ant. That was all. Trampling him to death was quite acceptable. With regard to this kind of despise, Yi Yuan had experienced G. Oh, D knows how many. He was naturally furious in his heart, but he would not show it on his face either. That would show a flaw. The only way to shut these people up was to be stronger than them. Feng Rui grinned, looking like he was itching for a fight as he floated down. Outside world's genius. You might not know the gap between the outside world and the imperishable soul domain. Today, this young hegemon will let you understand that you're merely mundane. Whatever rubbish pride of a genius, you aren't worthy of possessing such a thing. Feng Rui had a deprecating look as he said. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, I'm very adept in making idiots like you shut up. Stop talking rubbish and bring it on. Feng Rui's pupils constricted, a divine soul attack already arriving. Yi Yuan could kill a 10 rots with one glance. He could naturally kill Yi Yuan with one look too. He wanted to let these ants understand that the outside world's so-called geniuses were nothing at all. Let them be filled with even more awe toward the imperishable soul domain. Bang! Yi Yuan gave U.F. fled groan. His entire person seemed to have suffered a heavy blow, falling several steps back in a row. Following that, his soul body also became much dimmer. Clearly, the power of this blow was tremendously strong. When everyone saw this scene, their expressions changed one after another. So strong, he just casually dealt an attack, and it injured Yi Yuan already. Previously, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian even unleashed his sub-origin soul martial and failed to harm Yi Yuan too. Are the imperishable soul domain's geniuses all so strong? Facing the B, Mkins with shocked faces, Feng Rui was very pleased with himself. It was just that a hint of surprise actually flashed across Cloud Neon's 10,000-year ice-like face. Actually, Feng Rui was also shocked in his heart. Divine soul attacks and divine soul attacks were different. What the imperishable soul domain's geniuses cultivated were all extremely strong soul path martial arts. The power of their divine soul attacks could not be mentioned in the same breath as the outside world at all. Furthermore, he was an Emperor Realm powerhouse. How terrifying was the power of his one blow. But Yi Yuan actually just moved back several steps. Feng Rui was very dissatisfied with this result. In his view, this strike could have taken Yi Yuan's life. Yi Yuan's soul physique was at most just upper-grade yellow rank. Plus, his cultivation realm was inferior to him too. Wouldn't killing him be as easy as flipping over his hand? But Yi Yuan's toughness had clearly exceeded his expectations. Can't even block an ordinary divine soul attack. Just the likes of you dare to profess to be of the enshrouding mist soul physique too? You probably don't know how terrifying the enshrouding mist soul physique is, right? Feng Rue said with a ridiculing look. Losing in reality, but not losing in disposition. Feng Rue naturally would not admit that Yi Yuan was very strong. As long as he annihilated him with the next strike, these Mkins would naturally continue to be shocked. Yi Yuan gave Feng Rue a glance and said coolly, "Young He Jimin Feng, an exalted Emperor Realm powerhouse who also cultivated the imperishable soul domain supreme martial arts. Your divine soul attack only has this bit of power? Imperishable soul domain's genius disappoints me greatly." Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence and naturally knew how powerful the soul race's mystic arts were. Although Feng Rue's divine soul attack was inferior to the moves in divine emergence, it was also extremely powerful, at least compared to Qin H.I. plus Tion, that sort of rookie. It was no idea how many times stronger. How could an attack that could injure his soul body be of an ordinary sort? Feng Rue's pupils constricted, feeling like the cloth that was covering up his Embark. Smith was pulled off. Immediately, he turned angry from Embark. Smith, razor-tongued fellow, this young He Jimin wants to see how long you can be stubborn until. Feng Rue gave a cold laugh. Emperor Realm soul force erupting. The moment he erupted, Feng Rue's strength was completely manifested. This condensed to the extreme soul force made a powerhouse like Great Emperor Yi Sun perspire from Embark. Smith too, only to see Feng Rue grip his hand, a punch flying out. The soul force came head-on like the boundless sea. Even the people outside of the field could feel the force of this punch. Forget about true, sovereign heaven. Even if an Emperor Realm powerhouse was here, it would be the outcome of the soul disintegrating too. Origin Dipper Force. Feng Rue threw a punch out. Everyone broke into cold sweat for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan bent the bow and notched the arrow neither too fast nor too slow. Arrow of G. Oh, D. Extermination. Cloudneon's gaze turned intent, her eyes showing even greater surprise. With her eyesight, she could naturally tell the extraordinary aspects of this move. It was just that, how could an outside world's ant know such a profound soul path mystic art? Presently, Yi Yuan awakened the enshrouding mist soul physique, the power of this arrow of G. Oh, de-extermination was dozens of times stronger than before. When this arrow was unleashed in terms of power, it was not the slightest bit below Emperor Realm powerhouses. Boom! Two formidable soul forces collided together in the air. The undulation caused was not the slightest bit weaker than the undulation caused by divine essence. The expressions of the powerhouses present changed one after another, incredibly shocked. These two people were both too strong. One had to know that the showdown of soul force was often silent. Even if it caused some fluctuations, that was far from the fluctuations caused by divine essence. But these two people's fight already spurred heaven and earth's spiritual energy to wreak havoc. The combat power already did not lose to the human race in the least bit. However, Yi Yuan gave another fled groan under this blow and flew out backward. This time, his soul body became even dimmer. Clearly, he had suffered even greater injuries. However, Feng Rue's face did not show any joy. He became somewhat angry from Embark. Meant he had not even forced Yi Yuan's soul physique form out up till now. This was a huge loss in face. Sure enough, Yi Yuan stabilized his figure, looking at Feng Rue as he said with a sneer, "The strength of imperishable soul domain's genius is nothing more than this. You can't even force my soul physique form out, and yet you have the cheek to swagger and BLUS. Turn in front of everyone too?" Nirvana Soul Hall's powerhouses felt very pleased currently. They were set off with Feng Rue's face too, but did not dare to speak up despite feeling angry. But Yi Yuan used his strength and slapped his face ruthlessly. Even if he suffered a loss for both exchanges, he was just true sovereign heaven after all. An imperishable soul domain's genius whose cultivation realm was higher than Yi Yuan, actually could not even force Yi Yuan's soul physique form out. How disgraceful! Feng Rui's face was grim, and he said with a cold snort, "Brat, you forced my hand." Chapter 29:37 Imperishable. Chapter 29:37 Imperishable. This time, Feng Rui was truly enraged. In his eyes, the outside world's so-called geniuses were all trash. But now, he could not even take care of a piece of Tross. H. Plus sizzle. 5 bolts of electricity coiled around Feng Rui's body, shaking people to the core. Isen's eyes shrunk, and he cried out in surprise, Could this be the legendary innate 5 lightning soul physique? Cloud Neon said coolly, "Precisely so." Isun drew a cold breath and said, "Innate 5 lightnings. Chaos divine lightning, all heaven divine lightning, purple firmament divine lightning, 3 pure ones divine lightning, and lightning law framework. Any one of them is a lightning that destroys the world. And this Tao of lightning is extremely harmful to our soul race. Hence, extremely few people awaken it. I didn't expect that young Hegemon Feng Rui actually awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique. Yi Yuan, hurry up and stop. Otherwise, it will be hard to guarantee your life." The outside world did not know much about the imperishable soul domain, but the various major hall masters were familiar with the data on soul physiques, so as to let them excavate geniuses. Therefore, Isun knew about this innate 5 lightning soul physique as if enumerating his family's valuables. It was precisely because so that he also knew the terror of this soul physique. It was already certain without a doubt that Yi Yuan was not of the imperishable soul physique, wouldn't continue to fight, be courting death. Didn't he ask me to come and test his soul physique? Now, he hasn't even used his soul physique. How do I test it? Feng Rui looked at Yi Yuan, laughing coldly. At this time, he was no longer hiding his killing intent. Seeing that Feng Rui's soul physique had such power, Yi Yuan was also slightly fearful in his heart. Even without fighting, he could also feel that Feng Rui's soul physique was extremely powerful. Qin S. H. I. plus Tion's so-called sub-origin soul martial was probably not even enough to carry shoes for Feng Rui. Yi Yuan smiled lightly and said, "Imperishable soul domain's Emperor Realm genius even has to display his soul physique form when testing a true sovereign heaven soul physique." Hoo, it sounds so formidable you bragged about how the imperishable soul domain is, but it's nothing more than this. Showcase your ability. Otherwise, I'm scared that you won't be able to test it at all. Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "Relax. You'll die very pleasantly in a while." Swus. H. Plus in a blink, Feng Rui's figure disappeared, his speed being swift to the extreme. Lightning Rule specialized in speed to begin with, and the soul body displaying movement techniques even broke away from the fetters of the fleshy body. Even when compared to Yi Yuan's spatial rule, it was also not far off. Yi Yuan only saw a blurry shadow instantly moving in front of him. Although Feng Rui was just lower Emperor Cloud Heaven, the gap from Sovereign Realm to Emperor Cloud Heaven was not an ordinary kind of big after all. Divine Firmament Thunder, D-Blade. Only to see a thunder blade fall down. Yi Yuan's soul body seemed to have been hit by a paralyzing hex. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly dissipated, turning into a maw. S of mist. Feng Rui gave a cold laugh, his soul physique instantly disappearing. The radius of 1,000 feet completely transformed into a sea of lightning, enveloping the mist fully. All heaven lightning sea, myriad soul extermination. In a lightning sea came Feng Rui's furious roar. That cloud of mist rapidly withered away in this sea of lightning. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help drawing a cold breath. Really too strong. Especially this lightning sea. It was simply the jinx of the misty air. It's over. With this, Yi Yuan is really finished. Already said, to let him not flaunt his superiority. Sigh, it's really just as Feng Rue said. That bit of pitiful pride is nothing at all. Looking as Yi Yuan was about to turn to ashes, many people sighed heavily. They understood Yi Yuan's view. In reality, they wanted to struggle too. But what use did struggling have? Imperishable soul domain's genius was a genius in the end. Ha ha, foolish guy. This is the outcome of provoking the imperishable soul domain, dying without a burial ground. In a lightning sea came Feng Rue's loud laughter. This guy whose mouth owed a beating was finally dead. Cloud Nian's gaze flickered slightly, finally returning to tranquility. She saw through that Yi Yuan's soul physique was absolutely not just yellow rank. But there was nothing to feel regret over either. This kind of pseudo-imperishable soul physique, the imperishable soul domain had plenty. It did not matter that one died. The reason why she was sent here was also to express the importance that the imperishable soul domain placed on the imperishable soul physique. What if it was really the imperishable soul physique? But, looking at it now, it was indeed still a pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Soon, Feng Rue put away the lightning sea and reappeared. He looked towards Yi Sun and said with a disdainful look, "Now, don't need me to say, you can also tell that it's a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, right? Next time, don't kick up such a big fuss. These countless years, how many amazingly talented people have there been? But which one became ancestor imperishable? How can the outside world possibly have it if there isn't any in the imperishable soul domain?" Yi Sun had a depressed look. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall finally managed to produce two peerless geniuses. In the end, Qin S.H.I. plus Tian was killed by Yi Yuan, and Yi Yuan was killed by Feng Rue. In the end, he ended up with nothing. Who did you say is pseudo-imperishable soul physique? I said, seeing someone questioning him. Feng Rue answered without thinking. But when the words reached the tip of his tongue, he suddenly noticed that something was not right. Turning around, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently standing there perfectly fine. It was as if nothing had happened. Feng Rue had an expression like he saw a ghost. He had clearly completely destroyed that misty air earlier. Why was this guy completely fine? A hint of surprise finally flashed across Cloud Nian's beautiful eyes. Earlier, she clearly could not detect any aura anymore. But Yi Yuan actually still came back to life. This pseudo-imperishable soul physique was a little interesting. Ew, how can you possibly still be alive? Feng Rue had an expression like he saw a ghost as he said, "Why can't I be alive? Already said that it's the imperishable soul physique. Why would I die?" Yi Yuan said with a light smile. In reality, he also thought that he was dead for sure just now. That divine firmament thunder D blade carried a powerful paralyzing effect. Feng Rue's 5 lightning soul physique was no ordinary lightning. It carried origin attributes. This soul physique that he awakened was similar to the true spirit clan's innate divine ability in the first place, with immense power. Under this paralysis, Yi Yuan could not even fight back, directly turning into mist. And the power of the all-heaven divine lightning sea was even more terrifying. There was no gap in the lightning sea at all. His misty air was refined bit by bit inside the lightning sea. But the miraculous thing was that he did not die. He retained a final trace of spiritual intelligence without being extinguished. This kind of feeling was rather magical. Yi Yuan felt as if he had returned to his mother's womb and could peek at the entire world. When the lightning sea dispersed, an inexplicable power poured into the spiritual intelligence. Hence, he returned. The entire process was hard to describe. But, without a doubt, he indeed did not die. This enshrouding mist soul physique was indeed magical. In reality, apart from he gemin imperishable body could figure out what the the imperishable soul physique was. Yi Yuan had just awakened it. He naturally cannot figure it out either. But now, he seemed to have had some discovery. This enshrouding mist soul physique was well deserving of being called the imperishable soul physique. If one did not figure out the situation, Even if it was an Emperor Sakura Heaven powerhouse, they might not be able to kill him too. But at this time, the shock that it brought to Feng Rue was clearly incomparably intense. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. Chapter 2938. This guy is too wicked. He didn't even die with this? Could it be that what he awakened is really the imperishable soul physique? This is Embark. Sing. Feng Rue's strength is clearly stronger than him. But the stronger he is, the more it proves that Yi Yuan has the imperishable soul physique. In the Nirvana Soul Hall, everyone was shocked. They did not know whether or not Yi Yuan was of the imperishable soul physique. But, judging from things now, it was at least not some lowly pseudo-imperishable soul physique. *T imperishable soul physique. Just the likes of you, this kind of trash can awaken the imperishable soul physique too? Feng Rue's gaze turned cold. He felt immense humiliation. Hence, the divine firmament thunder D-Blade was unleashed again. Under this divine firmament thunder D-Blade, Yi Yuan really did not have any strength to resist. Soul physique awakening was just the first step. How one cultivated and how one utilized soul physique were the most important thing. Similarly, having awakened a soul physique, the combat power might be very far off. Yi Yuan cultivated the divine emergence, but Feng Rue's strength was absolutely considered within the most pinnacle batch among lower Emperor Cloud Heavens. His application and cultivation of his soul physique already reached the acme of perfection. Even if facing off against middle or even upper Emperor Cloud Heavens, he was not at all inferior to. One could tell that Cloud Neon indulged Feng Rue a lot. To be pampered by such a powerhouse, he naturally had some skill. If Yi Yuan crossed Emperor Realm this threshold, he could abuse him however he liked. But now he was indeed not a match. Boom! Under the one blade, it directly chopped Yi Yuan into misty air. Feng Rue shouted fiercely, "Chaos divine lightning, destroying heaven and earth. Exterminate for me." Above the void, lightning flashed and thunder rumbled. This time, Feng Rue's chaos divine lightning had even more terrifying power than the all-heaven divine lightning seat previously. Places that it said through, not a blade of S survived. Very soon, the mist was eradicated until not the slightest bit remained. Feng Rue's gaze was cold, looking at his surroundings vigilantly, searching for Yi Yuan's figure again. Seeing that Yi Yuan did not revive, Feng Rue could not help letting out a sigh in relief. Humph! What rubbish imperishable soul physique. It's merely that he didn't die thoroughly enough. If you revived again, this young hegemon will kill you again. Feng Rue said with a cold smile. However, in the next second, a cloud of mist appeared several dozen feet in front of him once more, condensing into Yi Yuan in the end. Feng Rue's eyes became wide saucers. This guy definitely did it on purpose. He waited for him to finish posturing before reviving again to slap his face. CKU. Oh, is that so? Looks like this time, I still haven't died thoroughly enough yet. I'll have to trouble young hegemon Feng to kill me once more. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rue and said with a radiant smile. He was already very certain that even if Feng Rue was 100 times stronger, he could not kill him too. Yi Yuan did not know whether or not he had the imperishable soul physique, but he knew that his soul physique was indeed not easy to kill. At least, Feng Rue did not have this ability. Yi Yuan even discovered that his revival seemed to be able to borrow the power of heaven and earth and would not consume his own soul force. It was as if he had fused into one with this world. Also, Feng Rue guessed correctly. Yi Yuan deliberately waited for him to posture, then revived. Feng Rue only felt his face burn fiery hot. He was a genius. He awakened the innate 5 lightning soul physique and succeeded in cultivating the 5 kinds of lightning techniques. Furthermore, this 5 lightning technique placed the soul race immensely in the first place. It was simply ever victorious in the soul race. But today, he was being mocked by an ant. Feng Rui's gaze turned chilly, and he said in a cold voice, "You're asking for it. Don't blame this young hegemon for not showing mercy." Yi Yuan nodded and said with a smile, "Imin, an opponent like you is really hard to find. Since you've delivered yourself to the doorstep, where's the logic of not using it? Now, I'm also very curious myself, where my own limits lie." Feng Rui gave a cold snort, 5 divine lightnings tearing across the air. In an instant, a radius of 1,000 feet was fully transformed into a lightning sea. It was just that similarly a lightning sea, but the power of the lightning sea that was fused and formed by 5 lightnings was more than 10 times stronger. 5 lightnings interwoven together, continuously reproducing in an endless succession, forming a powerful closed loop. In this S.P.A.C. Feng Rui was a hegemon. 5 lightning execution, destroying myriad worlds. Yi Yuan's soul body turned to dust virtually without any strength to fight back, and then it was completely refined. But this time, Feng Rui did not withdraw the lightning sea right away. This lightning sea lasted all the way for 2 hours. No matter how formidable Yi Yuan was, it was also impossible to survive. 2 hours later, Feng Rui recalled the lightning sea somewhat weakly. This 5 lightning execution clearly imposed a considerable burden on him too. Sustaining for 2 hours, even with his Emperor Cloud Heaven soul body, it was somewhat too much for him to bear as well. However, in order to completely kill Yi Yuan, he went all out. Even if he went back and recuperated for a few months, he was willing to. A mere ant dared to provoke Feng Rui. Did he really think that he had the imperishable soul physique? Even until now, Feng Rui did not believe that Yi Yuan had the imperishable soul physique too. He was different from Great Emperor Yi Sun and the others. As an imperishable soul domain's genius, he was all too clear how difficult the imperishable soul physique was to awaken. This time, Feng Rui was not in a hurry to posture anymore, but quietly waited. The others did not speak either. They just looked at him in terror like that. The combat power that Feng Rui exhibited frightened them badly. Lower Emperor Cloud Heaven. This sort of strength was sufficient to sweep away Emperor Cloud Heavens in the outside world. Even if it was Grand Completion Emperor Cloud Heaven, in this 5 lightning execution, there was only a road that led to death too. Sure enough, the outside world and the imperishable soul domain were 2 different worlds. At this time, the place was silent. Everyone was waiting whether or not Yi Yuan would revive again. Cloud Neon was waiting too. Honestly speaking, she was also very curious just how Yi Yuan revived. But at this time, she was already very sure that Yi Yuan's soul physique was not ordinary. Even if it was not the imperishable soul physique, it probably reached heaven rank too. She was all too clear about Feng Rui's strength. Not everyone had the qualifications to toy with him. 1 breath, 2 breaths. Very soon, 15 minutes said. Feng Rui just stood there, waiting for a full 15 minutes. During these 15 minutes, body spoke. Even if a gust of wind blew past, everyone held their breaths, seeing whether or not it was Yi Yuan who revived. However, he did not. Suddenly, Feng Rui raised his head to the sky and said with a loud laughter, "Ha! Like I said, how can a second imperishable soul physique possibly appear in this world? Yi Yuan, don't you know how to revive? Revive for me to see." Not knowing why, Feng Rui actually felt a great sense of accomplishment in being able to kill Yi Yuan. He detested this kind of feeling, but his heart could not contain it. However, just as he looked up to the sky, a strange atmosphere spread within the place. A cloud of misty air appeared again leisurely. Everyone looked at Feng Rui with strange expressions. Many people could not even hold back their laughter. Yi Yuan, this fellow was too wicked. He forcibly held it in for 15 minutes without reviving, just waiting for Feng Rui to posture. However, it seemed like this feeling of face-slapping was great. After all, Yi Yuan came from our Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall. No? Chapter 2939, The Terrifying Cloud Neon. Chapter 2939. The Terrifying Cloud Neon. The laughter stopped abruptly, because Feng Rue already felt one burning gaze after another. The moment he lowered his head, sure enough, he saw that disgusting face appearing in his eyes again. How is this possible? Forget about a true, sovereign heaven. Even if it was an emperor vast heaven, they would be refined as lightning sea without the least bit of resistance too. But Yi Yuan was actually completely fine? See, could it be that this guy actually really has the imperishable soul physique? Feng Rue jumped in fright at this sudden thought. This was impossible. He Jimin imperishable. That was a paramount existence. How could an ant possibly awaken the same soul physique as him? Since you want to see me revive so much, I'll revive again for you to see then. Yi Yuan looked at Feng Rue and said with a radiant smile. Feng Rue nearly spewed out a mouthful of old blood. This guy was really detestable to the extreme. *CK your sister. Your father waited 15 minutes for you, and you can really endure. Oh, right? What other more formidable methods do you have? I feel that I shouldn't have reached my limits yet. Yi Yuan continued. Feng Rue was speechless. What else could I say? This guy is definitely doing it on purpose. Didn't you see that your father was very weak now? Even the 5 lightning execution could not exterminate Yi Yuan. He was really out of ideas. After making a show of force for half a day, he became a complete and utter joke. All right, let's end it here. Yi Yuan, are you willing to acknowledge me as your master? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan and said calmly, Not willing. Yi Yuan said without hesitation. The expressions of Yi Sun and the rest turned stiff, almost jumping up. This guy was insane, right? Yi Yuan, Lord Cloud Neon, is a top powerhouse in the imperishable soul domain. Being able to go under her tutelage is your once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yi Sun said agitatedly. Yi Yuan said coolly, So what? I gave it a chance. It's her who didn't cherish it. Since she felt it beneath her to care about my life and death, I naturally won't stoop to going under her tutelage too. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body directly exploded, turning into nothingness. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived. Cloud Neon opened her mouth and said coolly, How about now? Yi Yuan's face turned black, and he said, You're dreaming. Boom! Yi Yuan's soul body collapsed again. A moment later, Yi Yuan revived again. Then what about now? Cloud Neon opened her mouth for the 3rd time. Fine, I'm willing. Yi Yuan decided that a wise man should not fight when the odds were against him. Actually, Yi Yuan was compelled against his will. Because the instant that he merged into heaven and earth, he discovered that Cloud Neon had glanced at him. Just this glance, and Yi Yuan immediately decided to acknowledge her as master. Very clearly, the enshrouding Miss Soul physique was not truly invincible. At least, this woman had the ability to kill him. This woman's strength was unfathomable. Yi Yuan estimated that her strength was likely not beneath eldest senior brother, Li Clearcloud. The so-called He Gemin imperishable was just because his strength was too formidable. Hence body could kill him. How is there true imperishable in this world? However, this enshrouding Miss Soul physique was clearly really very formidable and still had a lot of C for exploration. Acknowledging her as a master, everyone was happy. The only one who was sulking unhappily was Feng Rue. Senior apprentice brother, you have an imperishable soul physique, junior apprentice brother. Shouldn't you be happy? Yi Yuan said with a smile. Feng Rue, senior apprentice brother, I'm someone who bears grudges a lot. Cloud Neon ignored Yi Yuan and said to Yi Sun, This time, Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall has rendered merit and will be rewarded 1 soul cannon and 3 sets of mystic arts. Yi Sun and the rest were overjoyed, immediately bowing and saying, Many thanks, Lord Cloud Neon. Soul Path records were extremely precious things in the outside world. Things that came out of imperishable soul domain were naturally not ordinary. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall had struck gold. Returning to the imperishable soul domain, Feng Rue went into a close seclusion. Along the way with Yi Yuan, the scene was very awkward. This was an enormous palace complex, akin to the mortal world's palaces. It was just that the scale and grandeur were more than 100 times compared to the imperial palace. The imperishable soul domain was the holy land of the Nirvanic soul clan. Just like the labyrinth divine palace and blood G.O.D. temple, ordinary people were unable to discover its true location. This large region of S.P.A.C. was clearly hewed open by hegemon major powers with a great divine ability. After ordering attendants to leave, there were only Cloud Neon and Yi Yuan, two people left in the room. This 10,000-year ice-like woman had peerlessly beautiful looks, but she gave people a feeling of keeping strangers at bay. Speak. What objective do you have for forcibly bringing me to the imperishable soul domain? Yi Yuan said coolly. His words did not hold the slightest respect for his master. Cloud Neon's face still did not have any fluctuations as she said lightly, "You're very smart." Thinking about it, she added, "Even smarter than Feng Rue." Yi Yuan said disdainfully, "You're comparing me to a moron? You're insulting me." Cloud Neon was indifferent and said coolly, "He's very smart." Yi Yuan said, "Just an idiot who only knows how to cultivate. Use your behind to think, and you'd also know that I'm waiting for him to posture." In the end, he really went to posture. Cloud Neon was speechless. I'm actually at a loss for a reply. She knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. Feng Rue was indeed a genius. It was just that he was completely focused on cultivation. This kind of people, unless they use strength to crush their opponents. Otherwise, they could only still be counting money for people after being sold by them. All right, enough rubbish. I indeed need your help for something. A rare solemn expression appeared on Cloud Neon's face. Yi Yuan said, "Go on. I've fallen into the devil's claws now and can only be at your disposal." Cloud Neon was speechless again. She suddenly discovered that it was somewhat hard to communicate with this person. Progenitor Imperishable is missing. After a long time, Cloud Neon suddenly revealed a piece of earth-shattering news. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "What has Progenitor Imperishable going missing got to do with me? Wanted to worry. It should also be the business of you all, these origin powerhouses, right?" He had a smile on his face, but Yi Yuan's heart was burning with anxiety. Because one of the soul race's 3 great sacred artifacts, the purple ripple umbrella, was in the hands of hegemon Imperishable. This trip to the soul race was actually riddled with difficulties for Yi Yuan. It was just that he had to come. But who would have expected that even though he racked his brain to come here, what he obtained was actually such news? Hegemon Imperishable went missing. Didn't that mean that the purple ripple umbrella also went missing along with him? Cloud Neon looked at Yi Yuan just like that and said coolly, "I don't care what purpose you came to the soul race for. As long as you can help this seat find Hegemon Imperishable, I can spare your life. Also, your fetters with your original body can't be completely severed unless you forget your original self-sident. 1. Tie and start over." Cloud Neon said it calmly and collectedly. Coupled with that peerlessly beautiful face of her, it even gave people a feeling of gladdening the heart and pleasing to the eye. But Yi Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. Turns out that everything about him was seen through by this woman. Yi Yuan was firstly shocked, but later he felt at ease too. If his guess was correct, what this woman cultivated was probably the soul race's sacred canon too. Only a sacred canon on the same level could see through his actual situation. What she said was right. Yi Yuan cut off the bonds and transformed into a soul denizen. But that was not all. This soul clone still had to return to the main body in the end. If it was completely cut off, that would be another new life. It would no longer have any connections to his original self. Chapter 2940. Imperishable Inheritance. Chapter 2940. Imperishable Inheritance. Even major powers like you all couldn't find him. So how can I, a mere true sovereign heaven, find him? Since he had already been exposed, Yi Yuan naturally could not be bothered to disguise anymore as well, and said solemnly. Cloud Neon said coolly, "You don't think too highly of yourself either. Although according to your performance your soul physique shouldn't be inferior to Feng Rue, In my view, you're still of the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. As for whether or not you can find him, this seat doesn't know either. But at least you all, these pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, have more hope than us. The moment Yi Yuan heard this, he understood. Those who were scouted by the imperishable soul domain were clearly not just him with the pseudo-imperishable soul physique. Cloud Neon, these soul race upper echelons, wanted to try whether or not they could establish a trace of connection with Hegemin imperishable through the imperishable soul physique, thus finding him. Therefore, Cloud Neon, this kind of origin realm mighty expert, would personally move out and go to Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall to fetch him. He did not expect that the enshrouding mist soul physique that he accidentally awakened actually had such an effect. It really saved a lot of trouble. Otherwise, even if he awakened a special soul physique, wanting to come into contact with these secrets was likely not a matter of 1 or 2 days either. Sure, but I have a condition, Yi Yuan said. You don't have the qualifications to talk terms. If you don't agree, this seat will kill you right now, Cloud Neon said without the slightest emotion. Yi Yuan was speechless. This woman was really impervious to everything. This was putting it out there. I want to make use of you. You'd better let me take advantage of you properly. However, no matter how formidable Cloud Neon was, she probably also did not expect that his goal was Hegemin imperishable in the first place, right? At this point, he could only take things one step at a time. Suddenly, Cloud Neon pointed a finger. Yi Yuan only felt a scorching power spreading throughout his whole body. His entire person became unable to move anymore. No idea how long had passed. Said either. Cloud Neon withdrew her finger and said coolly, I've already sealed your fetter. Unless progenitor imperishable is here, no one can see through you. All right, you cultivate here. Tomorrow, we'll set off and head to the Central Soul region. Finished saying, she left straight away. The imperishable soul domain was huge. It was divided into East, South, West, North, and Central, 5 great regions. These 5 great regions were the hubs of the outside world's continent, each controlling a portion of a region. Ninglan Nirvana Soul Hall was under the rule of the East Soul region. Among the 5 great regions, there were constant disputes. But this time, in order to find Hegemin imperishable, the 5 great regions had joined hands for the first time ever. In some mysterious S.P.A.C. in the East Soul region, the proud Cloud Neon bowed to a big and tall man. Lord W. N. Jining W.A.N. Jining turned around and said with a smile, I heard that you accepted a pseudo-imperishable soul physique as a disciple when you went out this time. This kind of thing naturally could not be hidden. Cloud Neon said, That's right. This child is extremely talented and comparable to Feng Rue. W. N. Jining was rather surprised as he said, a pseudo-imperishable physique can actually be mentioned in the same breath with Feng Rue. Then this time, Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, There's hope. W. N. Jining was overjoyed as he said, If you say so, then there's really hope. Previously, there's progenitor imperishable holding down the fort. The blood race didn't dare to act rashly without careful consideration. But now, they're already eager to cause trouble. Cloud Neon, do you think progenitor imperishable Cloud Neon's eyes flickered slightly, and she said, Progenitor imperishable should still be alive, but his situation is likely not very good. In this world, an existence capable of killing progenitor imperishable probably hasn't been born yet. W.A.N. Jining nodded and said, I think so too. Then who do you think did this to progenitor imperishable? Cloud Neon said, It might be the blood race. It might also be the Chi Soul clan, or they joined forces. If it's the last case, then we have to be careful. But if they want to trap progenitor imperishable, they will definitely pay a huge price too. So for the time being, we're not in danger. But the night is long and fraught with dreams. W.A.N. Jining's expression turned somber, and he said, you're right. This matter can't be dragged on anymore. This time, we have to find progenitor imperishable no matter what. On the next day, Cloud Neon brought a group of people and set out for the Central Soul region. Only then did Yi Yuan know why Cloud Neon and Feng Rue looked down on him so much. Similarly, pseudo-imperishable physiques, but there were actually as many as 37. Just one E-Soul region gathered so many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques. Then, there would probably be over 100 pseudo-imperishable soul physiques in the entire imperishable soul domain. So many pseudo-imperishable soul physiques reckon that the majority of them were all trash soul physiques. During normal times, these big shots probably did not even have interest in taking a look. But now it was time to use them. Beside him, a youth in a white S.H.I. plus RT asked rather excitedly, "Brother, you're the pseudo-imperishable physique too?" Yi Yuan thought about it and said, "I'm not, you're the real imperishable soul physique?" The youth in white satirized to his face. Yi Yuan was taken aback and said, "How do you know what I was going to say?" The youth in white laughed loudly and said, "Everyone here says that they are the real imperishable soul physique." The others also started laughing in succession. Yi Yuan was speechless and could not help doubting himself. Could it be that I'm really of the pseudo-imperishable physique? The youth in the white S.H.I. plus RT said proudly, "However, I'm different from you guys. The imperishable inheritance this time will definitely belong to me, Bai Tsui Shan. You all, these people, are merely accessories. That's all." "Oh, how are you different from us?" Yi Yuan asked with a smile. Bai Tsui Shan said proudly, "Because I've met progenitor imperishable before and obtained his elderly self's guidance before. The imperishable inheritance this time was actually opened up specifically for me by his elderly self. After I become progenitor imperishable's disciple, I'll definitely be able to step into the realm of hegemon." With this, everyone was no longer calm. Yi Yuan could not resist looking toward Cloud Neon, but he discovered that Cloud Neon had an indifferent look and did not show much. Clearly, she had already known about this a long time ago. It was just that what Yi Yuan found strange was that these people did not seem to know what opening up the imperishable inheritance was for. Yi Yuan understood this. After all, the matter of hegemon imperishable's disappearance was a shocking event. Once the information was leaked, the imperishable soul domain would sink into huge panic. But why did Cloud Neon tell him? Could it be that in Cloud Mount's eyes, he had even higher hopes of obtaining the inheritance than Bai Tsui Shan? Bai Tsui Shan talked with a look of exultation. It turned out that he was a descendant of an East Soul region's major power. Several hundred years ago, hegemon imperishable came to find this major power and saw Bai Tsui Shan and Pa Sing. Seeing that he was of the pseudo-imperishable physique, he casually gave a few words of guidance. Being able to be advised by hegemon imperishable, Bai Tsui Shan was naturally not some amateur. If it was just a trash soul physique, hegemon imperishable definitely would not give pointers. Giving pointers would be a waste too. Sure enough, under hegemon imperishable's guidance, Bai Tsui Shan's strength advanced by leaps and bounds. Now, he was already an Emperor Realm powerhouse. The opening up of the imperishable inheritance this time, to these pseudo-imperishable physiques, they just said that it was in order to deal with the blood race's invasion and that hegemon imperishable wanted to accept a disciple. Regarding the rest, these people did not know a thing. When Bai Tsui Shan finished talking, Yi Yuan cupped his fists and said, "So that's how it is. Brother Bai is indeed formidable. Looks like this time, we're really just playing supporting roles." Chapter 2941, Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Chapter 2941, Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. I didn't expect that this time, it's actually junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon, personally leading the team. Before everyone landed, a young man who was far from being handsome came forward to greet, doing his utmost to please and woo. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. "Did you not have any idea what you look like?" Sure enough, Cloud Mount's expression seemed to turn a few degrees colder as she said coldly, "Brother Shanyang, time is tight. Since everyone is here, let's start right away. Mountain Goat 1? This name is pretty good, matching the person. Didn't this person look just like a mountain goat? When Mountain Goat saw that Cloud Neon had an attitude of keeping people 1,000 miles away, he could not help saying rather awkwardly, "Ha! What junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon says is right. Then let's begin." The others also laughed secretly in their hearts. It was just that this Mountain Goat was an origin major power of the Central Soul region. His strength was almost on par with Cloud Neon. There was naturally no one who dared to laugh. The people leading the teams from the other 3 regions were all origin major powers too, coming forward to greet one after another. One could also tell from their attitudes that Cloud Neon's status in the imperishable soul domain was extremely high. Yi Yuan swept a glance and discovered that the 5 great regions added up, the pseudo-imperishable soul physiques actually had close to 200 people. With this, everything was clear. It was completely worthless. Mountain Goat led everyone and arrived under a glazed pag. Oh duh, this glazed pag. Oh, that had a total of 7 floors, each level with a different color. 2. This 7-colored pag. Oh, duh, is a chaos heavenly treasure. Back then, Progenitor Imperishable created it in order to search for a second imperishable physique. It's just a pity that body could become the second hegemon imperishable. The 7-colored pag. Oh, that has not been opened up for 100,000 years already. This time, hegemon imperishable had a sudden impulse to accept a disciple. You all are also considered blessed people. Mountain Goat said. Hearing this, many people were extremely excited. It was as if Progenitor Imperishable's disciple had already been decided to be them. However, Yi Yuan also saw a purple-robed young man in the Central Soul Region's team whose expression was very calm. Yi Yuan understood in his heart that this person had probably already known about Progenitor Imperishable. Progenitor Imperishable left a trace of soul, Tao, origin inside. What you all have to do is to find it and fuse with this trace of origin. As long as someone fuses with the origin, they will be able to become Progenitor Imperishable's disciple. Understood? Mountain Goat continued. Fusing origin. Doesn't that mean that I'll be an origin powerhouse in Emperor Cloud Heaven? Progenitor Imperishable's origin. This is a Civ opportunity. This soul Tao origin is mine. Body is allowed to S. Hey, TC, H for me. As soon as they heard this, all the pseudo-imperishable physiques went crazy. This kind of Civ opportunity was far too tempting for them. Yi Yuan could not resist rolling his eyes. These guys are also too naive, right? If this power of origin was so easy to fuse with the 7-colored pag, to still be here perfectly fine? Finished saying, Mountain Goat looked towards the purple-robed young man and said meaningfully, W.N. G. Qian, Progenitor Imperishable has pinned high hopes on you. Entering the 7-colored pag. To this time, you have to perform well. The purple-robed young man bowed and said, Martial Uncle, rest assured. W.A.N. G. Qian definitely won't fail the mission. Mountain Goat nodded with a slight smile, his goat face growing longer. When the 7-colored pag, opened up, Yi Yuan felt that his mist body seemed to have been ignited. Those pseudo-imperishable physiques rushed inside impatiently. Especially by Tsuei-shan, he practically rushed inside with howls. W.A.N. Ji Qian gave Yi Yuan a glance and also walked in. Yi Yuan was just about to go, but then Cloud Neon shouted, Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan did not turn back and wave his hand and said, all right, so much C.R.A.P. Relax, I want to find Progenitor Imperishable more than you. Finished saying, he went straight into the 7-colored pag. The moment these words came out, the expressions of the few big shots all changed drastically. This brat actually knew? Younger sister Cloud Neon, how can you leak the matter in advance? West Soul Region's team, an old woman questioned. Cloud Neon just said coolly, doesn't W.N. Ji Qian know too? The old man said in a solemn voice. How is that the same? W. A. N. Ji Qian, he's progenitor imperishable's lineage heir in the first place. Cloud Neon gave her a glance and said, If I said it, I said it. So what about it? You. The old woman was angered until she billowed smoke from all 7 orifices but was helpless to do anything. At this time, Mountain Goat came over to smooth things over, saying with a smile, if it said, there's no big deal. Young sister Cloud Neon naturally won't betray the ancestor. It's just that. Young sister Cloud Neon seems to be very optimistic about this kid. Cloud Neon nodded her head and said, If someone can really fuse with the origin, it can only be him. But Mountain Goat smiled and said, Doesn't younger sister Cloud Neon know that before the progenitor went missing, he already had the intention of letting W. A. N. Ji Qian enter the 7-colored pack? Oda, where did this kid pop out from? Cloud Neon said coolly, If you don't believe me, just wait and see. But the old woman sneered and said, Do you think that only your East Soul region can find geniuses? Our West Soul region's Zhou Yin similarly has the strength to fuse with the origin. The other 2 chuckled, clearly quite confident in the people that they brought. Dong! In the first level S, P. C, a drumming sound suddenly came over. Yi Yuan only felt that his soul physique was shocked by this noise until it was about to collapse and dissipate. Far away, a miserable cry came over. Clearly, the soul body had already been scattered. Can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. Just based on your paltry skills, and you also want to obtain the origin? A mocking voice came from behind Yi Yuan. Turning around to look, who could it be if not W. A. N. Ji Qian? Clearly, W. A. N. Ji Qian had also discovered him in the crowd. Yi Yuan looked at him and said with a smile, Since the Central Soul region called everyone over, it shows that their confidence in you is still lacking. Isn't that so? W. N. Ji Qian's pupils constricted, and he said in a cold voice, You're courting death. Yi Yuan smiled and said, If you feel that you can kill me, you can come and try. This W. A. N. Ji Qian was merely a lower Emperor Cloud Heaven too. It was simply impossible to kill him. Therefore, Yi Yuan did not take him seriously either. W. A. N. Ji Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said with a cold smile, Don't need me to take action. You can't even withstand the twilight drum daybreak bell. You'll be wiped out by the 7-colored pack. Oh, to very soon. Dong. Right at this time, another drumming sound occurred. This sound seemingly wanted to enter people's bone marrows. Yi Yuan's soul body actually started to show signs of dissipation under this drumming. W. A. N. Ji Qian's soul body was clearly much stronger. He was not affected at all. He looked at Yi Yuan, snickering to no end. Hoo-hoo, a toad wanted to eat swan meat. It's talking about you, right? Savor the taste of the twilight drum daybreak bell well. As he said these words, W. A. N. Ji Qian leaped and disappeared. Yi Yuan's brows furrowed slightly, seemingly pondering about something. Not far away, many people were directly scattered under this twilight drum daybreak bell. However, the pseudo-imperishable physique was an imperishable physique too. They recovered back to new very quickly. It was just that their soul bodies did not seem to be as condensed as before anymore. This made Yi Yuan certain that the twilight drum daybreak bell could kill people. But this was clearly a land of inheritance. Why do I want to kill people? Chapter 2942, Cutting of All Means of Retreat. Chapter 2942, Cutting of All Means of Retreat. Dong. Ahead, a pseudo-imperishable physique directly exploded, and he stopped reviving as well. He turned to ashes. Many people started panicking. W. A. N. Ji Qian looked at the panic on people's faces, his face full of a ridiculing expression. A bunch of ant-like things also had wishful thinking about finding the origin. Even if it was given to you, can you fuse with it? Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, discovering that several people were still searching around. Amen. If I didn't remember wrongly, that's Great Emperor White Shadow's grandson, by Tsushan, right? This kid had a great lucky chance, too, to obtain progenitor Imperishable's guidance. Furthermore, his strength isn't weak. W-A-N. Ji Qian muttered to himself. Dong! Another drumbeat. This time, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly turned to ashes. W-I-N. Ji Qian felt that his soul body also became a bit uncomfortable. He knew that the effect of this drumming sound was each blow being stronger than the last. If he stayed for a long time, it would cause tremendous damage to his soul body. These imperishable soul physiques, were not truly imperishable. Amen. At this time, he saw someone from the peripherals of his eyes. Yi Yuan. Following this drumbeat, Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered his soul body again. It was just that this time, it was clearly much dimmer than the last time. A hint of a smile showed at the corners of W and Ji Qian's mouth. His figure moved, arriving before Yi Yuan, and he said with a look of amuse, T, it's just the 7th drumbeat, and you already can't hold on? 9 drums, 7 bells, each claiming lives. Kid, you have to take care. Yi Yuan's 2 eyes narrowed, and he said coolly, Relax, even if you die. I won't die too, W.N. Ji Qian snickered and said, still being stubborn on your deathbed. Relax, I'll keep on paying attention to you. Finished saying W.N. Ji Qian laughed loudly and left. Bai Shan also discovered that Yi Yuan was scattering even more. He came over to urge, saying, Yi Yuan, stop forcing it. You'll die. Give up. I give up. I give up. I can't take it anymore. I give up. Right at this time, many people around started to howl loudly. Before entering, the team leaders told them, and as long as they shouted, I give up, these 3 words to the sky, they would be automatically transported out. However, they did not. For a time, alarm and fear spread. Why? Why am I still here? I gave up already. Hurry up and transport me out. I'm going to die. I don't want to die. I give up. I give up. I give up. Many people's yells carried sobs, but they discovered to their dismay that no matter how they yelled, there were no movements. Dong! With another drumbeat, many pseudo-imperishable physiques directly died. This time, they finally discovered that they could not go out anymore. Liars! You bunch of liars! I won't let you all off, even if I become a ghost. Sniff! Sniff! Many people started cursing. Even W.A.N. Ji Qian's expression changed drastically too. What ruthless means. This was forcing them all, these people, toward death. Very clearly, those people outside had long already made a decision. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, then there was no need to go out anymore. This was not some inheritance. This was a salvation that had to succeed. If they were unable to fuse with the origin, they would not be able to find Hegemon imperishable. Then what was the use of them? These pseudo-imperishable physique powerhouses. Of course, this also meant cutting off all means of retreat, cutting off their paths of survival, squeezing out all of their potential to search for the origin and fusing with the origin. W.A.N. Ji Qian's gaze turned intent, and he roared angrily, All shut up for me. He was extremely strong. With this roar, it made everyone quieten down at once. Everyone carried extremely terrified expressions, looking toward W.A.N. Ji Qian. W.N. Ji Qian's gaze swept over everyone, and he said in a cold voice, You all don't need to harbor fantasies anymore. Only one person among us can go out. Only by finding the origin and fusing with it can one walk out of here. Crying and yelling here is useless. Go and find the origin. Only by finding the origin can you survive. A word woke up the dreamer. Everyone suddenly came to a realization. Yeah, as long as they found the origin, they would be able to live. Hence, everyone became incomparably frenzied. Bai Shan also came to a realization and hurriedly said to Yi Yuan, Go, hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, we'll all have to die. This place is the land of inheritance. Why is there such a twilight drum daybreak bell? Yi Yuan did not leave. He muttered under his breath. Bai Shan got anxious and said, My G. Oh, D, you're still in the mood to say this? A breath late, and you'll be dead. But Yi Yuan ignored him and murmured to himself, What's the benefit in killing people? This first level is stark empty. There's nothing at all. Is it just for the sake of killing people? That's not right. This twilight drum daybreak bell is fishy. Goodness, what can be fishy? Hurry up and go find the origin. Bai Shan really panicked. However, this guy was loyal to his friends. Seeing that Yi Yuan was in a daze, he did not leave. At this time, a hint of a smile flashed across the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he actually sat down on the spot. Bai Shan was stupefied and said anxiously, Goodness me, what are you doing here? If we can't find the origin, we'll all have to die. But Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, Brother Bai, you go and search for it. I'm not searching anymore. Bai Shan could not do anything about it and stomped his feet hard as he said, My word, you weirdo, I'm going. Dong. The ninth drumbeat sounded out, and Yi Yuan's soul body directly collapsed. When he recovered again, his soul body became even dimmer. W.A.N. Ji Qian saw Yi Yuan because he was too eye-catching. Hence, he came over and said in a cold voice, Other people are all searching for the origin. What are you doing? Yi Yuan ignored him but savored the drumbeat earlier in detail, as well as the feeling of the soul body collapsing. W.A.N. Ji Qian's gaze turned cold, and he said in a cold voice, Go and search for the origin for me now. Otherwise, I'll kill you now. Yi Yuan still ignored him. Boom. W.N. Ji Qian did not hesitate in the slightest, directly striking with a terrifying palm. His strength was significantly stronger than Feng Rue. Yi Yuan's soul body was directly disintegrated by him. But very soon, Yi Yuan recovered again. Imperishable soul physique. Even if it was a pseudo-imperishable soul physique, it was not that easy to be killed either. Furthermore, being killed by him did not pose the slightest threat to Yi Yuan. What was truly threatening was the twilight drum daybreak bell. Yi Yuan felt it. What this twilight drum daybreak bell destroyed was not just his soul body. It was even his consciousness. This was also to say that, in the end, even he would not be able to revive anymore. W.A.N. Ji Qian's gaze turned intent, and he said in a chilly voice, Thing, really think that I can't kill you? Hence, he released his aura fully. A terrifying soul force crept out in the air. Dong! Right at this time, the first bell ring sounded. W.A.N. Ji Qian gave A.M. U.F. fled groan. That horrifying soul force directly crumbled under this bell ring. Of course, Yi Yuan's soul body also collapsed again. The power of this bell ring was several times that of the drumbeat. This many, even more people died. Rather than wasting time with me here, it is better to hurry up and find the origin. Otherwise, you'll die too, Yi Yuan said coolly. W.A.N. Ji Qian's expression was ugly to the extreme. However, he knew that what Yi Yuan said was right. If they can't find the origin, he would have to die too. W.A.N. Ji Qian gritted his teeth and flew away. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Chapter 2943. Chapter 2943. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Are we being too vicious by doing so? Said a white-haired old man. He was North Seoul region's great Emperor Ming Jian. The old woman snorted coldly and said, What's wrong? Just a bunch of pseudo-imperishable soul physiques, being able to die for progenitor. That's their honor. Moreover, whoever obtains the soul Tao origin, that will be their civ lucky chance. They can't even wait to thank us. Mountain Goat also laughed and said, If people don't force themselves, they really won't know how great their potential is at times. Under a hopeless situation, they will be able to make a difference. They definitely won't be able to resolve their minds, so we can only help them. Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, don't you think so? Cloudmount was silent. Mountain Goat's laughter seemed slightly awkward, and he was also quite angry in his heart. Sealing the 7-colored pag. Oh, it was agreed upon by the 5 great regions a long time ago. In order to find he gemin imperishable, what did a few mere pseudo-imperishable physiques count for? Suddenly, a hint of a sneer flashed across the old lady's face as she said, Junior apprentice, Sister Cloud Neon, this is the boy that you spoke of? It's just the 7th drumbeat, and his soul body already can't hold up anymore. Cloud Neon still did not speak, as if she had heard nothing. The old woman felt like her punch landed on cotton, very depressing. The old woman did not care whether or not Cloud Neon responded and still said sarcastically, 9 drum beats, 7 bell rings, this kid probably can't even make it through the first round. Just this, and he still wants to fuse with the origin? What a joke. Great Emperor Ming Jian also smiled and said, this time, Junior apprentice Sister Cloud Neon has probably made an error of judgment. This kid is indeed rotten mud that can't hold up a wall. Being so highly regarded by Cloud Neon, the others were also full of expectations for him. But who would have expected that Yi Yuan was a pewter spearhead that shone silver, impressive-looking but useless? Forget about W.A.N. Ji Qian. Even compared to Bai Tsui Shan, who was similarly from the Yi Seoul region, he was far too lacking as well. Mountain Goat smiled and said, although it was being forced to, finding the 5 great regions' pseudo-imperishable physiques was just to make provisions for contingencies. But actually, the one who's most suitable to fuse with the origin is none other than W. Ji Qian. The old lady smiled coldly and said, Shan Yang, this old lady, don't like to hear these words. Our West Seoul region's Zhuolong isn't inferior to W.A.N. Ji Qian. Dong. The 3rd round, the 3rd bell ring sounded. W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body immediately scattered at the sound of it. These top powerhouses, already could not bear it anymore. Some of these pseudo-imperishable physiques were powerful and had even reached Emperor Vast Heaven already. However, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell's effect on each person was different. If you were Emperor Vast Heaven, it would give you the power of Emperor Vast Heaven. If you were True Sovereign Heaven, it would give you the power of True Sovereign Heaven. Therefore, the longer you last, it showed that the pseudo-imperishable physique was stronger. For W.A.N. Ji Qian to be able to last until now, it was already very difficult. There were fewer and fewer figures around him. They should have long died out. D.A.M. in it. Where on earth is the origin? If the origin can't be found, this Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell will get stronger and stronger, all the way until it kills us all. W.A.N. Ji Qian became somewhat anxious. The 7-colored pag. Ode was divided into a total of 7 levels. Each level would have an origin fragment. Only by finding 7 origin fragments could one attempt to fuse with the origin. But this first level was already so difficult. His expression was ugly to the extreme. The first level S.P.A.C. was not considered big. With over 100 of them, they already dug 3 feet into the ground of the first level. However, they did not discover traces of the origin fragment. This drove everyone virtually crazy. My soul body has already collapsed. That punk called Yi Yuan has already had his soul disintegrated now, right? W.A.N. Ji Qian remembered Yi Yuan at the behest of supernatural powers and could not resist returning to find Yi Yuan. He discovered that Yi Yuan was indeed no longer in the same place. Sure enough, he was already dead. Inexplicably, a hint of delight flashed across in W.A.N. Ji Qian's heart. But very soon, he started smiling bitterly. What am I competing with a dead man who? Soon, I'll become a dead man too. Sure enough, the origin that progenitor imperishable left behind was not so easy to find. Sorry, progenitor imperishable. W. A. N. G. Qian is incompetent and can't find you. Brother W. A. N. G. Why are you still hanging around here? I see that your soul body is about to collapse. If you still don't go and find Master Yi, you probably can't last much longer. At this time, a voice sounded out behind W. A. N. G. Qian. W. A. N. G. Qian turned around. He knew this person. He was also of the central soul region called Tsangyu. His strength was very average. Seeing Tsangyu, he could not help being taken aback and said, Tsangyu, you're actually not dead yet? In his view, Tsangyu should have died long ago. Tsangyu chuckled and said, I also thought that I was going to die. It is thanks to Master Yi. Otherwise, with my bit of strength, I would really have long died. W. A. N. Ji Qian was taken aback and said, Master Yi? Who's Master Yi? Your soul body. He discovered to his surprise that Tseng Yu's soul body became extremely solid. It was even more solid than when he just entered. Logically speaking, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell had already sounded for 3 rounds. Even if he was not dead yet, his soul body should also have been overwhelmed a long time ago. What's going on here? Tseng Yu smiled radiantly and said, Oh, Master Yi is East Soul Region's Yi Yuan. It's he who comprehended the profound meaning of the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and imparted the method to train the imperishable soul physique to us. That's how we escaped the calamity. Otherwise, all these people, would be dead for sure in the first level. W. A. N. Ji Qian's eyes became wide saucers, and he looked at Tseng Yu in disbelief as he said in shock, You're saying, using the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell to train the imperishable soul physique? How is this possible? Tseng Yu smiled and said, Yeah. Originally, I also felt that it was impossible. But Master Yi said that since progenitor imperishable left behind the inheritance, it's definitely not to kill people, but to let the imperishable soul physique become stronger. The Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell sounds formidable, but actually secretly contains an extremely profound technique. As long as you find the method, you'll be able to make the imperishable soul physique become even stronger. You look at me now. Is my soul body much more solid than before? Tumultuous waves had long already set off in W. A. N. G. Qian's heart. It was still his first time hearing that the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell still had such a version. His first reaction was that he felt that it was ridiculous. But Tseng Yu's soul body was indeed more solid than before. Dong! Right at this time, another bell rang. W. A. N. Ji Qian only felt that his soul body was about to be shocked into a pile of loose sand. After expending a Herculean effort, W. A. N. Ji Qian finally recondensed his soul body. But the moment he looked at Tseng Yu, he became completely dumbfounded. Tseng Yu's soul body was scattered too. In fact, it was scattered even more thoroughly than him. That S of misty air was already so thin and one virtually could not see it anymore. But very soon, Tseng Yu's soul body condensed again. Furthermore, it became even more solid than just now. Tseng Yu looked at W. A. N. Ji Qian with a sympathetic look and said, Brother W. N. G. Master Yi is currently in the northwest direction, preaching Tao to everyone. You hurry over. I know that you have some conflict with Master Yi. Just lower your head and admit your mistake. Master Yi is magnanimous and won't haggle over it with you. With how your soul body is at most 2 or 3 bell rings, you'll probably disintegrate. My skills are poor, and I don't dare to casually impart it. You'd better listen to Master Yi personally expound on Tao. All right, not talking anymore. I still have to go and search for the origin fragment. I'll be leaving first. Finished speaking, he left behind the panic-looking W. A. N. Ji Qian and turned around and left. Chapter 2944. How shameful. Chapter 2944. How shameful. W. A. N. Ji Qian's heart was in turmoil. To go was not a solution. To not go was also not a solution. He thought that there were fewer and fewer people, and they all died. Who knew that they all went to listen to Yi Yuan preach on Tao? This Tseng Yu was originally just an ant-like existence in his eyes. But now, looking at the appearance of his soul body, it was actually even more solid than his. This was too demoralizing. But his pride did not allow him to bow his head to Yi Yuan. Suddenly, his gaze turned intent, and he said with a cold smile, "Even a group of ants can comprehend the twilight drum daybreak bell. I'm from the Central Soul region. As someone who's regarded highly by progenitor imperishable, can I comprehend it? Without a butcher, there isn't pork or meat anymore. Getting to work at once, W.N. Ji Qian sat down, diligently feeling each time his soul body collapsed previously. Dong! The daybreak bell sounded again, W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body was disintegrated again. This time, it became a little harder for him to condense his soul body. But he did not believe in heresy. Time slowly trickled by, and W.A.N. Ji Qian finally tided over another round of twilight drum daybreak bell. His soul body was already dim to the extreme. However, he did not have any comprehension. The twilight drum daybreak bell was still the twilight drum daybreak bell. Each drumbeat was killing him. W.A.N. Ji Qian despaired. It seemed like he really could not eat pork. Why? Why can Yuan do it, but I can't? W.A.N. Ji Qian cried out in despair. No way. I can't die here. He used all the strength in his body and sped toward the northwest direction desperately. When the dead dog-like W.A.N. Ji Qian appeared in front of Yi Yuan, he was still quite surprised. He still thought that W.A.N. Ji Qian would rather break than bend and not come and look for him even if he died under the twilight drum daybreak bell. Save me. When he yelled this sentence out, W.A.N. Ji Qian felt so ashamed, feeling the strange gazes around him. He only felt his face burn fiery hot. He wished to find a hole in the ground to burrow into. Someone as proud as him. How did he become like a dog, wagging his tail in front of the enemy and begging for mercy? This kind of scene should have been reversed in his understanding. But now, it was him who was begging in front of Yi Yuan for his charity. However, he was really going to die. On the way over, he suffered another 2 drumbeats. His life was already really tough to actually forcefully pull through. Yi Yuan, save me, W.A.N. Ji Qian cried out in shame. Yi Yuan smiled and slowly opened his mouth, with words droning out of his mouth. Dozens of people had already gathered around Yi Yuan. They were all listening to Yi Yuan preach on Tao. There was also another group of people who already stopped comprehending and went to search for the origin on their own. The others could not care about W.A.N. Ji Qian's Embark. Smint, listening attentively one after another. W.A.N. Ji Qian perked his spirit up fully, listening attentively to each word that Yi Yuan said. All of a sudden, his entire body trembled. It turned out that the imperishable soul physique could still be understood like this. The imperishable soul physique was not immortal and imperishable. This imperishable soul physique needed to be tempered too. The twilight drum daybreak bell was used to temper the misty air, making it become even more saleable. And this method of tempering also broadened W.A.N. Ji Qian's horizons. So that's how it was. Why did I not think of that? This was not difficult. This guy must have accidentally stumbled across it. One of the matters in the world were actually often not profound. Just a little bit, and it would be clear. However, it was often this little bit that was the hardest. W.A.N. Ji Qian was very clear about it. His comprehension ability was very high, but he did not have the ability to see through this point. However, when others pointed it out, he did not feel that others were very impressive. He just felt that others were lucky. That was all. He had never thought about it before this. It was not the first time that someone had entered this 7-colored pag. Oh duh. During these countless years, countless people had entered before, but no one could see through this. Just this, and Yi Yuan was stronger than countless people. P.W. A. N. Ji Qian was also merely one of these countless people. Hence, his soul body strengthened once more. At this time, Yi Yuan's soul body had already become extremely solid. When the daybreak bell sounded again, Yi Yuan's soul body stood firm like a mountain, without the slightest sign of collapse. In fact, not even a trace of misty air formed. Suddenly, the S.P.A.C. shook. A spatial door appeared in front of everyone. It's the door leading to the second floor. Amen? That's Origin Fragment. Turns out that as long as one reaches grand completion in shrouding Miss Soul Physique under the twilight drum daybreak bell, the Origin Fragment will appear. At this time, a GLA.S fragment-shaped object appeared in front of Yi Yuan. It was brightly colored. This piece of GLA.S fragment belonged to him. Many people's eyes turned red. Yi Yuan was not courteous either, putting away the Origin Fragment with a smile. All right, the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell has said. We can enter the second level. Of course, those who want to continue cultivating can still continue to stay in the first level. Finished saying, Yi Yuan stepped right into the door of the second floor. Everyone exchanged glances. However, very soon, someone rushed into the second level after him. At this time, W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body had already pretty much been restored. In fact, it was even stronger than before. He immediately rushed into the second level without the slightest hesitation. Humph! The Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell is merely thus. In the second round, I absolutely won't lose to Yi Yuan. W.A.N. Ji Qian said with disdain in his heart. Bai Cuishan's soul body had not reached the realm of grand completion yet. He thought about it and still stayed behind. There were also a few who similarly stayed behind, but there were not many. What a terrifying sea of fire. Is this round the legendary rebirth in fire? The first round was the inheritance that tempers the soul body. Then, what is this round's inheritance? Not good. My soul body is clearly already much stronger, but it still can't withstand the power of this fire sea. As soon as they entered the second round, many people felt that their soul body was about to collapse. Their soul body had already been greatly strengthened in the first level, but it still could not resist the power of this flame. Yi Yuan's soul body was much stronger than theirs. He did not feel anything. However, he fell into contemplation again very quickly. What was this second round's inheritance? When he was in the Nirvana Soul Hall, he had once entered the soul refining furnace and felt the tempering of Tao fire before. Could it be that this round was to continue tempering in this flame? It was just that when Yi Yuan thought of this, the others clearly thought of the same thing too. Yeah, I understand. Even if it's the imperishable, it also needs to experience continuous tempering. Only when myriad great Tao can't even refine your soul body can that be called imperishable soul physique. Progenitor imperishable must have already reached that realm. Since that's the case, let's do it. W.A.N. Ji Qian swept away the decadence of the first round and smiled confidently, his body turning into mist, soaking in the flames. Immediately, he felt endless scorching. A.M.U.F. fled ground came out of the misty air. Clearly, the current W.A.N. Ji Qian was in great agony. However, he did not care. He carefully felt this scorching, wanted to make use of this grilling to let the soul body become stronger. Yi Yuan's face revealed a pondering look. Is it really like this? Chapter 2945, Hallucination? Chapter 2945, Hallucination? And not good. My soul body, can't hold on anymore. Arg s so hot. I can't do it anymore as well. My soul body is clearly already very strong, but why can't I hold on? With the pious sage of time, many people started to crumble. The temperature of the fire sea seemed to be getting higher and higher. Their misty air was evaporating bit by bit, becoming faded. Finally, it turned into nothingness. Originally, they thought that by relying on Yi Yuan's teachings in the first round, a powerful soul body was sufficient to survive. But they had clearly miscalculated. W.A.N. Ji Qian was no exception either. Feeling the burning sensation coming from his enshrouding mist soul physique, W.A.N. Ji Qian had a feeling of getting slapped in the face. He attempted to use this powerful fire C to temper the soul body. But it was useless. His soul body was still being weakened little by little. Yi Yuan was not far away from him. Within his sight, he could see that Yi Yuan was still frowning and contemplating, and he did not turn into mist form either. But all of a sudden, Yi Yuan's figure moved, turning into a cloud of misty air. When W.A.N. Ji Qian saw, he could not help scoffing as he said, "Oh," pretending to be profound. "Do you really think that you're so lucky every time? In the first round, you were merely lucky, that's all. In this second round, you've pondered for half a day. Isn't it still this move? What's the difference compared to us?" W.A.N. Ji Qian already understood that regarding this seven-colored pag. The thing inherited was different in each round. But as for the specifics of the inheritance, it required one to fumble themselves. He knew that he had not found the way yet, and Yi Yuan likewise had not found the way. The first round, it was merely accidentally stumbled upon by him, that was all. "Yoch, so hot. I feel that my soul body is almost vaporizing. Yi Yuan, have you found a method to crack this round? I, old Bai, will learn from you." Bai Zuishan's strange cry transmitted over. W.A.N. Ji Qian's face turned black. Did this fellow want face or not? "Bai Zuishan, you're also a genius who had been guided by progenitor before. You'll follow behind others to hitch a ride?" W.A.N. Ji Qian said in a cold voice. Bai Zuishan gave W.A.N. Ji Qian a glance, and suddenly put on a weak state as he said, Save me. Yi Yuan, save me." The moment W.A.N. Ji Qian saw, his face instantly turned black as the bottom of a pot. Wasn't this appearance precisely his tail-wagging appearance when he was begging in the first round? This was his lifetime humiliation. Bai Zuishan, this guy, actually rubbed salt on his wound. TCH, who was it that pestered Yi Yuan incessantly in the first round? Why, forgot everything in a blink of an eye. Bai Zuishan said with a disdainful look. W.A.N. Ji Qian's eyes spewed fire as he roared angrily. Bai Zuishan, today, if I, W.N. Ji Qian, don't kill you, I swear that I'm lesser than human. W.A.N. Ji Qian had completely exploded. He ignored his rapidly depleting soul force currently, pouncing over toward Bai Zuishan frenziedly. Bai Zuishan jumped in fright too. His strength was naturally far below that of W.A.N. Ji Qian. For W.A.N. Ji Qian to be able to be thought highly of by the Central Soul region, he was naturally not an ordinary genius. The moment he went crazy, Bai Zuishan felt the pressure coming like it could topple mountains and overturn the seas. Boom! In an instant, the two people exchanged blows. W.A.N. Ji Qian gave A.M. U.F. fled groan, flying out backward. Bai Zuishan looked at his own palm somewhat disbelievingly, his face looking confused. Why did I become so powerful? Bai Zuishan said with an innocent look. Does Brother Bai really not know? Or are you feigning ignorance? Although your soul body isn't as perfect as Master Yi, you stand out among us too. While W.A.N. Ji Qian's soul body has been roasting in this round for a long time. He's long already an arrow at the end of its flight. At this time, how could he be your match? Beside him, someone who entered together with Bai Zuishan explained. The moment Bai Zuishan heard, he came to a sudden realization and said, "So that's how it is. TSK. Along the way here, I was still saying that I'll protect Yi Yuan. In the end, when we entered here, it's all Yi Yuan who's covering me. Ha ha. Yi Yuan, have you cracked this round or not? Old bye. I'm already too hungry to wait. Over at the other side, Ji Qian almost wanted to vomit blood. When did Bai Shan become so strong? He naturally knew that his condition was not good, but he touched his own heart and felt that there was still no problem in dealing with Bai Shan, who knew that he could not even block a move from him. This showed that Bai Shan already made great progress by tempering his body with the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell in the first round. Was the gap actually so big? He entered the second level in order to the origin fragment. Who knew that Bai Shan actually already grew to this point in the first level? He suddenly discovered that he seemed to have missed something. Boom! Suddenly, Yi Yuan caught on fire. His misty air actually combusted in the fire sea. When Ji Qian saw this scene, he was overjoyed. Ha ha ha, what did I say? He was simply a blind cat bee. Ping into a dead rat in the first round. It was completely luck. In this round, he revealed his true colors, right? Burn away. Best that he burns to ashes. At this time, Ji Qian had indescribable delight in his heart. He would rather die here than be willing to see Yi Yuan continue to be impressive. In front of Yi Yuan, his humiliation could no longer be cleansed. The expressions of Bai Shan and the rest also instantly became solemn. What's going on here? Yi Yuan, are you all right? Bai Shan said worriedly. Master Yi, don't scare us. It's over. It's over. In this round, even Master Yi has suck. You in bed. Looks like we're all dead for sure this time. Many people already saw Yi Yuan burn up, holding on in the fire sea until now. Their soul bodies already almost could not bear it anymore. The only hope was Yi Yuan, but who knew that Yi Yuan himself also could not make it anymore? With this, it was over. Reckless and blind thing. This 7-colored pack. It has been placed here for how many years? Body can make it through the 7 levels at all to collect all of the origin fragments. Just the likes of you also want to flip the heavens? Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Many people shot angry gazes at him, but anger was useless too. Yi Yuan looked like he was about to die. Yi Yuan's misty air was currently burning, already almost merging into one with the surrounding flames. When the misty air completely disappeared, Yi Yuan would also be equivalent to being gone. Sure enough, Yi Yuan's misty air was currently becoming the fire sea bit by bit. The people started to despair. In fact, Yi Yuan did not even resist at all inside. Ji Qian felt very delighted and even had the satisfaction of having taken revenge. Watching Yi Yuan die in front of him was also a kind of enjoyment, was it not? Finally, Yi Yuan's misty gas completely disappeared. The place where he originally was already completely turned into a stretch of fire sea, completely fusing into one with the fire sea in this second level SPAC. Dead. Finally dead. So what if he solved the Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell and acquired the origin fragment? Aren't you still going to die here, all the same? Ha ha ha! Ji Qian said with a loud laugh. Everyone's expressions became gloomy. Their last trace of hope was also dashed. But right at this time, a figure suddenly condensed and formed, appearing in the fire sea. Ji Qian was taken aback, rubbing his eyes hard. Was his eyesight failing? Did his hatred already make him hallucinate? Was not that Yi Yuan? Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Chapter 2946. Have no sense of shame in order to live. Is it Yi Yuan? He actually didn't die? Could it be that my eyesight is failing? He had clearly already been burned completely just now. Hang on. He really didn't die. He might have comprehended. The last sentence was said by Bai Shan. With the experience of the first level, Bai Shan felt that it was very likely that Yi Yuan had comprehended it again. Yi Yuan's resurrection from the dead might have a lot to do with this level's inheritance. In the fire sea, Yi Yuan's gaze looked over leisurely. W-A-N. Ji Qian could not help shuddering. Just now his voice was the loudest. It was like if Yi Yuan died, he could directly enter hegemon. But now he could not laugh anymore. You hope for me to die so much. Then if I can solve the stage now, do you want to listen to my preaching on Tao? Yi Yuan looked toward W-A-N. Ji Qian and said with a smile that was not a smile. W-N. Ji Qian seemed like a duck who had its neck being pinched. He opened his mouth, but could not say anything. Yeah, do I listen or not? To listen or not? Listen, he could live, but his face would be gone. Not listening, he would be dead for sure, and his face looked like it would be gone too. How shameful! Why would such emotions appear time and again? How impressive is W-A-N. Ji Qian? He can comprehend Tao on his own. Why would he need to listen to Master Yi preach on Tao? Right. Master Yi comprehending Tao. That's a blind cat bee. You. And ping into a dead rat too. It's not a big deal. Great Master W-A-N. G doesn't need it at all. What did he say? Master Yi just got lucky and isn't fit to be mentioned in the same breath with him. W-A-N. Ji Qian. How can this little thing that Master Yi comprehended enter his W-A-N. Ji Qian's sights? W-A-N. Ji Qian was ashamed and resentful until he wanted to die. He discovered that he seemed to have already become the common target for scorn. Earlier, he seemed to have been too carried away, resulting in offending everyone. Now, the outside world had sealed off the seven-colored pag. Oh, duh. Everyone's biggest wish was actually just to survive. As for the origin fragment, it became secondary. But he was burning with jealousy earlier and completely did not think things through before saying it. With this, it really incurred public wrath. What these people were saying, they directly blocked off all of his paths of retreat. So awkward. But over here, Bai Shan could not wait any longer, running next to Yi Yuan. Urging Yi Yuan, he said, Yi Yuan, quickly say, what the H-E-L-L is with this D-A-M in place. I feel like I'm about to be roasted. Yi Yuan smiled and said, I think I already understand the meaning of the imperishable soul physique. Bai Shan was taken aback and said in a daze, what meaning can the imperishable soul physique have? Of course, it means being unable to be killed. Yi Yuan shook his head and said with a smile, how can there be an unkillable person in this world? Although hegemon realm powerhouses have transcended heavenly stratum, they will die too. The imperishable soul physique isn't unkillable. We all have been misled by this name. Everyone listened attentively, feeling an upsurge of emotion. They felt that they seemed to be about to hear Ma's secret. Even W-A-N. Ji Qian also could not resist perking his ears up. Meanwhile, many people cast disdainful gazes towards him. W-A-N. Ji Qian discovered that Yi Yuan did not have the intention of chasing him away. Hence, he was not going anywhere. In order to live, throw away his face. Either way, his face had been utterly lost too. W-A-N. Ji Qian suddenly felt the delight of liberation in his heart. Sure enough, as that saying went, a shameless person was invincible. Amen. The feeling of shamelessness is really great. It is as if the air here is teeming with freshness. The misty gas is born from chaos, so the soul physique that we awakened is actually a physique of chaos too. It's the same logic as those super powerhouses born in chaos and being extremely powerful, but we're different from them. Doesn't that mean that we also have the potential to become hegemons? Someone could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, of course. Furthermore, we have a greater advantage than them. After pausing for a bit, Yi Yuan continued. Those powerhouses were molded by chaos and only inherited a certain aspect of chaos. But the misty gas is shapeless and immaterial. It could develop all life in the world. You could be a powerful thunderbolt. You can be the vast earth. You can also be an apocalyptic fire. Just like this level, Progenitor Imperishable actually wants to tell us how to turn into heaven and earth fire with the misty gas and burn all things. I think that if this move is cultivated to the extreme, it should be able to pry into Origin and be like He Gem and Flame G. OD, turning all to ashes with a wave of his hand. He Gem and Flame G. O. D was a powerful hegemon whose reputation shook the heavens. He controlled the fire of all words. His attack techniques were unparalleled under the heavens. Even if ordinary hegemons encountered him, they would be filled with deep terror too. When many people heard it, they could not resist feeling an upsurge of emotion. Even thinking about it, they felt impressive too. But W.N. Ji Qian laughed coldly and said, "According to what you say, if we all, these pseudo-imperishable physiques, were to cultivate to the extreme, wouldn't all the hegemons be unable to beat us when added up too?" The moment he spoke, there were immediately dozens of gazes that swept over. W.A.N. Ji Qian, if you don't talk. N.O. Body will think that you're mute. Hoo-hoo. If you're impressive, why can't you gain enlightenment on Tao? Keep talking, and I'll beat you to death. The last sentence was said by Bai Tsuishan. He was currently overflowing with confidence. However, W.A.N. Ji Qian did not pay the slightest attention to it. Once a person made up their mind to be shameless, that was true invincibility. I'll just thicken my face and stay right here. What do you do to me? But Yi Yuan smiled slightly and said, "According to my explanation, it's theoretically like this. It's just that even if it's hegemon realm powerhouses, there isn't enough time and energy to specialize in one or several Daos. Wanting to comprehend myriad great Dao and reach hegemon realm at the same time is clearly not too realistic." The moment W.A.N. Ji Qian heard, he said disdainfully, "T-Seach, you've said it all. Either way, there's no way of verifying this either." Despicable. Too despicable. Many people glared and really want to beat him up. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my conjecture is right, the few levels at the back should also be like this second floor, all of which is to derive all kinds of forms with the mist body." The moment W.A.N. Ji Qian heard, he laughed coldly again and said, "Do you think that you're a roundworm in Progenitor Imperishable's stomach? Whatever you say will be what it is. If it isn't like that at the back, then what?" Yi Yuan still said with a smile, "Then beat you to death." W.A.N. Ji Qian choked and lost his temper. Now, a word from Yi Yuan, and he would have to suffer the siege of 100 people. He was impressive, but he could not fend them off. Yi Yuan, letting him listen to the sermon here, was already a Ma's civ favor. Hence, Yi Yuan started preaching on Tao. He was preaching to everyone how to derive the power of flames with the mist body. It looked simple, but actually, this was more than a level harder than the first level's Twilight Drum Daybreak Bell. Some people were extremely talented and had gained better comprehension very quickly, but some were unable to find the correct approach. Some people were slow to learn and completely burned to death by this blazing fire. Bai Tsuishan's talent was indeed extremely high. He learned very quickly. W.A.N. Ji Qian's talent was significantly greater than Bai Tsuishan. He learned faster. He desperately developed the power of flames, trying to Serpa Yi Yuan. However, before long, another spatial door appeared in front of everyone, and another piece of origin fragment appeared next to Yi Yuan. He reached grand completion once again.